5, 4, 3, 2, and we are live here once again at In Your Head 2.0, Wild and Young. I am the internet icon, the pride of the pilgrims, the most honest man in all of podcasting, handsome Jackie Jones, along with my right-hand man, my audio soulmate, and the enforcer of the Headyverse.
1 inch biceps, the power goat. Yeah, I'm so wild and young tonight.
Damn, wild and young
2.0. We got a new attitude here on the show. This is the all new.
All new In Your Head 2.0. You can't, anyone who calls in tonight, you cannot say In Your Head. It's got to be In Your Head 2.0.
2.0.
Boom. Raising the roof.
Ooh, I feel like getting crazy. I'm eating chocolates on the show tonight.
Right, just like there's another company out there trying to copy us with this 2.0. They're doing all the hip stuff. They got Bearcat Lee, they've got Crocodile Dundee, they've got a Gladiator, and we're the originators.
We are
wild and young here tonight. All the callers tonight, we're gonna give them brand new gimmicks to get with the times. Gotta make them hip with all the kids out there, because we're going for the 18 to 49 demo.
You better believe it.
About the wild and young here, Incher. And I know the kids out there, they all love gladiators. They're always talking about Crocodile Dundee. They love Bearcats.
Bearcat. There's my cat as we speak. She just came
it's the talk of the town. That's what they talk about on TikTok all the time. They got cats on there.
Meow. Did you hear her? She was like, meow.
Man. Do you think In Your Head 2.0 should just be a TikTok show? Like 60 seconds, we come on here, we lip sync to some music, you stroke the cat, then we walk up some crates, boom, fucking money show.
Yeah, I mean, everybody wants to see us do the crate challenge. I'm sure we would.
Mastered it.
I've seen you do your attempt at it. This is a very good attempt. You had that on your TikTok video.
I did it. I beat it.
Yeah, it's true. Maybe I should try
600 views on my TikTok. I don't know. Is that good? I guess. It's more views of that than
better than 20 views. You can ask me. I know about that. It's like, here's a new video. 20 views.
Man, TikTok. All right,
TikTok the lock. Man, my cat shed some fur. Look at this. I know that this is what we're covering on the 2.0, but look at this. When I get done, look at
over there.
Look at all this fur. Look at that. She shed all that just from me petting her.
They told you for years, Incher, if you didn't stop that, you were going to get hairy palms. Now you're blaming the cat. You're like, look at this. The cat gave me this. You don't hear that anymore. We're going to bring that back in 2.0. Hairy palms.
Yeah, that's kind of one of those myths that died or something.
What do you mean myths? It was reality.
Meow.
I had notes on the show because I was going to do a post show, but I got too tired.
Yeah, screw that stuff. I mean, I've watched half of the pay-per-view. We got this stuff covered.
Yeah.
I did watch all AEW.
That's what I was talking about. I didn't take notes on that on fucking Extreme Rules. Fuck that shit. I took notes on AEW Dynamite. This fucking show was awesome.
Which one are you referring to? Wednesday Dynamite. Or the Friday?
Wednesday Dynamite. The first night of whatever the fuck this was called. What was it called? Slammiversary.
No, it's not Slammiversary. I guarantee you that. It was called what was it? They did have a special name for it, but it is escaping me right now too. So maybe the chat
Something
room will
with a
fill us in.
slam, I believe.
Tyler S says, "Throw the notes on the floor like Meltzer."
Boom.
Does he just get done with research and just
Yeah, I'll
throws it
say
and
this:
wherever
it's
it
pretty
lands?
impressive. He could just live in a mountain of paper, but still, get some stuff done. You think
I
he
mean,
would
yeah, he does get stuff done. I mean, does any of that stuff he ever needs again? Like, is there like,
Do you think he knows where it is? He's like, oh,
yeah,
I need the list of 1982 5-star matches, and he just goes like, oh yeah, it's over here. That's 3 feet this way and 2 inches down. Like he just knows.
maybe. I mean, I can't understand why he wouldn't just throw that shit out. I mean,
Well,
I
I
know I
mean,
got a lot of junk. But.
he's sort of like the Rain Man. The Rain Man would be like, it's 527 toothpicks. He just like he has all these notes there, and he just knows.
Mm-hmm,
Like
mm-hmm.
Kenny Omega, 7-star classes versus Kenzo Suzuki. 2016 at the Tokyo Dome. All the notes are right there, buddy. So yeah, AEW Dynamite. What was this called? Grand Slam. The
That's
Grand Slam.
Grand Slam. They're still in Denny's gimmick.
Yeah, but it was Grand Slam like that. Booyah!
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
2.0 Grand Slam. This was the crowd. It's fucking huge. Just it comes off like a top-notch show. I always like the show anyway, but you had that big crowd. It's like, whoa, we got something special here.
You got Lexar on your PMs spoiling it for you.
Oh yeah, he's sending video of the end of the CM Punk match that 2 days before it airs.
Yeah, I didn't. That wasn't the one that got me. I got the one that said he had one video in the screen cap. It said homicide, like on the big Titantron.
Yeah, there was no way, even if you didn't hit play, like you could not see that.
Yeah, it was just right there. It said homicide, and I'm like, well, that got ruined. So I told him a week before, no spoilers. I mean, I know he's excited about the show and he wants to show videos and everything, but Lexar, that wasn't even, we couldn't even see it because I mean that was before it even aired.
Yeah, that was the Rampage that night.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So this open, Daniel Bryan, Kenny Omega. This match to me is just amazing. Great stuff. Probably match of the year. Maybe if you had a finish, it probably would be hard to top it. But even without the
nice, but I can understand
time limit, I think it worked.
Yeah, I can understand why they did it without the finish. They want to keep both guys strong right now, and I'm sure there's going to be a rematch, even though Kenny Omega said no rematch.
Yeah, well, honestly, going in, the whole internet, they're like, did they not learn anything from WCW giving away Goldberg versus Hogan free on Nitro at the Dome and at the Georgia Dome? They didn't put it on pay-per-view, and they're crying and they're shitting their pants.
I'll say this about that match, though. I hadn't watched wrestling for several years until that night, and I tuned in to watch it. I'm still watching to this day.
There you go. I recorded. It was a big deal for me. So they're all bitching because there's a lot of people who watch wrestling in a weird way. They don't even watch it. I mean, sometimes we're here and we're analyzing whatever, but I still like to just sit down and enjoy it as a show when I'm watching it the first time. But there are people, it's weird. I don't think they even watch it that way. They watch it trying to like foresee how will Dave Meltzer see this or how will Jim Cornette see this, whoever their Messiah is, how they will see it and not even look at it just as a show. It's very strange. But anyway, so you go into this because you wouldn't do this with another thing. You wouldn't be like, oh, wow, this amazing movie's coming on TV. This cool show's coming. Why aren't they making me pay for it? It'd be strange. But the show comes on. But all that said, all that bullshit I just said aside, after it's done, I thought it was smart because all it has done is make me look more forward to the rematch. And also has actually made a better story. Before the story was we just want to see these two guys wrestle. It's a dream match. Now we want to see them wrestle again because we want to see a victor. Can Daniel Brian Danielson beat him? Can Kenny Omega beat him? Now you got Kenny Omega as the heel champion that's going to avoid the guy that he thinks is the one guy that can beat him. And now you're forcing Brian Danielson to have matches and move up the card to gain a title shot. You've actually created a whole storyline here that can go on literally for months before you do the match. And then you make that the rematch not even bigger than the first match.
Most definitely. So, and like, I mean, you know, this could add like the stipulation, like, well, we keep getting these interruptions from the Young Bucks and stuff. Well, we need you guys in a cage to keep from outside interference or something, you know?
They're young bucks, but they're not young and wild bucks.
Boom! They're not the young 2.0 bucks.
They are not 2.0 here. Boom. 2.0.
Bam. But yeah, definitely a great night for wrestling with the Grand Slam. I would say the Wednesday show was definitely better than the Friday show.
Yeah,
the Friday show wasn't bad.
Also, a thing I liked that I thought maybe they were going to go through the whole 30. I figure it's 30 minutes time. That's fine. But there was no breaks for a long time in the match. I thought that's very smart. It would have been cool if you could get away without any, but really kept you into the match. To me, Brian Danielson and CM Punk, these guys are such the perfect pickup for the group for many reasons. First of all, name wise, these are guys that this fan base, they're going to be the top guys. People talk about maybe Cena would be bigger, Brock Lesnar, but I think to this fan base that you can't get bigger than these two guys. But even just for me as a fan, these are two guys that really bridge the two eras of wrestling, because I do prefer an older style of wrestling where it looks like the guys are actually trying to beat each other. But I also do like the high flying moves and cool spots. I like that stuff. It's just sometimes those spots you could tell are choreographed and set up. So then you have a guy like Brian Danielson and Punk, who I think merge those two things together. They're exciting, do the exciting moves, but they also have the basis of wrestling, of old style wrestling. They don't have to start the match slow and build up and make it exciting. And then the big moves mean more. And also the stuff they do look like they're really trying to beat the guy, and it looks like they're really getting beaten down. And so to me, it's the perfect blend of what I like about wrestling. And I think that could eventually wear off on the rest of the roster. And these guys, you know, they wrestle Punk, and they wrestle Brian Danielson, they wrestle other guys, you know, like that. And they learn and get better.
I will say I do have this criticism for Rampage.
I have a big criticism for Rampage. Yeah.
Well, I'm going to say, you know, because I think Omega, Brian Danielson, that's a huge marquee match. I don't mean to talk bad about the man, but I mean, he is an up and coming person, but I don't think CM Punk should have been in there with Will Hobbs. I know they're trying.
I posted this on Facebook.
I know they're trying to make him into a bigger name, but this wasn't the show for that. They want to have a big match that could rival that match that was on.
I think it did a disservice to Hobbs, because I understand, because I had this kind of debate on Facebook, and someone said, well, you can't make Hobbs better without putting him in the ring with better people. I totally agree with that, but that doesn't mean you put him in with like the top guy in wrestling right now. This guy's been wrestled for 7 years, so him coming back is huge. Darby Allin was a perfect young guy to put him with, because Darby Allin was elevated even in the loss, but Darby Allin was talented enough that he could really shine with CM Punk. Hobbs can't. It just honestly really exposed him for being very green, because he's just not ready for a big match like this.
Yeah, that's my main complaint is I think if they wanted a huge match for Rampage, they shouldn't have put Hobbs in there with him. They could have picked somebody else other than Hobbs.
Even if they wanted a young guy, that's fine by me, but not a guy that can't deliver in the ring.
Well, I think they I can't think of anybody right off the top of my head, but I would think somebody who would give that same mystique to the match, because CM Punk was definitely the biggest star wrestling on Rampage.
I don't necessarily agree with that part, because I don't think you needed another giant match for the Punk.
I think you do, just because
elevate.
it will put Rampage over. I think Rampage could need a shot in the arm.
I wouldn't run through the big Punk match. I do like the idea of Punk wrestling the younger guys right now, because they're doing a slow build with him where he's happy to be there, but he's already starting to get some anger. So the idea is he's going to get angry. He's going to start getting mad into real feuds, and then you start putting him against the top guys. But there's a lot of young guys that can really go in AEW that would that you could still help elevate even in a loss, but they're not going to look like they're just not ready for this match. Even though I'm not a huge fan of the guy, but even Starks is more, if you wanted to do the Taz guy, a guy from the Taz group, Starks would be able to go in the ring better than Hobbs. And also then you could build up to the Hobbs match, have him destroying people. Because this had like a 1 week build. So it really was just kind of a match out of the blue. And
yeah,
it wasn't very particularly good, I don't think.
I don't want to get too ahead of I don't want to get too ahead of ourselves, because I do want to hear what your criticism was about Rampage. But what
that
else
was
about
the Rampage one? I really didn't care for I don't think Rampage is a good show, honestly. But in general, I don't think it's ever been. I think the only one I liked was the Punk debut, and that was really just for that part. But anyway, Punk promo was it's. I mean, he comes out that giant crowd, and it's just like it's huge.
Yeah. He was trying to cut a promo, but you could tell he was like so happy about being there and putting the crowd over.
Yeah, and he's got so much passion. And I know people talk about him like they think like he hates wrestling fans and hates wrestling, but I don't really think that's the case. I think he hated being in WWE.
He hated having all his ideas shot down and no creativity.
And I know people will get on about the money thing, and money. A lot of people obviously want to make money too, but I don't think a guy like Sting would be doing the stuff he does if he was just motivated by money. He could go out there and do whatever, but I don't think he'd be taking power bombs through tables and doing the body press off the top row. Honestly, I think Sting's better than he's been since like the early 90s. And he's like 60. There's 60.
I mean, he is far past his prime.
Yeah, it's insane.
He's been enjoyable with Darby Allin. I mean, it's interesting seeing him with somebody who's coming up and kind of being almost like a manager role, but he's getting in there and he's still doing stuff. So I'm liking it. So, and I love that they're trying to book a match between Tully and him. And
I do too. It's funny. Tully, I think, is like 5 years older. Sting, we think he's like 30 years older. It's funny. MJF versus Brian Pillman Jr. I'm really happy they're doing the stuff with Pillman. I think that's elevating him, even in the loss. Pillman, even though I really like him, I do think he's you could see he's still a little green. I thought his forms were really weak, but overall, it was a good match. This was also an old school match.
Which
MJF
for a lot of it. Even like how they worked in the spot with Julia Hart outside, where MJF pulled her in front, and then Brian came out and stopped him, and then she even came over and like he was like give me a kiss, and then she slapped the shit out of him, But I thought that's a very old spot.
So I think when you get to the eventual MJF, against Bryan Danielson or Punk, I think they're really going to have a great match for me. Maybe it's not going to be a match where it's 1,000 moves, but I think these are going to be guys that can, and the crowd will be great because you're going to have the ultimate baby faces and one of the only heels that the crowd actually has heat for. So when you eventually get there, and then you're going to get so much emotion, just the promos leading up to their eventual matches. That's going to be some great stuff in the future.
Kids Authority here in the chat room. He says, "No love for Bearcat. We love Bearcat. He's Bearcat. That's a bear.
That's 2.0. Boom. Yeah. I was hoping they called him Junkyard Lee, but Bearcat Lee. Let's do it.
No, they don't want to work Lee in. They want his whole name to be erased.
Yeah,
he's just going to be known as Bearcat before long.
Oh yeah. There's no way. Keith Bearcat Lee will stick.
Oh, look at that. That's a bear cat out there. Oh,
And
look at
then,
that, pal.
and then, boom, he's thinking, oh yeah, I'm doing this as an honor to Bearcat Wright, but he's just being worked because then they'll be like, now we own Bearcat. Yeah,
Bearcat, right?
you own Keith Lee, but you know what? We're never using that on TV. So
Bearcat, right? Was that Papa Shango?
no, it's like some old wrestler like
Bearcat. I don't even know who that is.
before your day. It's
I
like he
guess
used to be
so.
like one of the few black wrestlers, like him and Bobo Brazil and stuff.
Really? I didn't know Bearcat, right? I didn't know who that was. I was assuming it was like one of Papa Shango's old gimmicks because of his legit name.
It's so out of place and but I mean it's so in place here in 2.0.
Mm, exactly.
Cody Rhodes versus Malachi Black. This was really fun because we saw the old kind of double turn. It's been building this way, but the crowd was totally anti Cody here and totally in favor of Malachi. I'm a guy who says just go with the crowd.
Yeah.
Cody's a great deal. Go with it.
I don't understand why they're booing him though.
I don't either. I'm a big fan.
I do not get it. Are they seeing like that he has a reality show coming out and they're pissed about that? Or do they think he puts himself too prominently on the show? I don't understand it. I really don't.
I don't either. I'm a big fan, but I think we're in the minority because I know our group has turned on him for quite a while. They pretty much hate him.
I think he's one of the best faces that's been in wrestling for a long time. And I just cannot understand why they're booing him. I mean, I don't get it. I really don't.
Either. When I've been there live, he gets I obviously this show didn't, but when I was there live pre-pandemic, he was getting this huge reactions. After the shows, he'd come out and cut these really passionate promos and throw stuff out to the crowd, and it was great. So I don't get it either, really.
The only thing I could see people being a little annoyed with him is that he's doing a reality show.
But they were turned on me before that.
Yeah, they were turning on him before that. So I don't understand it. I mean, I know Ronda Rousey when that was another time when I couldn't understand why the crowd was booing her. I mean, because I thought she came out and she really delivered the best performance that she could.
I think she's really.
For some reason, the crowd turned on her, and I think that was more of like they know the company was just going to push her.
Yeah.
Which I don't think was her fault at all. No. I think that's the reason she won't return now. Well, besides having a baby, which she just had, congratulations. But
yeah, and they conditioned their own fans to hate people that they push because they made it such a big storyline where, like, if the
I don't know if you can necessarily blame them in a way too, because it's like, I mean, we really have had a lot of stuff just force fed to us where it's like. But
why bring attention to that? Because then the people who don't even think of this, then they're just like, oh, we're supposed to boo the people that the company's behind.
Mm-hmm.
It's really weird. They've ruined a lot of their own stuff. Like whenever they started this whole stuff about, part-timers and look down on the part-time, that ruined the big comebacks whenever time they bring back these big names because now the crowd automatically doesn't like them.
Glogo 13 here. He says, like Jack says, don't fight the crowd. Talking about the Cody stuff.
Yeah, exactly. Just go with
Vince Rudo. He says, Inch, you're using Arn logic here. LOL. I don't. Okay. Well, what's that referring to? That I don't understand why the crowd's booing him. I don't know.
Maybe he fell off the ring apron.
Poor Arn. I was like, oh no, don't fall Arn. Don't fall Arn. Come on. And then he got around. I was like, okay, he's good. He's good. And then he fell. And I was like, damn.
I didn't even notice it live until someone posted the video. And I was like, oh, man.
I was watching him because I could tell he was having trouble getting around that ring post. I was like, oh, please, Arn, don't fall. And I thought he was good. I was like, okay, good. He's good. And then, bam, he fell. And I was like, damn it.
Should have just got down and went up the other one. But.
Yeah, and then you could tell kind of the guys were kind of fumbling around a little bit in the ring trying to figure out what to do. And then Arn got back up, but those things happen, I mean, he is an older guy. I mean, could they have had some steps over there? Maybe that would have been a good thing in this situation, but maybe they don't want to do that where they have the ramp going straight to the ring. But oh well.
Tyler S says I'm hot dogging it with the outfit. This is 2.0, buddy.
2.0.
Gonna get with the times. So yeah, I like this match. I always like the Mist. He's never used it before. The Black Mist by Malachi.
Tech Dingoes. He's saying younger crowd isn't in the whole USA thing. I'm not sure what that's talking about.
Oh, like they don't want to see it an All-American guy.
Oh, Cody Rhodes, the American Nightmare. Okay, maybe.
That is true.
Okay,
Is,
okay,
no matter
maybe.
what you do, you're going to split the audience there.
Yeah,
It is strange being
American. I just don't associate it too much with. I think American Nightmare. He's just playing off of his dad, the American Dream. But
yeah, I think the only time he's really played it up was in that one time feud with the English guy who then disappeared.
Mm-hmm.
That was the only time he was really All-American guy. I thought. He went back to the American Dream for that one match.
Yeah.
Just the boxer guy. Miro, Sammy vignette. I'm a big fan of Miro. I loved it when he just destroyed that guy on Rampage.
Oh yeah. I think that was pretty awesome because I mean, who is that guy and why should he even be there? And they're putting him up, the Del Sol or whatever his name is. But he's Sammy's buddy, so he's got a job and he's got a car. But I do enjoy seeing Miro play off of that. I think it's a good role.
Miro's become one of the best.
Mm-hmm. And then, so they're booking a match for Sammy on this Wednesday with Miro. So it'd be Sammy Guevara versus Miro. So that's something to look forward to tomorrow night.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that. But Miro, he came in. We were wondering what was going on. Now he's become one of the best guys in all wrestling, I think. It's another guy would be fun to see in some, future feuds with Punk or, somebody.
Yeah.
Well, right now he's doing great, though. Darby Allin and Sting versus FTR. This was I thought I can't say any match is better than the first match, but this match was just tremendously fun for me.
It was good.
This was probably the best time, from my opinion, FTR. Like, these guys are really good.
I do have a bit of a chip on my shoulder because I know they're complaining about their current status in AEW. I'm sure they're not happy with not being pushed as much. But I mean, come on, guys, you got to step aside. But part of me, I do think they do deliver a
storyline or something.
Yeah, you got to have a good storyline, and but I thought this match went really well. I thought it was very entertaining. Everything was done very well.
I know people. I think one guy in our group. I mean, other people, I'm sure, complain. But no one wants to see Sting lose. No one wants to see the legends come back and lose matches.
I mean, that's like WWE stuff.
I don't want
the legends being humiliated. I mean, who wants that? I mean, fans love them. And I mean, who wants to see them just come out there and just get destroyed all the time? Unless there's meaning to it.
Right. If it's an angle and it builds to something, but not just
if you're trying to make Miro look stronger or something, but you can't do it all the time like WWE does. That's their go-to thing.
Because honestly, now if someone does beat up Sting, it's going to mean a lot because Sting's look really strong.
And I love the spot where Dax is it Dax Hardwood who set up the chair into the corner, like putting it in, and I can't remember their new names.
Yeah,
the bald guy, but he put it in the corner and like he was setting it up for Sting to do the Stinger splash, and he was going to move out of the way, but Stinger saw it and stopped himself. Then he punched the guy, and then there's Tully up there. Like he's the stooge. He just helped him with the chair, and then he punches Tully, and Tully goes down. So that was good stuff. I don't know if they can go Tully and Sting, but I want to see it.
Maybe a 6-man or something. I don't know. Do it up.
Yeah, maybe they can work him into a 6-man for a trio run or something.
It's had a lot of great spots in this match. This was to me just very fun. I loved it.
Darby Allin doing the coffin drop on the outside for the finish of the match. He Sting had the scorpion on him, and the other guy was reaching in and pulling him out. Whatever his name is, Wheeler, or I don't know. I'll get it down on Nash or Wheeler.
They don't have great names, I don't think.
Yeah, their names are confusing, man. Better names. Okay, they could use just the one name, They
could honestly.
Yeah. Because it's hard to remember their names. But Darby did the coffin drop to the outside to break him from holding him to the ropes, and then that led to the submission. So good stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, great stuff. This was just
that had to hurt when he did he put his back like right there. I mean, I'm sure as the other guy kind of taking the brunt of it, but
yeah, no, that they
good.
say that I know I heard an interview with Undertaker saying it really hurt when he used to do the leg drop on the ring apron. It begs the question why you do it, but Britt Baker versus Ruby Soho. Britt Baker is so over. You look over the quality of her matches. I don't think she's terrible by any means, but she's also not particularly good. But the crowd was so into this, so the crowd's always so into her that it usually works. So this was good.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. I did think that there was some awkward moments throughout the match where maybe Ruby Soho isn't necessarily ready for a big match like that, but she is very over.
I honestly think she's not the problem in the match.
And then Britt, she's not exactly a seasoned veteran either, but I don't think they're terrible. But
I think Soho's quite good. I think Britt's just not. I only think she's really had one match I'd say great was that big bloodbath match.
Well, some of Soho's selling seemed a little awkward to me, where she was like for the finish, where she was like walking in from Jamie Hayter hit her on the outside, and then she kind of turned around, and it looked a little off. I don't know if it was what Britt was out of place or what, right. But I did think Soho seemed out of place at points. So, I mean, it's
actually,
fine.
I was saying about Britt, but honestly, both of them are really over at the crowd. So, you know what I mean? Both of them are really over, which really makes you overlook a lot of things, which I'm fine with. I'd rather just be entertained than, be a technical masterpiece.
Al in the chat room here, he's saying it's not Ruby Soho, it's Ruby Homo. What's with Al? I don't understand.
Just a big homophobe.
I guess so, yeah. I don't understand why he's messing up Ruby Soho's name. It makes no sense.
Earlier he said Jack with the truth again. That was a good comment.
Every now and then he makes a decent comment, but for the most part, you just don't pay any attention to that guy says.
Yeah. Screw that dude. All right, intro. So that was
Dynamite
2.0. That was a really good show. I thought it was an excellent show. That's probably the best AEW show to date.
Yeah,
the crowd, just man, that big crowd, like it's so fun to watch.
What do you think about the finish for Cody and Malachi Black? Excuse me, but that was basically a double turn. You're saying because he used the mist and then Cody was getting his wife involved.
No, I see what you're saying. It could be a double turn from babyface to heel, but I don't think they foresaw the crowd turning as they did. But I will say Cody did a good job. He kind of ran with it, being the heel in the match. I don't think his wife was into being booed as much, and her spots are really out of place when the crowd's booing them.
Yeah. Al says he wants to be canceled later.
All right.
I don't get it.
I mean, as Go point out, I always say, don't fight the crowd here. Run with it. I don't like him. I don't want it to turn into a WWE situation. Like for years, Cena came out and got booed. For years, Reigns came out and got booed. Just go with it. Just the crowd wants to boo him. Make him the bad guy. People want to cheer Britt Baker, make her a good guy. People want to cheer Malachi. In this match, maybe they'd win in other matches, so I'd wait on that one. But just go with it. Cody's a great heel. We've seen it before. I think his wife will work better as a heel too. You could just use her same personality, but amp it up a little bit, and it would work a lot better as a heel. I like him.
Yeah.
But if the crowd wants to boo him, run with it.
Well, this week is going to be the debut of Cody Rhodes' reality show. They're going to show 2 episodes after.
I'm not going to watch that shit.
Dynamite. I've got my DVR to record it. I'm debating whether I should watch it or not.
Yeah, my DVR recorded Rampage, but it only recorded the second hour.
Oh, really?
And so I went to the DVR,
They did break it.
Yeah, and then I realized it actually recorded as two separate episodes.
Yeah, because when at my recording, I noticed in the middle, they're like, "We got to go to the next hour," and they split it in half.
Yeah, so I think it might have actually recorded both parts, but it recorded them as episode 7 and 8. So I was confused, but I did get to see both of them. I just actually watched the first half after this.
I see.
I don't think it was nearly as good. I don't think Rampage is a particularly good show. It's been on a few weeks now, and too many commentators. They have a lot of matches that aren't that interesting usually compared to Dynamite. The time slots is just terrible no matter what's on there. Usually it's an hour, so it goes by quick. That's a plus, I guess. This was 2 hours. I don't remember. Suzuki. I'm sorry. I love AEW, but I don't want to see this Suzuki guy again. He's just too old and looks feeble, and sucks. There's nothing else I can say. The guy sucks. Maybe he's a legend. Maybe he was great in his prime. And if I saw him in his prime and I'd see him now, maybe I'd have fun. But I didn't see him in his prime. I just see this old man now. I don't know. He has just a total idiotic haircut. And he's like, I don't care if guys are short and stuff. He's short, not particularly impressive, but he doesn't sell most moves. And you're supposed to think he's just like this total badass. And I don't believe that. And I do not care.
Well, you're missing the backstory for the man, which I guess is a problem with a lot of US fans.
Yeah, show me the backstory. You've got TV time.
That's true too. I mean, maybe they could have some more video packages on him where they where they show some of his earlier stuff and that
show a vignette telling me who this guy is and why I'm supposed to be so excited.
I guess so. They only have so much TV time, but
how long would that take? A minute?
Probably not that long. Yeah, they could probably cut that song down a little bit more, and
yeah, they could make time, put this in there.
I do like him because I remember watching him.
My brother loves him too.
In New Japan, and I have mentioned that before these episodes aired. I just couldn't think of his name at the time, but I do know him and I do like him. But I get it. I mean, it's probably something you would have to see him for a while to like start enjoying some of the stuff.
No, I never want to see him again. And I never in my life, ever by any wrestler, Suzuki, anybody, never again. Anyone should never, ever, ever do the machine gun chop. You look like a total idiot. It looks completely phony and fake and ridiculous, and it's embarrassing, and you just look stupid, and it makes me not want to watch. Never do this again. It's terrible.
Well, that's kind of like the multiple elbows. I didn't like the multiple elbows, like where they're just.
Yeah, and it's just and he's got a goofy. I like Eddie Kingston, but he's like doing this. It's like, come on, dude. I can tell it don't hurt. It looks stupid. It's like something you do to your friend, like hey, you're pretending wrestling. Like, come on, man.
Yeah. Well, this was the match where Homicide made his big surprise, which was spoiled by Lexar for me. Yeah. So, because he sent me a video.
Homicide than Old Man Suzuki.
Yeah. And I wasn't aware of Eddie Kingston and Homicide being buddies. I mean, I know they probably came up in the indie business, but I didn't see that stuff, so I didn't know they were friends. I mean, I know Homicide very well from Ring of Honor and a lot of his stuff back then, and he was on the show. I mean, great interview for the show. Yeah. Big fan of Homicide. I hope he gets a run in AEW. I mean,
this guy, not? Tyler S. Guys, it's fake fighting. Yeah, idiot. Sorry to call you an idiot, but you're being an idiot here. Acting is fake. It's not real. I know when I'm watching a movie that they're not killing each other. But if you're watching the movie and it looks totally ridiculous and clearly fake, you're not going to say, oh, well, I know it's acting anyway, so it doesn't matter if these guys suck. No, if it looks terrible, if it looks fake, it's not good.
Kids Authority says these shots are devastating, Mark. You
No,
try
they're
taking
pathetic, Mark. Kids Authority.
We're getting called Marks.
What's it? What the hell is this guy? What's he? What kind of name is that? Kid? Is he authority on kids?
I don't know, but he's calling us Marks.
I don't care what the Kids Authority says. The hell kind of name is that?
But we're Marks. So we couldn't take the chops. So I'm supposed to be the Mark that's in the hotel, and I'm like in the lobby saying, "Chop me Samoa Joe, chop me."
It looks like something, and it's a word I can't say, but it looks like something. If you're doing that, you're like on the spectrum. You're like, and it looks terrible. Don't do it.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. I mean, I guess it is a bit of a high spot for the crowd, but yes,
not a high spot. It's a low spot of life.
The in crowd normally the people who are in the crowd get into it, I guess. But on TV, it does look bad seeing this guy just eat slap.
It looks like shit.
Well, I mean, shit looks very differently, but I mean,
if shit would manifest itself into a wrestling move, it would be the machine gun chops.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Awful. Never do this again.
Hashtag ban Golgo 13's throwing it out.
Boom! Boom! Golgo 13!
Kids Authority says, I'm wild and young, Mark. He's wild and young now.
Well, prove it. It's more than just, it's a lifestyle. It's not just saying
it. Who is it? Is this like Stone Cold or something? Kid Authority? Like, what? Why is he throwing around the Mark word?
I don't know. Maybe just I was setting up a bunch of actors for the movie, and one of the actresses just kept calling me Brian, and eventually I had to tell her I'm not Brian. I didn't know why I was called Brian, but I was just hoping she didn't quit the movie, but she did. Work
out. Excellent. I did have that happen to me where I was calling somebody the wrong name and they corrected me, and I was like, "Oh, I'm so sorry."
What were you calling them?
I think I was calling them Barry, and their name was Larry. I was like, "Oh, fuck, I'm sorry." That was a few years ago, but yeah, I felt very bad whenever that but I was kind of in a dazed mood that day, so I was kind of like lack of sleep and everything. Sometimes I messed up, but that was a big mistake. But anyways, Jackie Jones. I think he wanted to choke me out like Canyon was doing.
Oh shit,
Father Jim Mitchell.
Man, this episode was very emotional, but I felt bad for Jim Mitchell. Like, why is this man gonna get beat up so bad?
Yeah, I mean,
they were good friends. I love Canyon, and I miss him, but I wouldn't have been his friend. I'd be like, fuck this guy.
Like, if I would have just grabbed a hold of you when we were at the hotel room and just start choking you with my thumbs on your Adam apple, like really,
like murder me.
Would you want to be around me anymore?
I would have just whooped your ass, but no, I wouldn't have been like, no, I would not be around anyone like that. I would not share rooms. I would not travel with them. He had to buy a gun in case he wanted to actually murder him, because he was, I guess it'd be self-defense, not murder, but he was going to shoot him, Canyon, because he was afraid he was actually going to try to kill him.
Yeah. I mean, Jim, I don't think I would stick into a relationship like that.
No.
I mean, I wouldn't want to be like subjecting myself to somebody who would go. I mean, he busted up his car and stuff.
Like, yeah, it was bad. I love Canyon.
I do have,
but he had issues way beyond hiding he was gay. He had to have a lot of mental health issues. Way beyond.
I think because Jim, this is my theory. I don't know if it's true or not, but Jim was the only one who knew, his secret. And I think maybe he was getting really paranoid, Canyon was, and maybe he thought Jim was telling people or something, because like he was probably dropping, hints here and there to people, and maybe people were kind of catching on.
I don't think so. I think
maybe he was blaming Jim. Like,
I don't think so.
for I don't know. I mean, he could be just schizophrenic. I don't know. I mean,
I think so. But I think him being the only guy who knew it, he would. A lot of people will take take things out on the people that they're closest to, and I think it's something like that.
Yeah,
But
could
it's
be
really sad. I don't know. Then but the Mitchell stuff was great on there. I'm a big fan of Mitchell. Very honest, I think, in his opinions on all of it. The stuff that happened, even his opinions on, because he's not with WWE, and I don't think he's ever a guy. It's like always like praising WWE to try to get there. But he was honest, saying he was Canyon was his own worst enemy and the stuff there.
Well, that one segment though, where they had him come
terrible.
out,
that was totally WWE trying to humiliate him.
I mean, what else could it have been? I mean, I know the one guy on the show was saying it wasn't that. They just didn't have good creative for him. But why? Why would they have him come out and sing a Boy George song and then get the hell beat out of him by The Undertaker? Why?
And it was the two things that always bothered him. They made him act gay, and they made him really play up the lisp. So it was the two things that they knew would hurt him the most. And then they also made him look, completely worthless by having Undertaker not just beat him up, but like really, stiffen him with the chair for that's.
That was I don't remember that happening on television. You do? Yeah. I remember like when they played the Howard Stern clip. I remember the references that he made. I must have missed that show, but they showed the clip too on the Dark Side of the Ring program, which is what we're talking about.
Yeah,
on Chris Canyon. But I mean, yeah, that was a really stiff chair shot. I mean, that was fucking awful. I mean, at one point, Paul was screaming, "He's a human being," and I'm really wondering if he was serious. Yeah, like that wasn't Paul as a character. That was Paul in real life. Yeah. I don't know.
And then like he wasn't around much longer, so it's. Yeah. And as Jericho was there for years, so he knows. It's just them bullying a guy. They find out what his weakness and latch on to it. And
oh, for sure. I mean, because Boy George was not even topical at that point. He was. I mean, what? Why would he come out and sing a Boy George song?
Right. It was like 30 years ago.
No sense.
25 at the time, probably.
Yeah. I mean, the Boy George, his career was over with at that time.
Well, I will say this. They have a Crocodile Dundee character on NXT. I know it's Wild and Young, but their references aren't always very topical. Oh, they do. I forget the guy's name, but he's Crocodile Dundee on NXT.
I also heard they had a woke character that has been removed.
Yeah, they totally wiped it off of. Off of it, out of it. They just wiped it out. They've
decided not to go there.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, how did they get to fruition where it actually got on the television program and then they decided, no, we better not do this?
Well, I did see Anthony Cumia, formerly of Open Anthony, was actually talked about it. And I'm wondering if that kind of led to them getting rid of it, because they're like, whoa, this guy that's considered alt-right is like praising this character. This might be bad for us.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm just saying that to me, that's a possibility. I don't know.
Well, that's WWE for you, I guess. But I mean, Vince McMahon, he is a strong Republican. I mean, he's been a Republican for years. I mean, everybody knows it.
Well, he's friends with Trump, and Lyndon
McMahon
was on the cabinet.
But who knows? Maybe this is another reason why he's looking to get out of WWE and sell it. But I don't know. He may not sell it. I don't know. I think he will eventually, though. I think he sees the writing on the wall, and he's going to get his money and get the fuck out before.
I don't personally think this. I know that's what that's what people think. I think he's taken over NXT because WWE isn't what he envisions. He's he wants the big larger. He wants the big larger than life guys from the 80s and 90s. That's the wrestling he liked. He likes the silly gimmicks. And he saw it as like it's almost all small guys wrestling indie style, about the in-ring action, really the antithesis of what he's always been about. And he's like, no, I don't want that. I'm going to take it over. We lost to AEW, and there's people say he doesn't care about AEW, but I don't believe that for a second. Why would you totally change your program after it lost in the ratings to AEW and you had to move it to another channel? And
But
so
it was still doing pretty good, wasn't it? I mean, was it
it's
doing good?
the only show that people pray the SmackDown to
Yeah.
a degree too. People do like SmackDown, but if you were gonna change one of your programs, it wouldn't. This is one that's universally praised. Like there's
Mhm.
hardly anyone who hates NXT. But I don't think he listens to that audience at all. There's no way if he would ever watch NXT, it would be a program for him. I don't believe that in a second. So I think he's like, I don't think in his mind it's like I'm going to sell this. I'm going to change this back to my vision.
Yeah.
And so my vision is big guys, young big guys with gimmicks. And then it's going to be the original idea of NXT. It's not its own brand. No, it's going to be the developmental. We're going to hire new big young guys, give them silly gimmicks, fun gimmicks in his mind, I'm sure. And then once they're trained, they go to the main show, not be there for years. That's what I think. I don't think I know people, not just I mean most people. I'm the minority here. Think that it's about selling the company, but I don't think so. I don't
Yeah.
think he would even care about NXT if he was going to sell the company. Why would he care about the future of the company if he was going to sell it?
I don't know. I don't. I don't know how he can't like see the numbers himself though and be like, whenever I take over something, it goes down in ratings. Like, why can't he take a hard look at himself and realize that he's not doing the show justice?
The weird thing is they make money. I know people. I see it on our group and on the internet in general. A lot of the older wrestlers, not all of them, but they'll be like, well, they're making profits. So that's all they see, and I understand that concept. But if you could, they're making profit because they signed these giant TV deals and the deal in Saudi Arabia. They signed the giant TV deal based off the history of the company.
Mm-hmm.
If the company loses people watching it, why would the station then re-sign them when this deal is over for the same thing? There's no way that they would do that if there's less interest than when they first got them.
Yeah.
So sure, right now it's great, and maybe not in years would it ever actually have the possibility of coming to an end some way, but they're not going to get that same deal. If people keep losing interest in the show and people are jumping to another company and they keep losing viewers in the key demos or just in general. I mean, almost every week it's like record low, record low, record low. If you bought this show for $1 billion and every week it's record low and keeps losing viewers, are you going to say, oh man, we got to really, make sure we give them a whole bunch of money when this deal is up to keep them? I don't think so.
But I really think it's ego. I think it's Vince McMahon's ego, and he's thinking, well, they think they're getting good numbers now. I'm going to step on this show and really get good numbers, but it just tanks. I really think that's why he does it. But who knows? I mean, I do want to get back to the Chris Canyon thing.
I don't think in his mind the numbers of NXT necessarily matter. I think he's mad it didn't do better than AEW, but I think in his mind it's always going to be Raw. And he's like, where do my future Raw guys come from? They're not coming. They're not going to be these Indies guys from AEW, NXT. So let me take over NXT and make it the place where I build the future stars.
Don't you wish like Vince McMahon just gets to the point to where he just doesn't give it any fucks anymore, and he just starts doing all kinds of interviews or something, and he really discusses what
I think we're starting to see like he like I'm gonna do whatever I want when he starts seeing Crocodile Dundee and Gladiators and Bearcat and stuff.
But I want to know what's going on in his head though. Like was he really thinking what we're thinking, or was he? I don't know. I am curious. It does make me wonder. But
I'm going to say this: if your view of wrestling is it's got to be big guys with gimmicks, I mean that's not what I want to watch, honestly. But if that's his view, then training guys that fit that mold makes sense. But no matter, whatever you think of that show shouldn't be a televised show on national TV because you're exposing all these guys before they're ready, because it's no longer a show of seasoned veterans who are having, spectacular matches. Now it's going to be a show of trainees. And for one thing, there's not going to be a lot of interest in that. And if it is, it's going to be real hardcore wrestling fans who watch, like hardcore baseball fans who watch AAA baseball. And I think it does a disservice to them when they actually go up, because, you're just seeing them as like jabronis.
And that is one of our criticisms on AEW. They are putting people.
Oh yeah. There's a lot of guys, not so much this last cup. Like, I don't think Hobbs isn't ready to be on TV. I just don't think he's ready for that big match.
Yeah.
But they haven't had too many of like guys that I don't think are just not even ready to be on TV at all. They've cut back on that a little bit, which I'm happy to see.
But I do want to say, getting back to the Chris Kanyon stuff, that I remember a lot of those interviews after he left WWE, where he was on the Howard Stern show and they had John Cena kind of burying him, which was just mind-boggling at the time, because I know the world that John Cena comes from, Chris Kanyon probably isn't considered a very good wrestler, but in the fans' minds, Chris Kanyon was a phenomenal wrestler.
Yeah, honestly, that stuff to me, the Flair and the Cena thing, it was clearly them going on there with the company lines, being told what to say. I
wonder if they called him afterwards. They probably did it though. I mean, I doubt they did, but like Ric Flair probably wouldn't make a call to him afterwards and be like, "Look, man, I had to say that stuff because I got to keep my job." But I mean, then again, the show before, Ric Flair was a made man. He probably could have said no to that.
Right.
So if he was a made man, why'd he go on there and follow the company line? I think he did, but it's like he probably could have said no to it. I mean, he done sexually assaulted a woman on a plane, allegedly. That, according to her story, he forced her to touch him. I mean, so
I forget who it was. It was a Jim Cornette clip. I think it was Jim Cornette, and his partner there. He was saying in someone's book. I'm not sure whose book it was, but he said Ric Flair, you would go up and tap women on their shoulders and their heads with his dick.
Yeah, I've heard that story.
Yeah, so I mean that's the same thing. I mean,
yeah, I mean that's sexual assault. I mean, slapping somebody with your penis on their head. I mean, come on,
And do I laugh at it? Yes, but I mean,
just because he would be so bold to do it.
Right, right.
It's not like
the point is, I don't know how people cannot fathom how someone would not want that to happen or be offended in any way.
Yeah, I mean,
especially someone that has nothing to do with wrestling. If you're just doing your job and all of a sudden this guy comes up and puts his dick on you, you're like, well, why would that matter? It's like, come on.
Nobody wants that, I mean, you're trying to conduct yourself in a professional manner while you're doing your job. You're trying to make sure everybody's comfortable, and then here comes a guy along and he's putting his penis on top of you. I mean,
yeah,
that is not right. I know he's Ric Flair and he believes his gimmick, because at one time he was a young man, and who even knows if they really went for it in the 70s? I don't know, or 60s or whatever.
I do kind of see what Cornette was saying about this stuff. Was also then he was only traveling regionally, so it would be like people who probably knew him from TV. Even that, I'm not excusing or saying it's good, but it's different than when he's in his 50s. And it's like you're traveling internationally, and this person might not have ever.
But we really don't know the stories from the back then, whether all the women
there
were
wasn't
into it
there
or not.
wasn't there wasn't the social media. Even when this happened, there was the beginnings of social media, and we have the records of the court documents to know that she wasn't into this. Like you said, but what would they have done if they weren't into it? They might have told their friends, but there's not going to be records of that anywhere.
Yeah.
Back in the 80s, where would you actually go to tell somebody this happened to me?
What a strange way to come out to somebody, though. he was with his buddies, and I guess he was moving his big stash of gay porn, and
Why
it
do you have so much?
busted open and fell out in front of everybody. And he blamed James Mitchell for it. He was like, he probably into this himself.
This did remind me of the true story when I was, I don't know how old I was at the time. It was probably in my late teens, or maybe, I don't know, probably because I was still in high school. Anyway, 16 or 17, we'll say. Me and my friend, I won't say real names here because I'm friends with all these people on Facebook, and they might.
So anyway, they're still friends with you. Then they haven't disassociated.
Well, honestly, the one person is the one friend. The other friend that will come up here is not friends with me anymore. But okay. So anyway, it was his older. We were at their house, and they had an older brother who was I think 4 or 5 years older than us. So he was probably in his early 20s, I'd say. And we found gay porn in his closet. And so we were laughing and joking. And he got very pissed, super, super pissed. And then kept saying about it was his friends, or he's holding it for somebody. And then a few years down the road, wasn't much longer, because he joined the Navy. So he might have been late. He might have been about, we might have been younger. We might have been 14 and 13, and he probably just graduated. So he's probably 18 or 19, because then he joined the Navy. And he came out in the Navy and was discharged. I mean, it's a sad story and stuff, but ended up, he was gay in real life, but which made me understand why he got so mad when we were kids.
Yeah.
Because we teased him about being gay because he had gay porn. But he was, actually gay. But he was keeping a secret at the time. But did remind me. That guy also choked one of my friends. Now I think about it. Maybe this is like a gay thing.
They don't want to be outed, so they're going to choke you.
Yeah, we destroyed his, which I've told the story before. We destroyed his snow demon. It's the same guy.
Mm-hmm.
And then he came up, and we set up all these, not G.I. Joes or action men on this bank, the snow bank, and we're throwing snowballs at him, knocking him off, and he comes walking down.
I don't know if you should be telling all these stories. I think in today's society, maybe you might want to keep quiet about a lot of this stuff.
Well, early in the day, he made a snow demon. It was a snowman, but he made him as a demon. And so we knocked it down and trashed it. And so then we were up playing with the guys, and he walks up and he's like, "Hey, you guys know anything about the snow?" And we played like, "Oh no, we don't know." And then it was 3 of us. He didn't do anything to me because my older brother actually beat him up before when he did something to me. So he didn't do anything to me. He didn't do anything to my friend Paul, who was really big for his age. He's probably bigger than this guy. But he grabbed the third guy, Chris, and he grabbed him by the neck, one hand, and was pinching his throat, literally choking over the snowman. And then he gets up and he kicks the snowbank and grabs a piece of snowbank and throws it on the ground, which I always remember because it's very funny. It's like we didn't make the snowbank; it was just pushed there by the plow. It's like, okay, whatever. And he kicks it. It's like, oh, and kicking the snow, and then he goes storming off. He goes, "Don't tell anybody about this!" And we're storming off.
And here you are telling everybody about it.
But I didn't tell everyone his name.
Well, I'm sure that individual had a lot of pent up aggression. So
yeah, this episode makes me look at him differently.
Yeah. But a very interesting episode of Dark Side of the Ring. I think, like we said last week, it's going to be hard to get people to do the show next season. But I mean, Tommy did do what he said those things. I mean,
yeah. I don't get I said this last week. I won't go over the whole thing again, but guys, you got to pick your battles better. You can use real examples of cancel culture or people, being taken out of context or something brought up years ago that someone might have tweeted. This isn't the time I think it does a disservice to your case against anything when you're using this as an example of cancel culture. Because he said it now. On our group, the guy was comparing it to because they took him off his radio show, and they're like, yeah, but they have Bubba Ray on there who did these promos, on Heatwave and ECW. And it's like, well, the difference is Heat Wave 98 or whatever, that's 25 years ago. Bubba Ray was in wrestling character on a wrestling show. This was modern day, and he wasn't in character. He's talking about a real incident.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know how you could possibly compare the two.
Yeah. Yeah.
Something someone says in reality is different than what someone says, acting.
As a character.
Yeah.
But I mean, this is a problem because aren't they giving actors shit for even portraying characters like that nowadays?
Who though? But this is a thing. I think I've fallen into it too. Someone will share like a post saying, people are against Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. But if you really look into it, it's like two people on Twitter. So it's like, well, yeah, this random guy tweeted this, but that doesn't mean there's like a mob of people like, oh, take down Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. Almost, I won't say all of it, but the vast majority of this stuff really is just like a couple random people. But then the news sites and websites will, to have something to post, will make it seem like it's some big movement, and it's not.
Well, they have changed things in entertainment, like they've made the bunny less sexy or whatever in Space Jam.
What is that?
And now
bad?
they're making Jessica Rabbit. They're changing her for like a Disney ride nowadays. It's like, why?
Honestly, are either of those things too bad? Are either of those things bad?
I mean,
if you think about it, isn't it weird that they made a kids movie and the bunny is like super hot and sexy? The kid, because he isn't like the bunny's supposed to be a kid. Are you really?
I'm not sure what age
sexy and you want to jack off to the cartoon bunny?
I mean, I would assume she's the same age as Bugs Bunny. How old's Bugs Bunny supposed to be? I don't know.
I thought it was like a teenage bunny.
I think she's like supposed to be like 18 or 20-ish, maybe. I don't know.
But it's a kids film. I know all the adults love it now. Like, are you really? I think it's more weird to be pissed at the bunny's not super.
I'm not angry about it. I'm just bringing it up as a situation that
but characters have been bad. I don't think that's I don't think that's a negative. I think it makes more sense.
Well, just a
ride at Disney World. Do you really want it like this? Really, like you want it all sexed up for kids? That's kind of weird.
Not really, but like Jessica Rabbit, she was like a sexy character for like she's like an old 30s singer.
Yeah, but that movie honestly is for a little isn't for like a kids film. I mean, it's for older kids.
It's trying to be for kids and adults at the same time.
But if you make the ride, which is more for kids, do you really want like I don't have a problem if they have a ride and they tone down the sex appeal of a character.
Tyler S says Incher's getting hot. No, I'm not getting hot. I'm just saying I'm trying to bring up a situation where characters have been changed to a degree. And I think there has been some actors, I'm not recalling right now, but there has been some actors who've been criticized for doing roles.
Well, that's why I said there are real examples of things. But so don't use an example that's terrible for your point. Like that Tommy Dreamer is just outright victim shaming, like the actual definition of victim shaming. So if you're defending that, and
I'm not defending what
I know. I'm just saying that when people do, and then they use it as an example of these other things, I think it does a disservice because then it discredits your other arguments that might have valid points to them.
Mm-hmm. Well, anyhow, what's the next episode on the Dark Side of the Ring? Do you know what it is? I can't recall if they advertised it or not.
I'm not sure.
I'm sure it'll be good, whatever it might be. Wasn't another Secret Life of somebody?
I don't know. I guess the Plane Ride from Hell was their lowest rated episode ever, but
how's that possible?
I think
that's all I've heard about.
I know. Well, I think going in, people weren't that interested, but I think since then, like it's just been huge. Like
it's picked up.
Yeah, for the YouTube.
Well, it could be because they were just coming back. They weren't. They took a mid-season break and. Now they're back, and I
was surprised a lot of people, like my brother, had never even heard of the. I think there's lot of people just assume everyone knows it, but not everyone is like us reading all the internet and stuff.
That is true. I mean, I remember when it happened, and like I think I was listening to Get in the Ring, and they were talking about all of the situations that happened at the time, and it sounded crazy to me. But I mean, it was kind of commonplace back then, like where it was like almost like, oh, is this crazy wrestlers going off again? I mean, it's kind of bad that like we did just kind of like dismiss it like that, you know, but it was like we in our heads still, it was like, can you imagine like actually going through a hell like that? I mean, like if you were just a
Oh
worker,
yeah.
I mean, I remember having these
Even
conversations
if you're a
with,
wrestler in the company.
yeah, like we would talk about like these things are just so fucked up. It's just amazing that
Yeah,
people
I heard a
do
little
get
clip
away
from
with it.
The Godfather, and he said once you're an not just established, but once you're like only when you're first breaking into WWE would they get picked on, and then after that you never get picked on. But it's like clearly that's not true. They're cutting off Michael Hayes's hair, and no one will not cover their drinks because you might get H bomb. Their H bomb
Yeah.
and Scott Hall has been around for like decades at
Mhm,
this
mhm.
point. I mean, this is clearly just not accurate.
Yeah. Yeah, true. Very true. I think if you get established as a tough guy, which the
Right,
Godfather
right.
was established as a tough man,
Yeah.
I think they wouldn't mess with you as much.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
then again, you have Kurt Hennig who's like, I'm fucking with Brock Lesnar.
Right,
I mean,
right.
that takes balls.
Yeah. And Michael Hayes punched JBL, broke open the
That's
cut.
true. And JBL for the time, he was considered a very tough man. I mean,
Yeah.
we question that now because Joey Styles beat him
Yeah.
up, but maybe
I
Joey
want
Styles is a tough man. You never know.
I don't I mean I like he's a big guy and stuff. But honestly, a lot of times the bully guys aren't necessarily that tough. He's a big guy and stuff. But do we
He
know
did
he
get
was
knocked
really
the
tough?
fuck out in the fall brawl though. I
Yeah,
mean,
anytime he's in a real fight where it's not just him picking on a little guy, has he done anything? So I don't know. Maybe he's not really a tough guy. He just like to pick on little people. He
yeah,
picked on like
true.
the fat guy, and he picked on little guys. So.
Yeah, and didn't he run from
Yeah,
uh
once people fight back,
Smothers was coming after him because he seen what he was doing
and
to,
Blackman.
yeah, and they were coming after him, and he kind of got away from them pretty quickly.
Yeah,
So
because he
he
did
probably
something to
didn't want to see
Blackman,
that.
and Blackman like was going to beat him up, and so then he stopped doing that. So
Oh, Steve Blackman.
yeah,
Yeah, so he got away from Tracy Smothers and Steve Blackman, so he didn't want to fuck with them. So JBL, they need a whole dark side of the ring on him, don't they?
that would be interesting.
I mean, because he has been in a lot of situations.
Oh
I
yeah.
mean, and he's been an instigator in a lot of them. I mean,
Mhm.
I don't think it's all him. I think it's probably people telling him to do stuff, and he goes and does it. But that would be a good episode. I don't think JBL would like it very much, but it's not like he hasn't done these things. I mean, allegedly. I mean, everything. I mean, it's been reported multiple times.
These glasses are too dark. I can't see the type.
Okay. I mean, you had the Maul Ronaldo situation. You had the Matt Hardy situation. You have what the what's his name? Blue guy.
Yeah, Blue Meanie.
Blue Meanie. You have his situation. You have
I like Blue
you have
Meanie,
you
but
have
boy,
the
he
goose
was
stepping in
talk about being a
Germany.
mark. The man, like, he's like, oh, you'll give me a win over him and give me like a couple matches in WWE. I'll drop all this stuff.
I think he was just trying to keep in WWE's good graces.
Yeah,
I think he probably knew it wasn't going to go very far. He could have sued them though. He could have sued their asses. I mean, but at the time, I think a lot of these stories that are coming out nowadays, and everybody's like, "Oh my god!" I think back in the days, though, everybody dismissed it as that's that fake wrestling.
Oh yeah, yeah. I had this conversation with a couple non-wrestling fans of mine. They were like, "How does this stuff like not?" I'm like, "It just flies under the radar."
Yeah, yeah. It's just like everybody's just like,
you saw the Yang stuff, about like not being employees and stuff. Like, how is this legal? And I'm like, it really, I don't think it would be if people paid attention to wrestling.
The first time people actually looked at me, like whenever I was telling these crazy wrestling stories, was the Chris Benoit thing. I mean, they weren't looking at me like lobsters was coming out my ears. when when I was telling them these
Yeah.
these crazy wrestling stories. I mean, they're actually listening to me and what I had to say about the Chris Benoit situation because it was in the national news, you know.
Mhm.
So there he goes. He's taking you to the gun show. Look at him. He's like a young Brock Lesnar there.
Exactly. Let's see. So oh yeah, and also the Flair stuff. People I saw people were saying originally, oh, no one's gonna care. This will just fly, but it hasn't. People have cared. And so many non-wrestling fans that I know like found out about it just because it was online so much, you know.
I did see one of his commercials on the AEW show, the one where he
And
was in the
I
ring
see
with
it on
Eli Drake,
Facebook. I see it on Facebook all the
or
time too.
what's his name, LA Knight now.
Yeah.
I did see that commercial.
And I see it on Facebook, you know, when on the ads where you know they're like
I was surprised to see it.
yeah, I was too. All right, so here we go. What everyone's been looking for, Extreme Rules.
Honestly, I only saw the first half of it. I think I didn't watch the last hour.
Oh man, you didn't see the last match?
I heard I've been hearing things about it. So
let's see. Liv Morgan defeated Carmella. Yeah, but I do like Liv Morgan. To me, Liv Morgan, she's not only really hot, but she's decent. So I always thought they should really get behind her. I don't care about women's wrestling where it's just they're hot and they're just the shits. But if they're hot and they're decent, you know, push her.
mm-hmm. Hey, the Geek Getaways in the chat room, and he says that wrestling sleaze list was going around the internet ever since Angel Fire days. Angel Fire, was that like an old server or something like that?
Yeah. Like when that's how you like build websites back in the day.
Oh, I see.
But I mean, yeah, we were looking at that stuff, but like my brother couldn't care less. I mean, he's always watched wrestling, but he's not going around reading all these websites. The New Day defeated Bobby Lashley, AJ Styles, and Omos. It was kind of weird to me that Big E wins the title, and then like the first pay-per-views, he's in a 6-man in the opener.
Yeah, he's the champion now. He should have his own match.
I feel like that he's going to get a really bad championship push. They're going to push him
More
like
likely
or Rey Mysterio, like where he's the champ, but they're not going to treat him as a main event.
I think where they're going to do the draft, they're going to put Big E back with the New Day, and they're going to see how he does with the group. I don't know if that. I mean,
I think that's the right thing to do, but I don't know if they'll do it.
Because they got the draft coming up. That's been advertised on TV. So I do think they're going to try to get the New Day back and have Big E with the belt because they got to move him. He's on SmackDown.
I've been saying for years to do this, to have a big, you know, one of them as champ, but keep the group together. I've been advocating this for years. Bring back the Hurt Business. You have a nice feud there for you could get a lot of stuff out of. You could do matches, you could do tag matches, you could do 6-mans. You know, Bobby Lashley and the Hurt Business versus the New Day. It's a built-in feud. Plus, you get the thing WWE loves. You get, you know, all the black guys fighting each other.
they do that. You can't deny it. They love it. I mean, for whatever reason, that's just like
live. AJ was the white sheep in this match. Like, I guess we're gonna put him in there. I just feel bad. Like AJ's been like the most wasted guy. He had the big. For whatever we thought of it, he had that big match with Undertaker WrestleMania last year. And then ever since then, he's just been lost in this team with this big, you know, shit. Like this guy sucks almost. I've given him a shot, but he's just, I know he's giant, but he's not good.
Yeah.
He's totally lost. And he's like the black hole of charisma.
He's very green and he seems very lost in the ring. And I mean, he's out there just because he's such a tall guy. I mean, but he's not ready to be.
And he's not even impressive. I know he's big, but he's really not even impressive looking.
Like, can tall guys just, I mean, not wrestle? I mean, when you get that tall, it's like the Great Khali. He's
very,
very thumpering in the ring. And then you got almost Giant Gonzalez.
You know, Nash was I never really a big fan of Nash, but I mean, he's worlds above these guys, but he's also not quite that tall either. He's very tall.
He had his set moves that he would do, and you had like
yeah, but compare, but if I compare him to
matches.
these guys, he's like like Luthez or something.
Yeah. I mean, because he doesn't seem awkward when he's doing
no,
it.
no.
I can't
and
think
way
of a
more
guy.
charisma. Way more charisma than this.
Oh yeah, he had a ton of charisma. I mean, Nash, that's his whole career, honestly. I mean, if he didn't have charisma, he would have not got as far.
And I always think he really put himself with guys like he's paired himself with Michaels, and I think the big part of the NWO is really getting him and Hall together, because Hall, I think, is, people remember them both as promo guys, but I really think Hall was the better promo guy.
Yeah.
But whatever. But I mean, whatever. Way better than this. I don't foresee this guy ever really getting any better.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe he'll prove me wrong, but I don't foresee it.
The Geek Getaway says New Day should defend the title under Freebird rules. What was the Freebird rules again? Like,
well, that's what they did when they were tag champs. Two out of the three guys would be in the tag, but I don't think you'd want to do that with the world title, where any one guy and a 3-man can defend the title.
Oh yeah, that would kind of suck. Yeah,
but I said this for years. Have put the title on one of the New Day, especially about 3 or 4 years ago when they were really like over. They're still over, but you don't have to break up the group to do that. Just keep it as a faction.
Vince Rudo says
want to see these guys together.
Vince Rudo did say he beat Lashley, referring to Big E, in a steel cage match clean on Raw, Jack. But
okay, well, I don't watch that shit.
Yeah, I haven't watched Raw either, so I knew they had a match coming up. So
so
that's good if they put Big E over.
Yeah, that's good. One. Yeah, that's good. Also, I didn't realize this, but Vince is saying the Hurt Business did come back, so that's good too. It's not old man Jones; it's catch up. Don't care, Jones. I don't watch a show that I don't like.
Why did they do that though? Why didn't they just keep them the Hurt Business? Because they had such momentum behind them. They were a nice stable. Why did they break them up? That was such a dumb decision.
I agree. I guess MVP is hurt, because I was wondering why they took MVP out, but I guess he's getting knee surgery. But I hope they bring him back, because, boy, the only time I've really liked Lashley is with this group with MVP. And when Lashley was cutting a promo by himself backstage, he's been around a long time, but he's another guy, when he's on the mic, I don't know. He just doesn't, he does not have it.
Yeah.
Well, there's another thing I do want to say too about the Dark Side of the Ring. It was really nice seeing a lot of the young guys. I didn't realize that Canyon had anything to do with the training of the Young Bucks or Brian Cage. And actually, I'm not a Brian Cage fan, but it did make me like him more and want to see him succeed. He came off like a really good guy in that episode.
I wasn't aware that he was trained by Chris Canyon, so that was a nice. Yeah. Luke Hawks, a former guest.
Yeah, big fan. I'm friends with him. We could probably get him back on, because he's also going to be part of the XPW one that's coming up.
Oh, excellent. Chris, Abusive Power, or is Abusive Power?
I haven't seen him for a while.
Yeah, he's in the chat room here. He wants to know if we can get an update on Jack's experiment of being on the juice. Sorry, it's been a while since he tuned in. That was, I mean, look at him. He's a young Brock Lesnar. Look at him. He's on the juice, everybody. Not Juventude, right?
No, not Juventude. The juice is loose.
Well, that was back when you just had surgery, wasn't it? When they gave you some steroids, or are you still taking steroids?
No,
do you not wish to devolve?
This was like 12 years ago when I was just fucking
Abusive Power, wasn't that his name? Yeah. We rode around with the man at Days of the Dead.
Yeah, and then he's like, fuck these guys. I'm not listening to this show ever again.
Well, he's here tonight. Better late than never.
Yes. The Usos defeated the Street Profits. These two matches I thought were pretty decent, by the way. The 6-man and Usos and Street Profits. To me, that might have been the best match of the show.
They are becoming a very good team with their matches. I'm not so sold on their personalities. Dawkins.
Yeah, I don't even understand the smoke stuff.
Yeah. But he had a singles match, not Dawkins. Ford. he had a singles match with Roman Reigns, and he had a spot where he got up on the table, and the table just broke on him. And I thought I seen a video on Facebook saying it was a hilarious botch, but honestly, when it happened, I was scared for the man because I thought he might, he might have fell over or something, but he was fine when it happened. I mean, he landed fine, but I didn't think. I mean, I guess it's funny that the table broke, but it really made me a little like jumpy, like, oh God, I don't want to see him get hurt because I mean, something like that happens. Don't, you could fall awkwardly.
Yeah, it's good. I'm a big fan of the Usos. Too bad they have to be drunks and drink and drive, but in ring, I like them.
Yeah. I mean, they're very entertaining, and they have a huge spot on the show. They definitely need to watch their business outside, and I mean that's bad for everybody drinking and driving. I mean, that's
I mean, if you
really playing with fire.
If you want to do stuff that hurts your own self, I mean, that's up to you, but that's putting other people's lives in jeopardy.
Mm-hmm.
If they want to drink and party, I don't really care about that. But especially nowadays, there's lots of things you could do. There's Ubers, there's all the different, or you can just get a friend.
But on the other hand, he has kind of proven that he cannot be in control of himself if he is on.
Yeah.
I mean, because when he starts doing that, I mean, he's gone out and had DUI several times now. Yeah, maybe he should look at getting himself under control, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, no, I agree. Charlotte Flair versus Alexa Bliss. I'm a big fan of Charlotte, but fuck this match.
I did watch this one. Yeah, I fucking hate the Alexa Bliss character.
Yeah, it's the worst.
I did think it was a funny back and forth with Charlotte whenever Alexa was like, that's not even your original thing, doing the woo, and then Charlotte shot back at her, let's not talk about originality. I thought that was a very funny line from Charlotte.
It is funny, but it's always weird that they're just like totally just ripping apart their own bad
exactly. I mean, they had Bray Wyatt under contract. That was his gimmick. I guess I think he had a lot to do with coming up with it, but WWE owns it now, and Alexa Bliss is basically a spinoff of that gimmick. But why'd they fire him?
That reminds me.
I guess they're just upset with him because he was claiming the mental health thing.
Yeah,
I guess.
Money. They said they want to save money, even though they're making record profits.
Well, maybe that. I mean, they're going to say that, but really, I think the underhanded thing is he was saying that he had mental health issues, and Vince McMahon didn't like it. That's what I think.
Yeah, probably. What I wanted to say about that, though, because I've always wondered this. I love the Bray Wyatt stuff.
And, Bray Wyatt, as in the family, the Wyatt family.
I really liked all that. I thought they really messed up with him where he lost the initial match with Cena. And every time he was really over, he'd lose the match. I never thought he's particularly great in the ring, but as a character, I really like that stuff. The Fiend stuff, to me, honestly, was some of the worst stuff I've ever seen in wrestling. And not hyperbole, I thought it was just unbearable. So I always wondered, like, is this the same guy, like, doing this? Or is this, like, did the WWE, like, initially was his idea, and then they get behind something, and then it's their vision of what this guy should be? But I never knew which way but something that I heard was Seth Rollins was on the Stone Cold's show. It was on this, on the network. It was after the pay-per-view, so I was watching some of that. And Meltzer brought up that both of them share a thing that they were both voted worst match of the year. Which Seth Rollins was not happy that he brought this up. It was very you could obvious because it was he's like, yeah, from whom? And he's like, well, I won't say his name, but the Wrestling Observer. So it was the Wrestling Observer. They were voted worst match. So anyway, from there, Seth Rollins talks about, he was in reference to Seth Rollins' Fiend match in Hell in a Cell was voted worst match of the year. And he said that their vision would have been great, and he still thinks it would have been great. But then producers got involved and changed it, and he wished they would have stood up for their vision. So it made me think about, I always had that idea. I really think a lot of that stuff that was so bad, it was the WWE's vision of what Bray Wyatt should be, as opposed to like his vision was like kind of like he'd have like hey, this is what I want to do, and then would kind of go through the WWE, like they would mold it into something completely different.
I
So
could see that happen.
The idea of him coming into AEW, I am curious about, because if it's more Bray Wyatt kind of deal, I'm all for it. I love that stuff. He's very creative. If it's more the Fiend stuff, I'm not for it. And before anyone jumps down my throat, I obviously know he's not going to come in as the Fiend or Bray Wyatt, but it's still this person. So if he does stuff that's more creatively towards the Bray Wyatt stuff that I enjoyed, I think he could be a big asset.
I think they're already setting up for his entry into the company in AEW with the Dark Order disbanding some. I think he's going to come to be the person who comes in and pulls them back together and tries to make them more of a darker group and everything. That's my opinion.
Yeah, I would like to see that. Yeah, if it would work. You also have the built-in idea of him, with Brody Lee, because that was Brody Lee's group, and they were real life friends. So, you could play off that. I don't know. We'll see. You could also put him with Malachi, and you could have. They're such big personalities. I don't know if you want to put them together, but
Yeah, I don't know if you would want them in a group, but well, I guess they could have a big of a tag team, but
I saw Malachi just won the PWG tag titles with Brody King, who I like, and they have a similar look, covered with the tattoo. Yeah. I would like to see Brody Lee get a run in AEW. I like him.
Brody King. Yeah. I used to see him on Ring of Honor a little bit back in the day, so I'm aware of him. But that's pretty cool that they won the PWG titles.
Yeah, he's a pretty big dude, and they don't have a lot of big guys. He would stand out, I think. Damian Priest defeated. Oh, by the way, that match that was so bad, and then I felt embarrassed being a wrestling fan because the crowd was like so into Alexa Bliss, and then they're like so sad when she lost, and I'm like, good God, you people.
I will say the "Thank You, Lily" chant did make me laugh.
Yeah, it made me laugh. I hope they were doing that like as a joke, but I think they were really like upset.
I hope they were. I thought it was a joke. I took it as they were doing it as a joke, but yeah, Charlotte ripped up the Lily doll after their match, and I think the next match was the last match that I saw, and I was going to pick it up later, but I never got back to it.
And during the chat, Renee Mercedes, he was like, "If you're in WWE, never accept like a supernatural gimmick, because then you just never win." And he's right. You get the supernatural gimmick, you think you'd be like unstoppable, then you just become a jobber.
Unless then again, the Undertaker.
Yeah.
He had the supernatural gimmick and he won quite a bit.
You would think after the Undertaker, he's gone, like they really would have, kept Bray Wyatt as that kind of role,
Yeah.
Damian Priest, Jeff Hardy, Sheamus. Nothing against any guys in this match, but when Jeff Hardy and Sheamus came out, I was like, oh God. They're both like good, but I just don't care about them anymore.
It's kind of just a nothing happening feud that I just wasn't into. I mean, I don't know why, but Damian Priest is like one of the most turn off the TV guys in WWE to me right now, and I used to like him. He's just so stereotypical. Hey, this is our face, and I'm like, I just don't care.
Yeah, he's just boring. I mean, there's no other way to say it. They took a guy that was pretty cool in NXT and they just made this totally boring guy. He's their typical WWE face. He smiles and
he seems so out of place. Like he seems like this is not who he really is.
No, they just go out there and smile. That's basically all there is to me.
I feel that a lot with Rhea Ripley as well. I think she is just out there and it's just like,
yeah, they started with her and it was really good, but
she's a tag team,
stupid tag team of a superhero
with Nikki Ash, who's pretending to be like, would a punk rock girl be like, hey, I'm teaming up with this superhero person? That just
seems be the so unbelievable. Of what they would be into. I think if you have any type of gimmick that's not like an old school wrestling, if it's a gimmick that they don't get, like you're just doomed.
Well, Vince Russo does bring up about Alexa Bliss. They were into her because it was her hometown, Columbus,
Oh, I
Ohio,
see.
which is true. She is from Columbus. So
Okay.
I can understand that.
Do you think
But
Steve
she lost.
isn't Steven from Toronto?
Steven?
Yeah.
Well, he just has a crush on Alexa Bliss.
Oh, yeah. Well, he was watching the match with his pants around his ankles.
I don't know if that's the truth or not. But you think his wife just watches
Just
if he's doing that?
shaking her head. Like, I think it's time to leave the room, Steven.
Poor Toronto Stevie. We just have fun.
He was
We love
having
you, buddy.
I think. Becky Lynch.
What'd you say? You trying to implement me into some of this?
What? No. Becky Lynch versus Bianca Belair. No contest. So you have first of all, it's Extreme Rules. There's nothing. Every match is just a match until the main event. And then this one ends in it's like, come on, how do you have a DQ or no contest in a show called Extreme Rules?
Yeah, it makes absolutely no sense. Was it at least a longer match?
16 minutes, so pretty long. All the matches were pretty long.
I mean, she had the belt and she got beat in seconds.
Oh, yeah. I don't get the Becky Lynch character now. Like, they totally changed it completely.
I don't get it at all. I mean, like, I know she's trying to be a heel now, but it's like the fans don't want to boo you right now. They want to.
Why?
The timing is off. I mean, everything is timing, and the timing is totally off on this. Why do you want to be a fucking heel right now? It's not working.
Yeah, I don't think she wants to. So I don't know, but
I heard that. I thought I heard that it was like her idea, but maybe she's just saying that so the company doesn't get flack. But
sucks.
Terrible.
And her selling in this match was real bad. It was very comical. It was very much like Shawn Michaels selling versus the Hogan in that match.
Mm-hmm.
Every time she get hit, she was drunk, and it was like Three Stooges kind. It was very odd. It's an odd match.
Yeah, I don't get it. I don't understand.
I like Bianca Belair in the ring, but I've never liked her character.
Her character's just weird. Like, I mean, she has a long ponytail and she flips it around. I mean, and she's kind of like strong. I mean,
and her entrance, she comes off like very arrogant.
Yeah, it's kind of it's just a mishmash of like characters just kind of piled into one, and it ends up being like nothing. Yeah,
she's somebody, honestly, I think is still really green, even though I think she's very talented, very athletic. But I don't think
she needs a driven character that, like, this is who she is. You know, it is very just weird. Like,
and we saw Sasha Banks came back in this match and beat everybody up.
If Becky wants to be a heel, she needs to cut off the ponytail.
That would be good.
That'd get big heat.
Yeah.
Whoever cuts that thing off, which they have to.
Brutus Beefcake. Whoever bought the shears in the auction.
Was that Dan Lambert? No, Dan Lambert. He was on that show. He had a bunch of belts where he was showing them off, and so he was on the WWE program. Now he's on AEW program.
If you already didn't have Tully with FTR, that would be the team they should put him with, because they're really going with the
Okay, the Dan Lambert people. Who the fuck are any of those people? I do not know them.
I don't know either. I have no idea. I don't watch MMA. I haven't watched it since like Tank Abbott. So.
I mean, like they could be huge stars. I have no clue who.
Yeah, and they don't tell you either. I love AEW, but that is always an issue. Is they don't explain who anyone is if you don't know who they are. He's
the coach for American Top Team, which is all I know. So I assume that's members of the American Top Team.
Yeah, I didn't have the. They could have just been random people that look cool, as far as I know. But yeah, they don't even tell you. Yeah, I don't really like the character. Like, I get that some of the stuff he says is funny, but it just kind of goes nowhere, and he says basically the same stuff every week. Mm-hmm. I don't know how it and the wrestling guys he's with, I don't see how he fits in with them at all.
I'll go 13 here in the chat room. He says Bianca stole Milia Rage gimmick from the Guilty Gear video games, which I've never played those. I don't even know if I said that right.
Is that like Dig Dug?
Malia. I don't know. I've never played Guilty Gear, so I apologize.
I think it's like Dig Dug.
It's a little like Dig Dug. So you're digging in the ground and you're taking rocks and dropping it on the creatures that live in the ground. Well, why was Dig Dug digging in the ground? Just to get at these creatures to drop rocks on their heads. I mean, who's the bad guy here?
There's limited stuff going on in the 8-bit days.
I mean, what were they doing? I mean, what were these creatures living in the ground doing to
probably.
Were they destroying his foundation?
Might have been taking over the whole world, and he saved everybody.
Could be, but he had.
By the way, Incher, this uproar. People are pissed. I can't really understand why, but I'll get your take on this. Are you pissed? Are you throwing things out the window over Chris Pratt playing Mario?
I understand that Hollywood wants to sell a movie and they need to have like a big star attached to the movie. I mean, I know they have a man who plays Mario in all the video games, and it would make sense to have him play Mario, but they want to sell the movie, so they got to have Chris Pratt attached to the Mario.
I'm fine with that.
I mean, is he going to change his voice to sound more like, I mean, it's not a hard voice to do.
Right.
I mean, it could be Chris Pratt just sounding like Mario. I don't know.
Yeah.
But I mean, I understand why they're doing it, but I'm not upset about it. I know a lot of people seem they're happy about Jack Black as Bowser, but
I like Jack Black.
I mean, really, Mario only says like 2 or 3 things. I mean, he's never really talked in any video game that
I actually like him in Parks and Recreations, and I like him in the Guardians of the Galaxy. It's not like you got to be a great thespian to play Mario, especially as a voice.
Yeah, and there's been an animated series that's been Mario, and like I'm sure I don't think the same actor played him every time. So I mean,
I saw people mad. They were saying that it was whitewashing because he's a mayonnaise white toast guy and not Italian. I was like, come on.
I don't think they really want to like bring light to the Italian stuff, like because I mean I think they would say they're stereotyping and that it's a bad thing to say he's a plumber and he's I mean Italian and all that, but
plus he's not Chris Pratt's a human and not a video game.
That's true, yeah.
Not a plumber. They should just hire an Italian plumber who's also a video game. It's the only way you can do the
I mean, well, that's okay. What's his name? Brad. What's his name? From the American Sniper movie. Brad. What's the hell's his name from the Drunk movie? Fuck, can't think of his name. Brad something. The dude that played the American Sniper. On can't think of his name.
American.
He's not a fox either.
Oh, Bradley Cooper.
Cooper.
Yeah.
He's not a fox.
Right. Some of the ladies might disagree.
He voiced a fox for Guardian of the Galaxy, right? So
raccoon.
He was a raccoon. Okay, he's not a raccoon. I don't know. I mean, it's just an animated guy doing.
It's a fucking it's a stupid ass movie based on a video game. It's gonna be pretty shit anyway. So who gives a shit? That's my reply to anyone.
Well, Nintendo is trying to make this new one quality. From what I hear, whether that's the case, we'll see. But
can you really make a quality Super Mario movie?
Well, it's not live action though. It's going to be animated, isn't it?
I know, but almost these anime movies are pretty dumb movies.
I don't know. There's a lot of quality animation movies. Like
Pinocchio back in like the 20s.
You had a Little Mermaid.
That's like 30 years ago.
Aladdin.
That's like 25 years ago.
Frozen I've never seen Frozen.
I've never seen yours. These are also a Disney movie.
Okay then.
There's like that panda movie people love. I mean, it looks like shit to me.
Let's see. There's like an anime, Vampire Hunter D. Uh,
I try watch that
uh,
Transylvania movie. It was awful.
Hotel
People love
Transylvania.
it. Yeah.
I never watched it. The Adams Family seems to be big right now.
Yeah, don't I don't I mean it's big. Lots of things are big. Don't
All
mean
right, Nightmare Before Christmas.
this is like 30-year-old movies.
Yeah, but I mean, what do you want? I mean, there's.
Something modern, a
I
modern
said
animation movie
Frozen.
that's not stupid.
I said Frozen. I don't know if it's stupid or not, but
Yeah, we never even seen it.
all right, all right. It's not very talked about, but in my book, it's a good movie. Superman Doomsday.
Yeah,
That's a good movie, but it's been a while since that was released. That was a lot of the Batman
most of these
anime.
big budget animated movies with like the big cast are dumb. And all movies made about video games suck. So the odds of this being something that I think is great are very slim.
Okay, I can see where you're coming from with that. I mean, most video game movies do suck. It's hard to even think of ones that are. I think Resident Evil was all right. I'm trying to. I'm trying.
Yeah. The point is, if you're a grown man or woman all mad about who's voicing Mario in an animated Mario movie, I mean, come on.
Well, there are good animation movies though.
He's a good actor. I mean, the Guardians of the Galaxy. If you're just going off, I actually think they're really good movies. Let's think those are good movies. He's good in them. He's good comedic.
Yeah, I have no problem with Chris Pratt being Mario in the new Super Mario. So that's my answer to that.
Yeah.
We came around all the way just for that. Hey, how about that? That's like a WWE payoff, ain't it?
Yeah.
We were reviewing Extreme
Guilty
Rules.
Gear is a 2D fighting game.
I've heard of it, Glogo. I've never played it. I'm sorry.
Roman Reigns defeated the Demon. Oh my god.
Okay, tell me about this because I haven't heard everything about this. I know you said it was god awful, but
yeah, so they're having a match. It's decent for a while until the end. But the commentators just constantly are calling the Demon. Like every few seconds, the demon did this, the demon did that. Now the demon's doing that. And it was like, okay, we get it's a demon. So it gets to the end. First of all, say this made me laugh. They're fighting out in the crowd. Roman Reigns puts on his mask. And so not to
really?
Which is funny to me in a lot of ways. It's like he's putting on the mask, so he's around these people. But he's portrayed as you're supposed to boo him for putting on the mask, which is a very weird sight for me.
Really, he could have had the COVID, and he was protecting everybody in the audience.
Yeah, he's supposedly the bad guy for wanting to protect people and protect themselves. That's weird. So anyway, they're fighting, and the demon's knocked out. He's like dead on the ground, and so the lights go out, and then like they start playing the music, and it's like boom. And so every time it goes boom, he goes boom, boom, and then the commentator's like, "It's the demon's heartbeat," and he's like boom, boom, and then he jumps up like, "The demon is resurrected," and so then he just goes and starts killing. He starts killing Roman Reigns, and Roman Reigns is dead. But then he gets the top rope, and everything's so smoky, you can't even see him. And all of a sudden, you hear this big, this crash, and the rope breaks, and he just falls down, and Roman Reigns pins him. And they're like, it's a fault. It's a faulty equipment. Some type of mishap. So he literally just loses because the ropes break for no reason. And then Reigns gets up and he starts looking in the sky and pointing up, insinuating it's like the Lord like helped him beat the demon.
I think I have to see this now.
It's so bad. It's hilarious.
So the heart beating and he was kind of like
Yeah, so the
convulsing, like
yeah,
it was him.
he'd pop up. He was laying on his stomach, and it would like and he'd like he was being shocked, when they're trying to bring people back to life, and they bounce around. That's what he's doing. And then when he's resurrected, they put in the big red light over the whole arena.
All right, I gotta go back and watch it.
The demon is resurrected.
Why would I choose not to watch something so stupid? I have to see it. It happens. Like, because I missed the shoot pin with freaking Jeff and Sting. I missed that. And now I missed the Finn Balor. Why wasn't Lexar spoiling this for me? Like, well, I guess because Lexar wasn't there, but
yeah, man, it was something.
Oh man, that sounds so bad.
It was really bad.
I'm just going to fast forward and watch that.
So this was the first time the Demons lost. Because
the rope break? Was it a mistake, or was that how it was actually supposed to happen?
Yeah, I'm sure this was how it was almost like he literally slipped on a banana. The rope just breaks and they say it's a malfunction. It was just like the rope literally just broke, and this is why he lost.
Was he hurt?
No, it just breaks and he just falls down, and then Roman Reigns pins him.
That makes no fucking sense.
It was one of the worst endings I've ever seen.
I don't understand. Like, was he doing a move off of the rope, or
he was gonna do his big dive, his foot stomp, but he's just standing there for like 30 seconds, and then they just break and he falls, and then they just keep saying about it's faulty equipment, and Pat McAfee, what kind of shoddy equipment do they have here? And apparently Stellar Stevenson, that Demon Balor lost to Samoa Joe in NXT years ago, but WWE forgets that, just like this is the first time.
Yeah, they don't like Samoa Joe. So God, why didn't he leave?
Then I was listening to Meltzer's review of the show, and it was so funny because he said this all like real serious and not like self-aware at all. He's like, well, did the main event climax? Did the climax me? No, the climax did not climax me. I'm like, come on, Dave. Like, do you know what you're saying?
So when Okada was facing Kenny Omega, he was climaxing.
He was that climax.
5 stars. 5 stars. His wife's in the next room.
We think that's all. What if all those papers around the floor are really his tissues? He's watching.
Yeah, you don't want to clean up those papers. That's why they're just left on the floor. Nobody's like, I don't want to clean that up. Okay. 5 stars. Oh, God, Omega. So now you know what 5 stars means.
Exactly. I don't know. Want to know what 6 stars mean.
How lucky is Dave? How lucky is Dave? He's climaxing when he's watching the wrestling.
We got to see. We got to get more into it.
I guess so. I've never been that into it. So,
would you want that though? Would you want to be watching wrestling and just be like,
Yeah, that probably would, especially if you're at a live show.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that probably. I bet that's Lexar's deal.
I don't know. Maybe we'll have to ask him about it.
All right. You want to take these Zoomers? We've been live for a while. So.
It's only 11 o'clock. Let's zoom them in.
Zoom in, boys and girls and children of all ages.
Stellar Steven says 7-star gasm.
I like it.
Toronto Stevie. Let's see if he's already asleep. Nope, he's there.
Stevie!
Good job. He's awake. He's alert. Look at him. He's been drinking the coffee.
You're drinking the Kool-Aid. I didn't make coffee tonight because my friend Robin yells at me, says I drink too much coffee.
Vic Chavone says rope breaking wasn't supposed to happen. So I did not see it.
There's no way I believe
went
that.
down.
There's no. That was clearly the finish of the match.
Were they trying to spoof AEW with their bad explosion or something? I don't know.
Nah, that was that had to be the plan finish. There's no way I believe it wasn't.
I have to see it. I'll really have to go back. Do you recommend I watch it, Steven? Steven, are you with
Yes,
us?
you should definitely see that.
Okay.
That is something to be experienced.
I'll definitely go back and watch it. But dang, I'm glad. I'm sorry I missed it. Welcome to the program.
How was the Raw this week?
Well, actually, I actually thought it was an entertaining show.
Really?
Vic
very
agrees.
good,
Welcome, Vic.
Great show. Much better than the pay-per-view.
Really? Okay. That gives me something because I'll probably be watching it here in a few days. So it gives me something to look forward to.
A lot of good stuff happened in it.
Mhm.
Oh. Jack, does that make you want to watch it? Vic's putting his stamp of approval on it.
No, but if maybe I'll revisit Raw here eventually. If
Vic
get a few
knows,
weeks
Steven knows. Songman, do you know? Welcome to the program.
Song blue.
Or do you agree with Vic, Steven, that Raw was a good show?
Raw was a good show.
Yeah, I would say so good. I was impressed with the opening until the main event because we weren't expecting a Cage to already be at the show, so that was a surprise. And
You sound like you're in the middle there, Songman. You sound like you like the opener and you like the finish.
Yeah. Well, the main thing I can say, like, I'm kind of hoping they don't schedule to a triple threat if this is gonna be a rematch for Goldberg and probably Lashley again. That's what I'm definitely hoping.
Goldberg on the program?
Goldberg cut a promo. Yeah.
He cut a promo. Okay.
Yep.
You're gonna get a live selfie here on the show.
So he's okay. He's doing the claw. Are you a Von Erich? Is that why you do the claw? Are you trying to steal the Von Erich gimmick? I'm the one who's like who bears the resemblance to one of the Von Erich.
Yeah, but your claw's like this because you're always cupping the balls.
Oh, come on now. I've never taken a picture like this. You're just making things up there, Jackie Jones.
I think it's real.
Well, there was one thing about Raw. Like, I saw a couple of people questioning it. Do you think Shayna Baszler's turning a face after what she just did to
she smashed Nia Jax's arm and Nia sold it like a champ. I mean, I really felt bad for her from the way she sold it. She was like, nah. She really seemed like she was like in peril, and then she left, but I'm not aware of what she did on the program this week. What'd she do, Songman?
Yeah. Well, she took out Eva Marie. If you saw, she did the exact same thing to her.
So she took out Eva Marie by destroying her arm?
Yeah.
Well, a hand. I thought it was. But no,
what Dewdrop do? Did Dewdrop like just laugh, or what was the deal there?
He took on Charlotte.
Yeah.
Okay, Dewdrop took on Charlotte.
Yeah.
And Eva Marie came out and distracted Dewdrop.
Mm-hmm.
And so
is that when Shayna came out and destroyed her arm, or was that before she got her arm
destroyed? It was after that. Eva Marie was doing her thing in the ring, and Charlotte got offended. After when Dewdrop was distracted, she hit the natural selection on Dewdrop. Pinned her. Then Eva Marie jumped up in the ring and was doing her thing and was giving it to Dewdrop, and Charlotte just clotheslined the crap out of her.
I thought you guys told me your show was fantastic, and this there's a Dewdrop.
Well, you just okay. You want to talk about that? Okay, well, Jack, you want to talk
one thing before you go on, Steven, is Dewdrop like pretty good? I mean, because I've heard things about her. Because she's finally in the ring with somebody, somewhat competent with Charlotte. So it was a good match.
It was
short. That long. Didn't go that long.
Oh, okay.
Because she got.
Well, to put your point on that, what were your thoughts, Steven? Did she make her entrance into an Emma entrance?
What would I mean? Eva Marie?
No, Dewdrop when she
Dewdrop.
came out.
She kind of dances when she comes out to her entrance.
Oh yeah, she does. Yeah, she
Yeah.
does kind of. Yeah.
Dewdrop. She
Dewdrop.
likes that name. She's gonna make it her own. She likes being called Dewdrop. I can't understand why.
Everyone says they like everything, but
I know. Like if I had a shit name like that, I'd be like, I hate this fucking name.
I fucking love it. But
Why
the
don't
thing
we
is
change it?
Yeah, but if you tell them that, they'd be like, "You're
I
that's your
mean-
name for life." If you
I
tell
mean-
them like you love it, they might be like, "Oh, quick, let's change this." 'cause
There's no better name
this
in the
person's
world
enjoying themselves.
than 1-inch biceps.
Yeah.
True. Have you ever thought
And
of?
I would
legally
definitely
changing-
hope for God, please God, don't make this even the same as her because the draft coming out, because I know for sure this won't end becoming it.
How would your
Do-
family feel, Inch, if you legally change your name to 1-inch biceps?
Oh, I'm sure they would be upset. They would be
By
like,
the way,
"You want
this
us to
is
call you what?"
this is actually a
Oh, Freddy
Freddy.
Krueger. Okay.
Wow, yeah.
That's not IYH 2.0. That's Freddy Krueger.
from here up. It is.
Okay. I see. Stellar Steven in the chat room. He says Piper Nevin isn't a bad in the ring, but terrible nickname now. Okay. I do hate the name.
People say this, but I mean, I've only viewed her in WWE on Raw in like 2 matches or something. And what I've seen, she's not good.
I guess her work before she entered WWE was good, but I have not seen any of it.
It's awesome.
Yeah, well, I saw a great hardcore match, if I remember correctly, what it was with
Yeah.
Kaylee Ray. She was in Scotland, and they
Oh,
had
really?
a tremendous match. It's on Peacock. They have their match on there.
Wow. And it's a hardcore match?
Yep. Yeah, this was before they got signed. They have it on Peacock.
Oh, if it's on Peacock, why is it on? It's not. Is it WWE footage now?
Well, they have some of the indie shows. You remember before they got put up to the
Oh,
main
okay.
Classic and before NXT.
Oh, okay, I see.
Yep. Yeah, I forget what company it was though, but it was in Scotland if I remember correctly.
All right, I'm gonna go get a drink because I'm out. I'm very thirsty.
He's
So-
thirsty man.
So entertain these people. I will be back, and we will talk more wrestling. But you guys will talk wrestling while I'm out of here too.
Okay, we'll try.
Do it, boy.
Oh.
I better hear wrestling talk.
Okay, wrestling talk. Jack said Jack wanted some entertaining wrestling. Well, there was some entertaining wrestling.
Okay. Talk about it now when he's gone. So here
Yeah, okay. Damian Priest versus Sheamus for the US title.
Damian Priest versus Sheamus? Wasn't that what we got on the pay-per-view? Was it entertaining?
Well, it was pretty good. It's been done too many times, but yes, it was pretty good.
I am a little burnt out on all that. I'm burnt out on Damian Priest no matter what because it's Damian Priest. I just can't get into the guy anymore. His character is so bland.
Riddle versus AJ Styles. Actually, I actually enjoyed that one too. I thought that was a halfway decent one. And Styles, AJ used the Styles Clash to beat Matt Riddle. So.
I'm sorry, Vic. Go ahead.
I was saying that was a good match, but he still hasn't gotten to the one thing that made me the happiest on Raw last night.
Oh, what was that?
Uh-oh.
The Hurt Business reformed.
Oh yeah. That was good. Well, I haven't seen it, but I just heard. I am a fan of the Hurt Business. So.
Yeah.
I'm
Oh,
glad
and
they
do we even
reunited.
care right now, by the way it ended? All right, 2020's big name coming back for a title shot. Drew is next.
I think Drew's going to SmackDown.
Yeah.
He's going to go to SmackDown and challenge Roman Reigns for the title.
I could see that they want to change him up. That's a good idea. And the draft's coming up on SmackDown. SmackDown's going to be first night of the draft. So
yeah.
Well, let me put 3 selections, by the way. Just pick 3, I would like to say, from NXT, SmackDown, and Raw, because we know this isn't gonna go the right way as it does every year. But what do you think is going to be a perfect fit for each brand? I'm not going to go too far with NXT right now.
I think they have to move. They got to move either Big E or Roman Reigns. I could see him moving Roman Reigns to maybe Raw. Maybe they think it would help Raw with some of the ratings, but I like him on SmackDown because it seems to be the better show quality wise. So I would hate to see him go to Raw for that reason. I could see them moving. I guess Big E could go to Raw, but I think they're wanting to keep him with the New Day. So the New Day's on Raw, right? So, well, Xavier Woods and Kofi Kingston. So if they just move Big E, then he would be with the New Day. I could see that happen. I think that's the likely scenario.
If they're going to move titles, I think they're going to move the secondary titles, the U.S. champ and the Intercontinental title.
Yeah.
They'll switch those up. Shinsuke Nakamura and Damian Priest.
Oh, but you don't want to get him away from Rick Boogs.
Well, you got it. Boogs goes with him.
Boogs goes with him, and it
so.
seems like they're getting a Storm into the mix. What's her name? Taylor Storm, or what's her name?
Tony.
What was her name?
Tony Storm.
Tony Storm. That's it.
Yeah.
I know her name. So Tony Storm, she's getting into the mix. Does she get moved with them as well?
Yeah.
Got to keep the band together. And you don't have Pat McAfee to sell it like he does whenever he comes out. He starts riding Michael Cole and gets up on the table. He took the blame for the table breaking when Ford got on it. Montez Ford on the last week's SmackDown.
I can see Drew, like Steven brought up. He can get called up, but I think she wasn't that long on Raw, but Bianca, I really feel, is going to have a big moment with Charlotte. She's going to be a big one. Bailey's out. I don't know what they're going to do next for the women and everything. Drew, I know it's time for SmackDown. But I just don't take it. We all say it every year. I don't think it's going to go that well for NXT and everything.
Oh, NXT is complete shit. I mean, I know. I know we're joking about the 2.0 stuff, but
since you brought it up,
because we know it's going to be terrible. I mean,
did you any of you see the clip before the show? Because I don't think it was that bad tonight. What's the new faction called with Mandy Rose? What's the new faction called again?
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, they really
something about like hot ladies or something. I seen the ad saying it was going to be about the ladies tonight, the NXT 2.0. When everybody should be watching IYH 2.0.
That's why Songman liked it though, because he likes the ladies.
Which is true.
Don't spit the apple, Jack. Jack spits in the face of people who don't want to be cool. Not me. I'm cool.
You don't look cool, man. You don't look hip, brother.
All righty. But anyhow.
I'm sorry to eat on air.
Oh, that's all right. Oh, look at Steven. He is IYH 2.0 right now.
I'm disappearing into the background.
Whoa, that's like an old effect right there. That's
pretty wild. And young.
He's becoming IYH 2.0.
Where the hell's Lexar?
I don't know. Maybe he's mad at me for saying that he ruined my the end of
I wanted to thank him for all the videos he sent me.
Yeah.
Did you watch them all before the show actually aired?
Yeah, I did.
Did it bother you that there are spoilers, or do you just not care?
I mean, it all the matches I wanted to see the most were on Dynamite, so I didn't care if anything on Friday night got spoiled, because I wasn't going to get to watch it live anyway.
Yeah, there wasn't that huge big match on Rampage, that's for sure. So I can understand that. And like Homicide was a surprise, but it's like it wasn't one that I'd be like, oh my God, it's Homicide, you know. I'd been happy. I'm happy for him. Homicide.
I felt really blown away.
Oh,
by
I'm
the
sorry.
Kane
Lexar won't be
eliminated-
on tonight because he has family over.
Oh, what the hell? Kick him out.
I agree.
IYH 2.0 is far superior than family.
Talk to them like what? You got 6 other days.
Mm-hmm.
You got 6 other days and 20 hours to talk to family.
Yeah. Dang.
Welcome.
Wait a minute here, Jack. Aren't you the one always saying that I'm against the family? And here you are saying F them.
Yeah, but I'm not saying break a promise to him, but yeah, screw him.
He could bring him on the air too. Like I bring Faith on the air. So.
That's
Yeah, I'd
true.
want to be. I'd like to meet Lexar's family.
Oh my God, yeah. I think you'd have some stories for him, wouldn't you? If I was Lexar and I was going to give him like some good advice, I would say definitely don't bring your family on the show, Lexar.
Golgo says it was strange hearing people say shit on NXT. Were they doing that on NXT before 2.0?
Not that I recall.
I know they use it on AEW a lot, but in NXT before 2.0, it's really hard to imagine an NXT before the 2.0 though, isn't it? I mean, once the 2.0 happened, it's like, who even remembers all that old stuff?
Yeah, it's like BC times,
Exactly.
like caveman days.
Caveman days.
Shit. Oh, by the way, I wanted to also say when Adam Cole comes out in that big front of that big crowd, this guy's the future of wrestling. I think this is a guy you could really build a company around. He's got it all. Besides being, smaller dude, but most people are in AEW or really in modern wrestling. He's got it all. Great in the ring, but besides that, he's got the charisma, personality. He looks like a big star. He just has like this cool factor to him. Great promo. He's gonna be money.
I'm really not an Adam Cole fan, to be honest with you.
I don't think you're crazy.
I don't know what it is. It's just he's very short, man. And I think he looks like a kid that just wandered out there, honestly. I'm not going to say he doesn't have charisma. I do think he does have charisma, but I'm not a fan of him. Maybe that'll change.
I think he's just the perfect total package.
I'm not going to say he's a bad wrestler or anything like that, but I'm just not sold.
You'd be like Vince and Brother Love. You like cut the hair off and let's have you manage.
I do feel a little like Vince in my criticism for Adam Cole, but there's just something that irks me about him. I will admit that. I'm trying to be as fair as possible.
That's fine, but I think you're just wrong.
Who's ready for a John Galabedian story, baby? I'm the biggest one probably of his.
I thought you were going to give us a story.
Yeah. Well,
that's the story. He's a big Adam Cole fan.
He's always like the 90s Shawn Michaels whenever you look at him.
I agree. He comes off like any of those guys. He's got the charisma of like the Click guys.
I could see that. And I do like the name the Super Click.
Mm-hmm.
But there is just something that really just annoys me about him. I think he looks like a small child. And I think like, those kids with their hair real long and like their parents don't make them cut their hair or anything. And it's just like, he kind of looks like one of those kids.
This is a weird thing for you about people with long hair.
I'm fine. With Steven, me and Steven were the best friends in the world. I have plenty of friends with long hair.
Are you mad that
and back in the day when you had long hair, we were fine with each other. So I'm casting aside that I am a long hair hater.
How about Troy? Troy's got long hair.
We're still friends, but he did call me a hick, which was disheartening to me. I hurt my feelings.
Yeah, but he meant it in a funny way.
I think he was 100% serious.
We drove. This is the story. We were driving the highway, and there was a sign like 15, or there was like this exit to Hickville, and Troy's like, "Hey, is that where Intro lives?" Now, come on, that's pretty funny.
I am not amused.
I hear you laughing on the inside.
But back to Adam Cole. I can see that he has charisma. He is good in the ring, but I am very irked by him, by his small stature.
The future of wrestling, right there.
I don't know. I'm not sold on it, Jack. I'm not sold.
I am.
I mean, I will admit it if I'm wrong, and I do start being entertained by the man. I mean, there are segments that do kind of entertain me, but I'm not totally sold on him. And I do feel like it is a very Vince McMahon criticism.
Intro picks for this one. Christian versus Adam Cole, baby, and then Intro will make up his mind.
I know Intro is the big Christian mark.
To be honest, I have enjoyed some of Christian's stuff. I have think he's cut some good promos in AEW, and it's kind of made me turn the page on him and said, well, let's see what Christian has to offer at this stage.
How about Braun Breaker? That's Golgo's man.
Oh, so I guess he's gonna challenge Tommaso Ciampa for the NXT title.
I have not seen the man yet. I know he's Rick Steiner's son, correct? I don't know. I just watch too much wrestling to be watching NXT 2.0. I mean, this is the real 2.0. I mean, they're just trying to, copy us and be
exactly
a bunch of coattail riders is what's happening. Who cares about them?
Paperback rider. But yeah, Braun, I did see his match. I think he's a future talent. The name's bad though, Braun Breaker.
Yeah, why do you need another Braun once you fired one recently? Like, you don't need another Braun.
I believe they just did that to try to make Braun Strowman feel bad. They're like, see, like you get no shot of coming back because we already have the new Braun.
Yeah, and I also think they're just like they're trying to send him a message like, hey, you should have took less money to come back. Because that's what I feel. That's exactly what they're trying to do. They're trying to get him at a lower.
That stuff should just not even be legal. Like if you sign someone to a contract, you should fulfill that contract. Both sides. If you're the talent, hey, I'm here for these 3 years.
I mean,
I'm here to do my job. Do what you tell me. And as the company, we're going to honor this contract. We sign you to this amount of money for this amount of time, and we're going to honor it.
I think essentially what you are saying is that Uncle Sam should go up to Titan Towers and bust down Vince McMahon's door.
Honestly, yeah.
Come in and pull his pants down and do the Iron Sheik, break Vince's back and make him humble.
Right. Well, I'm going to say this. In an honest answer, I don't want WWE to go away or Vince to anything like that. But I do want people to be treated fairly. I do want workers to be treated fairly. I don't think it's fair that you sign people to multi-year contracts that you can just end at any time. It's just a one-sided contract that doesn't even mean anything.
And then once Uncle Sam is done doing what he needs to do, maybe Sadobot could come in and, have some leftovers.
Yeah.
That would be fun.
Man. With all this talk of artificial intelligence, the rise of AI, do you think there will be a Sadobot someday? And if so, would you purchase one?
I am the originator of the Sadobot.
Are you building one?
Maybe I should build one.
What if it turns on you and it?
Well, that's a bad fucking name.
I don't know.
Oh, no, not me, Sadobot. I made you.
I am Sadobot.
No. You're supposed to do my will.
This would be a good in your head movie.
No, I don't like this movie.
Dr. Sadobot, the intro story.
You want any movie that humiliates me?
What?
Like if I would break into your hard drive,
you just said you created Sadobot. So I'm pursuing the idea of making the twist your creation.
But you made the twist where Sadobot would turn against me.
Well, yeah, you have to have
that was your
And you have to
Sure.
surprise the audience, and there has to be drama and intrigue. It can't just be you make it.
I'm telling you, if I broke into your room and got on your hard drive and read all your scripts, it would almost all of them would be me getting humiliated in some
Well,
way.
there was a movie I did that where this going to probably be playing the festivals in 2020, where I did kind of do it's kind of my impression of you within the movie.
See.
But I think it's more of a tribute, like an homage.
Mm-hmm. Anthony Uberstar, he's with us right now.
Goosey!
Goosey!
The goose is loose.
Yeah.
What's up, fellas?
How you doing?
It's doing good, man. Doing good. Long
Hey,
as my inventions
Just
don't turn
check
against
stopping in, saying hi.
Mm-hmm. Good to hear from you. Oh, look.
So,
Yeah.
why can't Braun Breaker be Braun
Steiner. Yeah.
Like, what does Vince McMahon have against?
I don't know. People try to tell me that he can't get the.
Can you imagine in 10 years being like,
rights
oh,
to
yeah,
the
big
Steiner
Braun
name. How
Breaker?
could he not get the Steiner name? Come on. I doubt they could even own Steiner.
Yeah, like why do they have to own it? You know, I mean, why can't he just be Scott Steiner's son? I mean, that's his legal name. I mean, I don't get it.
He looks like Rick Steiner. He dresses like Rick Steiner, moves like Rick Steiner. Why do they have him in tights and stuff just like Rick Steiner, and even say he's dog-faced gremlin like? They want you to know he's Rick Steiner's son, but they also will never say it is. It makes no sense.
I do think this is a perfect opportunity for an old feud to be reunited and brought back. Like it could be like, you know, the sins of the father follows over to like the son, and Chucky could call out Braun, the new Braun Breaker.
This was the role where I'm doing my intro.
Yeah, I do that all the time, where I'm looking in my whiskey jug. And,
well, you know, there's creative license, but the mannerisms and the accent are very.
But so Chucky could call out Braun Breaker, and it follows up great because USA has the Chucky show that they're about to do. So this is the perfect time to bring back this old feud between the
It's
two.
really weird. They're continuing with the film versions, but also doing a TV show that's a totally different. That's like a totally different storyline and different actors.
Yeah, it's weird. I'll check it out. What the hell?
And then they also had the reboot, which is totally different.
Yeah, so they're continuing with the Mark Hamill one. So they're
continuing with the Brad Dourif ones.
Yeah.
But I don't think the reboot. I think the TV show's just completely separated from all of this. So there'll be like 3 versions of Chucky, 2 of them simultaneous.
Dang.
It's very bizarre. WWE wanted to change Adam Cole's name yet because they thought, I guess they thought there's too many Coles. You can't have, people might think he's Michael Cole.
It's Michael Cole's son.
What is that? Is that like a Coke sweater?
Pepsi. Yeah.
I like
Cola.
it. Oh, it's a shirt. I like it.
Yeah.
Like a CM Punk shirt.
You said Wild and Young. This is about
the excellent. Yeah. Where is our
Wild
Wild and Young JJ here? Wonder where he's at. Probably off being wild and young, I guess.
I seen him. He was walking the train tracks.
Yeah, he's making it proud.
I don't know. I don't understand what people have a problem understanding when I say the train tracks are dangerous. They're dangerous, and it's illegal to be up there. He did have a protective vest on while he was up there with reflectors.
I have a question for you. There was a time where it was illegal for women to vote. Would you have been there just shouting down women? Don't be trying to get your right to vote. It's illegal.
Now, come on, Jack. This is a totally different topic.
I think it's the same.
A totally different topic. For women to have the right to vote, It's totally fine in my book.
Why?
People be
Just 'cause
walking on the railroad track so
so totally.
half-heartedly and just like la dee doo. I'm walking on the railroad tracks. Oh, I'm listening to my audiobooks. That is wrong.
It is right.
100%.
It's
wrong.
fun. You're out in nature. You're seeing the world. You're seeing the world you might not see normally.
Seeing the world through the eyes of a hobo.
It's nice. It's good. Well, why should hobos get all the fun?
You're trying to take up the hobo lifestyle. You're trampling upon their scene, man.
I was in Boston with a friend of mine Friday, and we were walking, and some guy's like, he's like, takes out his phone. He's like, this is my kids and my son. I'm like, okay. And he's like, but I need, 10,000, some crazy amount of money to fly them somewhere. I'm like, oh, we don't have it. And he goes, I could see both of you. You both look like you got cash in your pockets. I'm like, whoa, dude. It's really weird when the beggars like start getting pissed at you.
Yeah, because you're not giving them what they want.
I go every week. I go up to Boston. I go to Haymarket, which has been around since the 1700s, and it's a bunch of farmers, and they sell produce. And so I buy a lot of produce. And there's always something's really cheap. One week I got like 7 plums for $1, so I buy whatever is the cheapest. And I get a couple bags of them, and I hand them out to the homeless because I think it's a nice thing to do. It actually doesn't cost too much money, and it makes me feel good. And most people are very appreciative, but every once in a while you get somebody, I give it like, do you have a buck? I was like, no, but I have a fresh plum. And then they'll get mad. I want money. And they'll just get mad. It's like,
well, you know what they want that money for, Jack.
Yeah, they don't want it. Can't be too hungry if you don't, if you don't want a plum. But I will say the majority of people are very happy to get a plum or an apple.
Have you ever offered a clementine and they just throw it at you?
No, I even gave a couple people a whole pizza a couple weeks ago because I got a free pizza.
Whole pizza.
Yeah, because I was walking. Well, I went to this pizza place in the North End, and it took forever. It took 45 minutes to make a small pizza. And then she was she took it off the bill and charged me anything. And then she's like, here, they ended up making 2, so you can also have this one. So I gave her a good tip. And then I was like, oh, this is cool. But then I was like, man, I already ate a small pizza, which was a lot for me to eat normally. I can't eat a whole another pizza, and I really don't want to walk around Boston with a pizza. So I gave it to a homeless guy, no legs, and I don't know who the woman was. Then I got a really bizarre question. He was like, where did you get this from? And I was like, Regina's. And he was asking me which one, and I told him, and he's like, oh, that's where Maria is, and does she still dance? And I was like, oh yeah. And he just started laughing. He's like, tell her, Billy said something or other. And I was like, all right, buddy.
Did you tell her?
Yeah, I ran back and told her that.
Oh, okay.
Billy down the corner, Billy no legs down the corner, told her. But anyway. So anyway, the point is walking the tracks is fun.
No. Illegal, and you can get yourself hurt.
Why are you so against women voting?
That had nothing to do with this conversation. I think Goosey's the one who said that anyways.
I did not say
Look at him.
Wow.
Look at him.
That's awesome.
He's not wild and young. He's young and breaking the law is what he is. Breaking the law on those railroads.
Well, and you got to remember there's 2 things. There's man's law and there's God's law. Not all man's law,
you're an atheist.
be obeyed.
Aren't you an atheist?
Why are you going to bring this into it?
Because you don't believe in God.
All right.
Boom. Got you there.
Did anybody see the rumor they wanted to shave Adam Cole's head too?
They wanted to cut his hair anyway.
Can you imagine walking around looking like Shawn Michaels? Like,
yeah, when he's a young dude, I don't know. I'm sorry, I'm reading the chat here, but yeah, I don't get it. I agree. I'm saying he's the future of wrestling. Intra's with just remember, Intra, whose side you're on. You're on the same side as Brother Love and Johnny Ace.
How am I on the same side with them?
Because you have the same opinion.
They've expressed their opinions on walking the railroad tracks.
No. Well, probably. Adam Cole, I'm talking about.
About Adam Cole, they've
Yeah.
been like against Adam Cole.
Yeah, they wanted to have him cut his hair and just be a manager and not wrestle.
I'm not saying cut his hair and have him just be a wrestler. I'm just not totally sold on him as a talent.
I think you're crazy. I mean, he's the top guy in NXT, and he's out there, and you just see him like, whoa, this is a superstar right here.
I don't know if he's a superstar.
I don't think there's any. I don't think it's even a debate.
I'm debating you right now,
Foregone
bitch.
Conclusion. Well, I'm just
Right
telling you
here,
you're
right
wrong.
here's the debate, bitch.
And I'm just saying you're wrong. That's all. I mean, opinion. It's people have opinions, and they can be right. You can't say opinions are factually incorrect, or not. But this time I can. It's just wrong.
Well, I think you're wrong about your opinion. 100% wrong.
What's this? This is like your rubber, your glue. Whatever you say bounces off me in 60. Look, 2.0.
Yeah,
We got Jabreaker on the line. Jerron Jabreaker.
I would be excited, but obviously he enjoys breaking the law and just taking my word as a joking point. He's trying to show the guns and scare me right now.
I'm Jerron Draker. Welcome to
I'm
IYH 2.0.
I'm not
Yeah, 2.0, wild and young. Got my wild and young glasses here.
See, I think he was even breaking the law while
pink
he was on
armband.
the job. I think he was breaking the law on the job.
Breaking the law. Breaking the law. John Garabedian says, I appreciate Steven inviting me to his birthday in my dream today and telling Jackie to pause in your head for a minute to eat the cake. Boom!
Ooh.
Cake.
Gotta eat the cake of some kind.
Eat the cake.
How could he? Oh, there we go. Goosey's got it.
Yeah!
I'm wild and young,
Goosey is wild and young.
just like the NXT theme.
2.0 in the house. We're winning them over here. Big thanks to Rookie of the Year here. I'm breaking the news. Rookie of the Year. John.
Rookie of the Year for 5 years. Yeah, Jerron Draker.
Jerron Draker hasn't been Rookie of the Year before.
That's right. Yeah.
True.
It's a pre-Hetty award. That's how 2.0 rolls here, ain't you? Did we do the Headies? We weren't video last year, so this coming Headies, I think, will be, or were we? Yeah, we were video, I guess.
Were we video last? Oh.
I don't know. What's the Headies on video last time?
Vic's all elite. Now he's SmackDown, I think. All elite.
Yeah.
Trying to get this to work, and it's
Yeah, that doesn't
Yeah.
blend in too good.
I guess your billboard is kind of screwing you over there.
Yeah.
Yeah, shoot.
Too many moving parts in the
Steven's
background.
like
Here, I'll turn this on.
That looks
Steven's like
cool,
all
what
like
Steven's doing.
It kind of works, so it's like bleeding in, just like the actual 2.0 is.
kind of like one of those 60s movies or something.
I don't understand why I disappear into this
Like-
thing.
It just makes your whole face like morph into it.
Yeah.
I think we should all get matching in your head 2.0 tattoos.
Good idea.
Now that's a Jack suggestion if I've ever heard one. And then
Shows
when it
that we're
comes
wild
down
and
to
young.
it, he won't show. He'll be
I'd
like,
do it.
oh yeah.
Intro get his on a tramp stamp.
Exactly. Yeah, that would be sweet.
I'm not getting the Lance Hoyt tattoo.
Now he's got it all covered up.
Lance Art, yeah, he had like a bunch
Tried to
of-
make it like I can't just have a tramp stamp, so I got to make this like a giant like whole back tattoo.
Old man Suzuki chopped it off like.
Honestly, though, would you blame him? I mean, it is kind of an
No.
improvement. I mean, I wouldn't want that either.
I don't know. I'd rather have a tramp stamp than whatever Brock Lesnar has on his chest that looks like
That's
a
true.
giant dick. Just
Dick going down here.
uh,
But when you're Brock Lesnar, no one can really say anything.
true.
It's true.
Just wait till Braun Breaker debuts. Yeah.
Kurt Hennig would say it. He
Well,
would go up there and say it. He doesn't care to mess with Brock Lesnar.
Do you think Brock Lesnar actually killed Kurt Hennig?
No. That is a conspiracy I have never heard, Jack. But
Brock was Kurt's pharmacist.
oh man.
oh, geez. I
All
do
right,
not
so-
think that was the case.
Anything else in the wrestling world, my friends, my pals, my amigos, before we go to the very important questions?
I'll give WWE some credit. I really thought they were going to take the title off of Big E because of Saudi Arabia. Last night they did.
I am glad that he's champ.
They'll do it at Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, right.
Was he wrestling? It's
Drew
not Brock, is it?
McIntyre.
Really, Drew McIntyre.
Yeah.
Well, they'll probably love the sword there.
Yeah.
Be over big with them.
I agree with you on that.
Oh, geez.
Well, I want to conclude my Raw report by giving props to the main event, the cage match. Big E defeated Bobby Lashley in the cage. A very decent, entertaining cage match. I would highly recommend it.
And what kind of cage was it? Was it Inches Big Blue or was it?
No, it was the other one, just a fence.
It's gonna be
That's
one of
what-
these days. Your day is coming, Jack, when they're going to bring out the big blue cage, and it's going to be the best match ever.
I did make an 8-bit big blue cage design.
Did you? Where's it at?
I'll have to look it up. Got time for this.
Yes, you
I'll
do.
look it up later.
Come on now. Oh,
I think you've probably seen it with Bundy.
did you text it to me?
Oh, it's got King Kong Bundy and Hogan. Like Hogan's like Mario climbing up the cage.
I think I would have noticed that.
Really?
The big blue cage. Let's see.
The cage is like it's kind of a Donkey Kong theme where they're climbing up the big blue cage.
That's probably what I kind of noticed.
Bundy's throwing steel chairs
Yeah,
down.
I remember you sending that.
Yeah. You're like, this sucks, bitch.
There's socks.
Thought it was good. You're like, you're worthless. I was like, well, you hate me. Well, then you come on here and act like this all good guy.
Uh-huh. That's how I am. I'm looking. I don't see it yet. I remember seeing that photo. though.
Have you ever taken a picture of me and used it as like your screensaver or like the backdrop on your phone?
I can honestly say
Yes.
no.
Why not?
Here's this guy with the nunchucks. I don't know who he is.
Nunchucks.
Yeah, this guy. Let's see. This guy. That guy. Who the hell's that?
Oh, it's a guy who paid me to make a picture of him.
Was that
There's you on
Crocodile
the
Dundee?
railroad tracks.
That's pretty hot. How do you put these? I'm trying. Oh, here we go.
Join in on the fun.
How do you add your own?
We
Oh.
are wild and young.
Says that.
This is riveting audio right now.
I know it is. This isn't. No, that's not.
I gotta
like a-
start drinking coffee. I
There
didn't
you
drink
go.
coffee tonight because a friend of mine was yelling at me for drinking coffee late. But
Is it making you tired?
nah. Well, I think this is it. All right. Whoa.
Whoa.
Yeah.
There he is.
You and Steven blending in.
This is weird. I think mine's even worse than Steven's.
Cool.
Yeah.
It's cool though.
Those look kind of cool though, I think.
The hat comes through, but nothing else.
Yeah.
It's just a hat and the
Yeah.
hand. and the arms.
Dude, love life
Glasses.
vibes going on here.
I think you meant this message for Lexar.
What's
Ah.
up, Wiener? Oh. Now you shouldn't carry that when you're walking down the tracks, probably.
I wouldn't recommend that now.
All right, Incher. Anything else, my friends, before we get to the questions? We got some questions here from Lexar who cannot join us tonight.
Oh, well, before I head off, because it's almost midnight,
Yeah.
I want to say I just wanted to editorialize about the weird state of women's wrestling in WWE right now. I think you've
Looks like I have a Hitler mustache, but it's like it's the In Your Head 2.0 logo. Go on.
Wild and young.
like so the big payoff to the Alexa Bliss Charlotte Flair feud was 5 minutes of Alexa Bliss crying like a 5-year-old because Charlotte tore up her doll.
Such bullshit. Such shit.
Like, oh my god. Anyway, yes, it is a car crash, but like but also I mean, like, Charlotte has recently, I mean, like, I guess they have nothing for her to do. They're maybe she needs it. Maybe they ought to change the women, like put Charlotte on, and I guess maybe, and they're not going to do that, but I don't know what Charlotte's going to do, or put her on Raw, put her on SmackDown, put Becky on Raw. I don't know, but they really need to do something because Sasha came back. At least she'll inject some kind of life into the program, but it just seems like women's wrestling right now is kind of like throw darts at a wall and see if anything sticks. Anyway,
I'm totally with you on that. Yeah, and by the way, you brought up it a couple of minutes ago, but are you at all, because you're seeing the series pretty soon? Do you want to see Lily brought to life once we see the Chucky series? If they're gonna give her time off and this is gonna happen to Lily coming to life.
If Alexa Bliss is gonna continue this on, let's have her come back as Lily, you know?
Yeah.
I never want to see any of this ever again.
Well, you're going to, Jack, unfortunately.
Yeah.
I like the Nitro shirt. All right. I'm trying to get out. How do you get out of this virtual thing?
Just none.
You're wild and young forever.
All right, man. Drive me crazy. It's like the show though, NXT, when they have like it's just like you're watching the matches and they've got this big glowing like logo and it's like you're just going crazy. Whoa, man.
Do I got it
not
now?
working at all.
Is it not working?
No. I mean, it's like a little bit.
It's kind of like over here. Come on, fill it up here.
Now you need to buy a green screen just for this.
Mhm.
I guess so. I kind of got like a blue beard going on or something.
And then you got no eyes.
Oh my god,
Oh man.
he's really wild and young.
And the big deep throat. Wow, the chair's pretty rocking them.
Oh, there you go.
What do you got? A big blanket on your chair?
Yeah.
Man, you're trying to be all comfy. I just got a little folding chair here, and I put nails on it. No, just kidding. All right.
Wild and young, everybody.
All right, intro.
All right, I'll turn it off.
Well, you can keep it. I don't care.
On.
All right, whatever you want to do. Oh, you got Zack Ryder shirt. That's your boy right there. That is Jonathan Jackson's rival. That is like his arch nemesis.
Oh yeah, he sucks. But he's nothing now, so it doesn't matter.
That's true.
He's on Impact, losing to who's that? Rahit Raju.
Ooh,
Exactly.
Raju.
Exactly.
that's not a real person, is it?
It is
Exactly.
Come on, though. I mean, with some WWE names, they got a guy named
Oh, I know.
Shanky. And
That's why I
Veer.
saw the what's that guy's name who was the commentator, not commentator, but he interviewed people on Power. He was in NWA.
Cornette?
Alex something.
Marvez?
Yeah, is it Alex
Not
Marquez?
Marvez. Marvez is in AEW.
Marquez, something Marquez.
Mhm.
You know what I
Oh,
mean, right?
Dave Marquez.
Dave Marquez. He was posting the other day about going on about the importance of a name, and you have to have a name that makes you sound like a superstar, or else, like the big promotions won't sign you. And so I just replied, I was like, yeah, you got to need a name like, that you would hear on the big shows like Shanky and Veer and
Braun Breaker.
Yeah.
Why's Mon so like
Mustafa.
different?
I like that when you have no eyes, so that's pretty sweet. You look demonic or something. It's the demon.
Oh, you can see his heartbeat.
Boom,
Boom, boom. Boom, boom. Wait.
They're gonna start hopping the floor, Richard.
Man.
I don't want to get in the floor. You want to be able to see me on the floor.
I like that.
I like
I like
this.
that. JJ is like over at Vic's place.
He joined Vic.
Oh, that's good. I like that.
This was in honor of his chair last week when he just left and his chair was here. I was like, hey, we got to give his chair an honorary mention.
What exactly happened to Vic last week with the invisible chair? That was the best guess we ever had put in your head.
Wow. The best.
The best.
He's the best. The best.
Best around.
Nothing's ever going to keep you down.
Yeah.
Man, I
I
can't.
wonder what
find-
this would do.
What?
Let's see. What if I did this?
You just cover
Then
it
I'll
up the
be
camera.
wild and young.
Then we can see you. So where's your proof?
We are wild and young.
There it is, Incher.
Oh, okay.
I think
Yeah.
I did this. I did think I did a newer version of it actually, because I think the newer one he's doing actually the five count. But anyway, you got Bundy up here. He's throwing down steel chairs, while you got Hogan has to climb up the big blue cage and rescue Mean Gene, and then you've got you have Bobby Heenan over here rooting on Bundy. That's a pretty rocking shirt.
Yeah, it is pretty rocking.
I'd
I
wear
like
one.
it. I like it.
I dig it. All right, I'll get it up for sale if people would like it.
There you go, Vic.
WrestleMania. There you go.
But it's
Boom.
backwards.
There you go. Yep.
All I have to do is just cover up the camera.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
that
that's what I-
finger. You just
All right, so let's see here. Where am I?
Oh, now Vic's whole face is look at that.
He's like from They Live or something. This is
That's good.
Lexar. Yeah, I like it. This is Lexar. We need the glasses. Whoa. Here's Lexar's thoughts on Grand Slam. The place was electric the entire night. The Kennedy Omega Bryan Danielson match excited fans. They were cheering so loud that I could sense them creaming through their pants. Whoa.
Whoa. What?
Yeah.
okay.
It was great seeing Sting and CM Punk wrestle. The fans booed Cody. One fan was very vocal towards him that I asked him if he's going to watch Roads to the Top. His response is no.
Good response.
The main event was awesome. though. There you go.
Bam. Lexar with his hard hitting review.
Yeah. He could sense everyone just coming. They were climaxing. Like, they're 5 stars all around. I don't know. I mean, I've been in their shows and they are like very you can really feel the energy, but I don't know if I would enjoy being in a crowd where I could just feel everyone, jizzing.
Oh man, Lexa's like our man on the street interviewer.
Yeah, those are great stories. So I asked this guy, he's very vocal about the roads. And so I asked him if he's going to watch a show. And his reply was no.
No.
Insightful comment there.
He wants to know the Young Bucks wants a trios title in the company. Do you agree? We brought this up many times on the show. I think it's very fitting for. I don't think you want
might as well.
belts, but I do think a trios belt fits in AEW.
Keep it on elevation.
No, I don't know. You got some main event guys. I would like to see CM Punk, Darby Allin, and Sting with the trios title.
But then they'd have
Or
to
Super
face like
They
well,
could
there's nothing
face-
wrong with 2.0. They're fine, but
Yeah, and Super
Like-
Click.
well, but then you still got those other guys where it's like QT Marshall's group and
And the Wingmen.
yeah, the Wingmen and
You do have some groups though, because you have the Triangle there, the Death Triangle.
they're the tag champs though. They're just gonna have all the belts.
You could have, FTR and so and
And Tully.
that I actually would like to see that. Do you think we'll ever see a Brainbusters reunion, Arn and Tully wrestling as a tag team?
If I guess Arn can stay on an apron, sure.
Oh, look at this. We got a SWAC sighting.
Oh no.
Just found him on Twitter.
There's his Twitter, everybody.
They're gonna,
Watch
someone's
out.
gonna get him zooming in. Oh, I keep forgetting every week to tell my boy William Morey, but he will be returning here. He's gonna be the new Wild and Young addition to in your head. The return of William Morey. Very exciting.
You don't just simply ask William Morey. You have to tell him in advance before the show happens, so he actually shows up.
Right. It's gonna be very exciting. Questions from the Headyverse from Lexar. Do you want to see a booking committee in AEW? No.
No.
What?
This has never gone well. And I don't think anyone in wrestling has ever said it's gone.
Leave it as it is.
He says, I think that Tony Khan shouldn't be the sole booker and should need help. The committee should include Cody Rhodes, Arn Anderson, Dean Malenko, and BJ Whitmer. No. I mean, anyone I've ever heard that's actually worked in wrestling has always said a committee is a terrible idea. I mean, I think you should get help from people. That's cool. But like an actual committee, I don't think is a good idea. What's your thoughts on R. Kelly being found guilty for sex trafficking? I think that's bad. That is illegal, and I think it should stay illegal.
I'd
There
say
you
good
go.
for him.
There you go.
What, JJ?
Good for him. He's finally going to get the help he needs.
Oh,
Yeah.
Maybe he's got a sex addiction.
Help
Sex
by a
trafficking.
lead pipe.
maybe he wishes he could fly now.
Oh, he won't be flying anywhere.
No. I believe I can fly.
He might be looking like Brian Knobs here not too long.
Oh man.
I mean, he's going to be getting it in the booty hole, I'm sure, when he's getting prison raped.
I kind of understood that. Jay.
Oh, okay. Well, for everyone out there, you never know. What's your favorite R. Kelly song? This is also like question.
I'll go with remix of Ignition.
Oh Jesus Christ.
I don't even know.
Fresh and hot.
Trapped
out
in the
of
closet.
Trapped in a
only
jail
know
cell. That's my one.
I really only know the Fly song, but I'm not. I'm more old school. I'm like listening to the Fat Boys and stuff. What do you think is more of a what's with all these R. Kelly questions? Who do you think is more of a sex offender, R. Kelly or Ric Flair? Well, look, I'm not condoning Ric Flair stuff, but the R. Kelly is a lot worse. I mean, come on. Maybe R. Kelly or Hardbody Harrison. Maybe he could he come back now with like an R. Kelly gimmick?
You never know.
What is that?
Give it 10
Whoa!
years. What
For a
the?
good time call. That, you know what? I actually last year I let that expire. I
Yeah,
felt
that-
even though we don't use it. I did feel bad, like just like I'm getting rid of
That
it.
was our old number. I'm not sure what number that is on top, but that was our old number. And that's this very sign I would look at to remember our number because
You
I'm
think
bad with
If
numbers.
I call that number, do you think we get anybody now?
508-644-8503.
I kind of hate to call something.
You're gonna get slacks.
Yeah.
Well, it's midnight here. I don't know if I should be calling people.
Well, that's the worst that can happen.
I discovered in your head, I would be taking the dog for a walk and calling in your head, calling that number 508-644-8503.
Good man.
And I'd
Now
be
they get-
talking to you guys.
I do wonder about some old time listeners who would. Oh, by the way, this reminds me of something. A sad thing, but I remember I was wondering about old time listeners who only knew us through the number, how to contact us if they call it. It'd be sad. But Chef Carl, longtime In Your Head fan, caller on the podcast for the show, passed away.
Mhm. Yeah, that's
Oh.
sad. He used to call in a lot. I mean, he
Yeah.
would share stories about working at the flea market back in the day, like the very flea market that I used to go to.
Oh, really? I didn't know that.
Yeah, and he said like he might have seen me there at one time, but
Whoa.
yeah, it's good stuff. Oh my, Goosey, do you really got to do that one?
Rest in peace, Chef Carl.
Yeah, rest in peace, Chef Carl.
Here's the
I
page.
think if he's watching, he probably get a kick out of it.
Mhm.
He's like,
It's
this is
like
classic In Your Head here.
it's like Paige is licking your head or something.
He's done that a few times.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's usually the head of a penis.
Oh,
Oh my.
Yeah,
Oh,
no.
fellas, it's midnight and I must bid adieu.
All right. Well, we will see you. And again, rest in peace, Chef Carl. I also I didn't know this, but a lot of wrestlers knew him well. I guess he would set guys up at his restaurant when they were in town. You're at a mall with your. This is also from Lexar. You're at a mall with your parents and aunt and uncle. When you see Geraldine or any other girl you know from Facebook or Twitter from afar, do you go up to her and talk and flirt with her in front of your family? Yeah, that's no big deal.
what is he afraid to talk to girls? What is he saying?
I know.
Oh,
Just go over and say hi.
Exactly. That's no big deal.
not
What
like
you're
would you
such
do?
a wimp,
Hi?
Lexar.
Yeah.
it's not like you're porking her in the bush.
I'm gonna get cooties.
It's not like you're porking them in the bushes or some shit.
I mean, I'll do that. What the hell? Go for a walk on the train tracks.
Mommy, check this out.
Oh, I could just imagine if you asked a girl to go to a walk on the train tracks with you, what that would do, Jack.
Gotta get her all hot and bothered. That's what it did.
It would lead.
You
right
would
to
look
the
like the
next
biggest creep
situation.
ever if you're like, come walk with me on the train
Well, you don't have to
tracks.
say it like that. It'd be like, hey, let's go for a walk. It's a nice day. See,
Like probably Ted Bundy asked girls to go walk with him on
it's
the
secluded.
train
You
tracks.
see, there's a lot of great
Secluded, yes.
sightseeing. It's nice.
You got Billy Jack
I
Haynes
just
tying
think,
some
I
kids to
think,
the
I
tracks.
think a nice walk down the train tracks would be romantic.
Oh, let's see you do it then. Let's see you go and ask like a real girl. Hey, you want to go
Who
on
am
the
I going to
train
ask? A
tracks
fake
with me?"
girl?
Yeah.
Just go up to somebody and
I'm not going to ask a random person I don't know.
you can't just ask somebody who knows you because
Well, if
they know
I
you.
wouldn't ask anyone I don't know to go like do something.
Okay. Well, start a relationship with somebody, get to know them for a little bit, and then drop it on them. And you got to film it for the show. So tell them to not pay any attention to the camera.
Yeah, then I'm just like, this is over with. I just was just an experiment from a wrestling podcast.
I really wasn't your friend to begin with.
That's the creepy part. Walking the tracks is
No, the creepy part's walking the
For a
tracks.
wrestling
Don't you try
podcast?
to flip it.
on
That
YouTube.
is the creepy part still, but that is a little creepy. I wasn't thinking things through. But don't shake your head, Jonathan Jackson.
But that's
You
when she
know it.
falls madly in love with you after that.
Yeah.
She's like, you're so
Well,
honest.
Yeah, what if you're watching the video, then it cuts to, you know.
All right, you fall madly in love, and then
What
that
if
big
we start
passionate
what if we
kiss
start
comes.
doing what if we start doing the Ric Flair train right there on the track?
Oh my God.
You start doing it right there on the tracks, and then here comes the train.
Yeah, but you hear from miles away, you're like, okay, better stop.
You're so wrapped up into what you're doing,
Well, you go out with a bang.
and she's enjoying herself, and then go out in the bang.
Yeah, then that you'd probably be climaxing to that. You're like, yeah, what I want.
Yeah, I told him so. Oh my god, I told him so.
If I ever
Oh,
get,
finally,
I-
something horrible happened to him when I told him so.
Oh my god.
if I ever accidentally get run over by a train and die, you have my permission. You
To
should
come on here and say I told you
Yeah,
so.
you can gloat over it.
Okay.
And if I ever decide to take myself out by a train, I'm gonna like text you first. Like this is not an accident. I'm meaning to do. That's very dark, I guess.
That is very dark. I don't think I would take any.
But
pleasure.
honestly, that would be something I would do because I wouldn't want you to get one up, even in my death.
Oh, I believe it.
I can't let him think that he was telling me a good idea.
So I
This is
mean,
just
let's
terrible.
this is your ultimate humiliation. Let's say that you are run over by a train and you're
Okay.
splattered on the tracks, and you come back as Ghost Jack, and you see me at your funeral doing this.
I'd probably make up and be like, dude, I had like I found out I had cancer and I just wanted to end it all.
Oh, you're making a fake story? That's horrible. You want to just finally own it and say, all right, you're
Just
right.
fucking, I'd haunt your ass. If you're there laughing at my coffin, I think you deserve a haunting. You think
I
we
do
could?
not want you to get hit by a train.
Just
For the record,
right.
so everybody knows.
You'd probably like it if it just hit me and knocked me over or something.
Yeah, I probably would.
That's probably
that. Like if it just hit you and maybe just a little flesh wound.
Well, I
or
mean,
something.
like I'm so powerful, it probably wouldn't do that much.
No, I think I would have trouble if it hit you and you just stopped it like Superman. That would end me. That would that would be like fuck.
And then Michael Hayes just moonwalks down the track.
Oh, it's fucking Michael Hayes moonwalking down the track.
If I get run over by a train and I accidentally, you can also go and dance on my grave like Michael Hayes. I'll give you.
Even if it came down to it and that really did happen, I don't think I would even gloat. I would be like, no, I can't do it. That's just not right.
Would you rather die by a train or die by being butt fucked by Michael Hayes?
Oh, I'd rather be died by a train. I mean, like
It would be
a freight train hitting me. I don't want this to be changed to anything else. All right, actual train that says like CSX or Pacific Southern or whatever railroad company you want. Amtrak.
AEW signed freight train.
Not that freight train either. I don't want no smooth belly or whatever. However, his promos.
I have a smooth belly now since I have no belly button.
What about the 1H biceps hoe train?
Whoa,
hoe train.
Would you rather be like the owner of the hoe train or be like one of the hoe train?
Well, everything that's before the hoe train, like the fatty for the pimp daddy and all that stuff, I could do without. But okay, the hoe
You just want the hose.
Yeah, the hose are fine.
Yeah. What's the most annoying commercial jingle? I like commercial jingles.
A good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Hey, where are you going? I'm going to Thompson's Clam Bar because that's where the tastiest clams are. Seafood good, best by far. Well, let's go to Thompson's Clam Bar.
The hell is that?
It's a local jingle that only me and
Never heard of that in my life.
I think I'm pretty annoyed by the general. When you buy with the general, you're going to save some time or something like that. The general gets on my nerves.
Man, I love them all. I put them on my iPod. I don't know.
877 cash now.
I wonder if you could do that. Can you go like to Amazon, like Amazon Music, or like
just buy jingles?
Just like, is there like a jingles channel or something? That'd be awesome. Question 7. Sorry, what were you saying?
I was gonna say maybe there's a setting where you can just put only ads and it just keeps
Hmm.
playing continuous ads over and over again.
That would be sweet. You know,
Black
when I
Star
was a
still has
kid-
more questions. What? the
Yeah,
fuck?
he's got more questions than Nick Keel. We haven't even got to the actual questions yet.
Oh man.
Is anyone in the Headyverse pumped for Rhodes on top? Rhodes, I think it's Rhodes to the
Oh,
top.
Rhodes on top. All right.
Rhodes on top. Brandy on top. Absolutely. Yes.
I'm not necessarily excited for it, but I have set up my DVR to record it, and I guess I'll check it out. But I'm not. It's not exciting me. So I'm like the dude in the crowd that Lexar asked. No, but I'm giving it a chance because I just want to see if Cody comes across as a likable person on the show, which is what I've been claiming that I don't think he'll be coming across like that. So
Right.
Inger's gonna come back next week with a Rhodes to the top T-shirt with like a Cody mask.
He's gonna get
Biggest
freaking love
fan.
Roads to the Top. You gotta watch it, Jack, and you're gonna be like, what is this shit? And I'm
if
like,
you
come on,
loved
Jack.
it, if you loved it enough, would you get the matching neck tattoo?
There's like no chance in hell that I would do that.
That should be the bet. Okay, and if I get run over and die by a train, you mock me. So, but if I don't, you should get it. You have to get a Jackie Jones neck tattoo. I think that's fair.
No, we're not going to be doing that.
What?
No.
You won't put his money where his mouth is. Won't put his
Money's
neck.
dirty, Jack. You don't want to put money around your mouth. It's a nasty thing. Ew. You know what people do with money? Snort cocaine, put it in various spots on strippers, and yeah, money's nasty.
Well, put your neck where your mouth is, and boom.
That's like impossible, isn't it?
John Barker, how happy would you be if Jack? How happy would you be, Jack, if Incher wanted to play D&D with you, and what horrible things would you do to his character? Well, D&D would be fun. The thing is, for me to do horrible things to his character, does he mean I'd be the dungeon master, or we were players, and I'm like doing? I don't know. I think Incher. I think most people would enjoy D&D and RP role playing if they actually did it. I haven't played in years, but I always liked it. Incher, I think Incher would like it. He likes games. Incher, if
That'd
people,
be cool.
yeah.
I mean, there would be a thing where it's probably awkward to get into, to start like just saying I'm the Elf King, and
yeah, but people really like that up, like you don't like walk around like you're like the person or something. And that's
I know you don't walk, but aren't you supposed to say like what you're doing or something?
but you're just in character playing around. It's fun.
So it's like LARPing.
No,
It's not
you're
LARPing.
sitting around just a table with a bunch of friends. It's fun.
Mm-hmm.
If people, this one's for Incher. If people Ric Flaired you at the HeadyCon and did not acknowledge you, how would you feel? I don't think he means, if they were forcing their dick on you and flipping their dick around like a helicopter.
He's saying if they all just ignored me and didn't
Right.
acknowledge my existence.
Right.
Not plowing him on a fucking Amtrak train.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Like I'm just not even there.
Yeah.
That should be more the Brad Thacker, because Brad Thacker, he was a worse offender than Ric Flair. I was only around Ric Flair for maybe 3 or 4 seconds, but like the Brad Thacker, like I would actually like try to engage him in real conversation, and he would not even respond to a word that I was saying, not even respond and even look my way. Don't you see how that could be insulting?
Oh, it would be. I don't remember it that way, but it would be insulting if that's
It
how
was that way.
I'm not saying it did.
I would not make this
I
up.
honestly don't remember this happening, but I know
I tried talking.
I know
to
you
the
said
man
it since the beginning, so it
several
probably
times.
did, but I just don't remember it happening. I'm not saying it didn't happen. I just
You weren't paying attention.
I probably was. I was getting ready to do stuff, but
I
admit
tried
I was
to engage
not
him
paying
several
attention to how they
times.
were acting and stuff.
I remember I brought up Lisa Lampanelli about something because she's a comedian from the Howard Stern show, and he was mad about her about something. And I was trying to like really engage him and even that, he didn't even acknowledge my existence. That's a pretty shitty thing to do.
Yeah.
I mean, come on.
Because he was on the Howard Stern, like some kind of tour.
He was.
Yeah, he was. It was him and Beetlejuice and some
Yeah.
people.
I'm sure Bob Levy just
It was
destroyed
Bob
him.
Levy. Yeah.
Bob Levy was probably like the headliner, and he was like a nobody on the show.
Oh yeah, I'm not saying he was like big time, but Bob Levy. When we did, we only did one episode. It was called Just Three Dicks, and it was me, Thacker, and Will Bozarth.
Mhm.
And supposedly, because they Thacker knew him, and he won. I didn't even know who he was at the time because I never listened to Stern at the time. But I don't know. Reverend Bob Levy wanted the show to be on like his network or something, but I don't know. Nothing ever came.
Oh, well, dang.
I honestly didn't know who he was at the time.
Yeah, I mean, if you don't listen to the Stern show, you probably wouldn't know.
Yeah, because he's not. I've seen clips since then, just because you're online and you start watching stuff on YouTube. Everyone knows, and then like it leads to other things. So I was there for a while. I was watching old Stern clips. So I know like who he is, but like he's not like anyone I really know much about.
Yeah. Well, he was pretty much gone after Artie left, so he hasn't been on the show.
Yeah, I think all the even I mean he's not necessarily huge, but he was on there a lot. But I think all the stand up, even like Gilbert Gottfried.
Gilbert's been totally rubbed out. He hasn't been on the show in a long time.
Very strange. Do people still? I know he gets big guests, but do people still like listen to it I don't even know how often it's on.
I know he's being listened to. I know recently he had some beef with Joe Rogan and the whole anti-vax thing, and like him taking the horse stuff. And
yeah, but he didn't actually take he took the one for people.
Yeah, I've heard the stories, and it made me very disappointed in him. But like, yeah, I don't know what all the deal is with that.
Also, I mean, he. I'll say this: the websites that would post that made it seem like that's all he took.
Yeah, they're trying to make him look bad.
Yeah, and some people I think but also the other way, I think some people trying to make it look like that's what cured him or made him better. But if you listen to what he said, he took like everything he could possibly take, and he had all these vitamin drips, like 5 different IV vitamin drips. That's like, well, that's probably what helped you. But, a normal person can't afford to have personal doctors come and give you IV drips of every like medicine in the world.
Nope.
I love this wrestling talk, but what the hell are we talking about here?
Exactly. All right. This is Al Ulb. What 80s movie will WWE turn into a gimmick next? I think it's
short.
Rambo.
What was it?
Rambo.
Well, John Rambo has been in like a wrestling gimmick already. Not on a big stage, but I'm going to say Short Circuit.
Ooh, that's a good one.
Yeah, Short Circuit. That or Mannequin.
Well, they could just give that to a lot of the divas.
Just, make them like a mannequin whenever like nobody's around, but when they get in the ring, they're like a real wrestler. Yeah.
Carmelo. Carmelo. She could be the wrestling mannequin.
Yeah.
I mean, she don't look real at all. Nothing against her. I'm not shaming her. She just doesn't look like a human. That's all.
I didn't say that, Corey. I know you probably don't like me, but I think Carmelo's
I used to be defending this guy as the best commentator, but I think they're all equally bad. They're all just terrible. Mm-hmm. Everyone loves Pat McAfee, and I'll be honest, I didn't never listen to his NXT stuff. I don't watch the TV show, so I only know him from the pay-per-views. From what I see, he's just really annoying and bad. Maybe he's great if I watched everything, but and maybe they changed him because all he says are like the WWE buzzwords. But that's all everyone says. Mm-hmm. It's bad. Why do they have like 50 different commentators on the pay-per-view too? And they mix them up. Like every match was like a mixture of like all the different commentators.
Yeah, that's like a new thing where they're trying to like, I guess, lighten their workload. Maybe, I don't know. I don't understand why they always keep.
Maybe they don't want them pissing themselves anymore on TV.
Yeah, didn't JR claim that he did like pee himself, like having to sit there the whole
It did make
broadcast?
me wonder, like, but we've done shows like for hours and I've not pissed myself in the show. I don't know. I can't speak for Intro, but we've done like 4 or
But
5 hour shows.
We do have leeway where we can actually get up and
We
go
can,
to the
but I mean,
restroom.
there's been ones where neither of us did.
There has been, but not saying like there's probably been shows where they haven't pissed or shit themselves. You know,
Right.
Or have we?
or has there ever been? But JR did make a thing about bladder control. He was like, "You gotta have bladder control." Ah, yeah, you see, don't be peeing yourself while you're out there, kid. You see,
Well, they've had some of them old commentators had to piss themselves. I mean, just being old and being out there for hours.
mm-hmm.
You think Shivani ever shit himself
Yeah,
on there?
I think, well, I don't know, shitting himself, but
I think WWE does the multiple commentary thing just to let them know that they're replaceable.
that could be. They've got some
Maybe,
new
yeah.
bald guy. Who's that guy?
That's Baldy.
They got like 50 different people doing. Then there's like an English, like a Scottish guy. I don't know who are these people. Every time I watch it, there's like new women backstage doing.
Didn't they have some Indian guy, Burke or something? Like a month ago?
Oh yeah, and there's like some young Scottish dude. But then it was really weird. I forgot to mention this on the pay-per-view. I'm watching it, and they were playing the English, the French, and the Spanish commentary all simultaneously. And I was just like, I was literally getting a headache. Like I almost shut the show off.
They're
All
shaking
of a
things up.
sudden, it's like, ah! They're brought that back too. Because they're doing the draft, and they did it's time to shake things up. I was like, oh my lord.
They're wild and young.
Wow, does anyone really get pumped for the draft?
No.
I mean, it's not like I'm like balls to the walls, like, oh yes, the draft. I mean, it is kind of interesting to see who goes somewhere. I guess it does something for the show. I mean, because it gives you something to talk about. Because you're like, why did they send so and so here and this person here? I mean,
then the very next week, it's just
we do always talk about it.
Yeah,
we?
because we sit here and talk about wrestling for 5 hours. We have to talk
Yeah.
about something. But
You do
if
find
I
it
was
somewhat
when
interesting.
I go and call my buddy, like, holy shit, did you see it, Veer? It's going to SmackDown.
Well, no, I mean, I don't do that either, but it does give us stuff for the show, doesn't it?
Yeah, but a lot of well, I mean, that's not high
Why are
praise.
you disagreeing with me? You know I'm right here. Come on.
No.
JJ knows I'm right. Vic knows
talk
I'm
about the
right.
show. Dumb it is. Don't mean I like it.
I mean, it's not like I love it, but
Let's go down the tracks, bitch. Let's settle this like men.
All right, let's go. Let's get it on the tracks.
It's illegal.
Wait a minute.
I'm gonna pound your ass
illegal.
one way or the other. Take that however you want.
Ooh.
We're not going on the tracks because that's illegal.
Fucking oh man, what a bitch! But beating each other up is fine.
Yeah, I'm fine with beating.
Well, yeah, West Virginia is probably illegal.
Yeah.
Would it be legal to shoot me in West Virginia but not walk down the tracks? Isn't that weird?
I don't know.
Only one way to find out.
No, I mean, like maybe if you broke into my house, I could shoot you. But like, if I think I can do that, but
Well, isn't it legal to perform coitus with your sister in West Virginia?
What the hell?
I don't know because
I don't think with your sister, probably.
Yeah,
probably your
probably not.
cousin.
Only
I
if
don't
your
think-
house is on the train tracks.
Only if she breaks into the house.
good Lord.
Now it's time for everyone's favorite part of the show, Nikhil questions. Thoughts on AEW signing former NBA star Santam Barma?
Who?
Oh man, that's fucking.
Is that like the 7'3" guy that they
I
were
must
typing up to?
I have no idea who he's even talking about.
You think he'll be the next Elegante?
Mhm.
Like we were talking about earlier, just really tall guys usually aren't very good, but I guess we will find out. Thoughts on Christopher Daniels releasing a video package which shows he's coming back as the fallen angel? to Impact?
Because he can't do it in AEW.
Ah,
Sure, whatever.
I guess that's good. I don't know. I'm kind of. I think Chris probably just needs to hang it up. But,
Yeah, I thought he did
uh,
all this stuff because he's retiring actively.
Yeah. So don't know why he's coming.
I
back
will
now.
say this: it is too bad for him. He wasn't in his prime now, or AEW wasn't around in his prime, because he would have been a guy that I think would have shined. But you know, I think it's he's fine, but I think it's a little too late for him to be a big deal anymore. We saw Homicide make an AEW appearance. Any favorite memories of Homicide?
I always liked him on the show, and I always liked him with LAX whenever they would come out.
That was
They
an
were really
amazing
exciting.
gimmick. Had a short run, really at its height, but I think it really could have been a huge deal for the company.
Could have been, yeah.
Where am I? Thoughts on the rumor that AEW will debut a women's secondary title, the TBS title, in January? I don't think that's wise. I don't think they have enough women there to really even enough to have like a real roster, but definitely not enough to have like extra
They
titles.
do put it on Dark where it's like, oh, cool. You're like Ty Conti is going to be your fucking champion.
I would, honestly, like a dark belt would be okay. Like I don't watch a show, but like just something for someone to have there, and then eventually go to the main show. I don't know. I don't think it's a great idea. Why do you think fans are booing Cody? We went over this. It's a good question. Do you think Sammy Guevara will beat Miro for the title tomorrow, TNT title tomorrow? I don't think so.
No,
I don't think so.
I think it'll be good though. I've been looking forward to it. Will you watch Roads to the Top? Man, the Headyverse are demanding we watch this. Maybe we should. I'll give in and watch the first episode so I can review it.
I'll give it a chance. I'll check it out.
I know Jackson's got it.
Can't be like Miz and Mrs. Whatever the fuck that show is.
Man.
I'll just listen to the review from Incher.
What if Incher's like throwing babies in the air? Will you go back and watch it?
Just like I won't go back and watch Raw. This is good enough.
Man.
Any endorsement by me is ignored by Jack and Drawn.
I just said I'm gonna watch it, bitch.
You probably won't watch it.
Well, I'm gonna watch it for Nikhil.
Come on, yeah, whatever. You're not gonna watch it for Nikhil.
Now I'm gonna watch it just to spite you.
Is that the only way I can get you to watch anything? Is just say that you won't watch it and then you'll watch it? I got to use reverse psychology at all times with you, don't I?
Yeah, but only if I think you're sincere will it work.
Only if I think it's okay. So I got to do it and do it believable.
All right.
Okay.
You got to mean it. It's like you're using a cross on a vampire.
I gotta have faith.
Exactly. All right. You and your memories. Thoughts on the Hurt Business? I didn't even know this, but I'm happy. I don't know why they split them up. It was working. I think it's really the only time Lashley was interesting. So do it up. Ryan Sakota passed away yesterday. He was a short table with. He was in a short table. Oh, must be a stable with Akio and Tajiri on SmackDown. What are your favorite memories of him? R.I.P.
Okay, I seen the picture, and I apologize, but I really don't remember the guy.
I don't either. But it's too bad anyone passed away. He's a fairly young guy, I think 50 or 47 or something. I have an issue. I always watch In Your Head Wednesdays at home from home. I always watch In Your Head Wednesdays as I work from home. But now I have to go into the office. What do I do? Quit. No.
Maybe you gotta go into the office and can't watch us while you're working.
You can.
You're just gonna have to watch us when you're not working.
Yeah. Because you also might want to touch himself while we're on. So
just watch us while you're working. Just tell your boss and tell everyone else, hey, tune into this place. Productivity will rise through the roof.
There you go. Make it a group activity. Everyone will gather around, watch a show. You
I
could
have a
probably
Headyverse insight for everybody.
exactly. Someone comes by and they don't like it, you can just like push it down. I don't know.
I have news for the Headyverse that's exclusive to
Whoa!
IYH Wrestling.
Uh-oh.
Ah, let's hear it.
AEW and Mall of America are discussing having a episode of Dynamite at the Mall of America.
Man, was Lex Luger gonna walk out?
I don't know about walking.
That's cool. And sure, you want to go to the Mall of America?
He's wondering, how am I going to shop now?
No.
I've never been to the Mall of America.
I would go to the
I
mall.
assume they have like the same stores that every mall has now.
They got Banana Republic and Forever 21 and all the.
You're talking about my mall or Mall of America?
Every mall in the world has the same.
I'll say this: most of the malls that I've been in recently have been totally dead. I think malls are going to become a thing of the past.
Yeah, it's really weird. The ones by me are all dead except for the Cape Cod Mall. It's always been like this thing that people come all over the state to go to, and I don't know why. They literally just have every store that's in every mall.
Do they still have like Kmart out in that region of the country?
No, actually, we did have one of the last Kmart's. I was actually in that center today, and it closed last year. It's really weird because it was there forever. I don't know. Do people remember this? Because I came out. I used to go with like my grandma and stuff, and it used to have a restaurant right in the Kmart, and it was really. I remember.
That was like a Little Caesar's Pizza, wasn't it?
No, it had like a Kmart restaurant. Like they made their own food.
Yeah, I used to have a Kmart where they had like big pretzels, and they had like nachos and stuff.
But this had like regular food, like they made burgers and hot dogs.
Really?
Like you could get like a turkey dinner and stuff. And I found this was probably a little while ago, but I found an old the old menu. I posted it on Facebook. It's like cool. Spaghetti meatballs and stuff. And some people remembered. So maybe not all of them had this, but some people remembered this and some people didn't. But I remember like going there, and it's even weird to think like you'd have enough, because I remember going there and like me and like my uncle, I think, would go and like go sit down and eat while like the women shopped.
Mm-hmm.
It seems like they wouldn't be shopping for that long. Like you just go have like dinner or something. But that sounded sexist, doesn't it?
We'll let the women do it.
A little bit.
And they'd vacuum. Let's see. We did that one. Do you feel like on Dynamite we now have proper stars on the show, unlike before when they would have Marco Stunt and Sonny Kiss? I actually think Sonny Kiss honestly could be a really big star. He's got a lot of charisma. I also think it's a topical, and not because the obvious thing, but I think because like shows like the RuPaul show and stuff is actually like mainstream. So I think that's actually a guy you could do something with. Marco Stunt. I mean, honestly, he's still on there a lot because they do a lot with the jungle guys. So he's still on there, and he's never been portrayed as like a main guy. He's always just like in the corner of the other guys. He's very rarely even had matches. But I wouldn't say proper stars. I mean, I think a lot of guys are stars, but I do think, like I said earlier, you got to keep the guys off that like aren't ready for television, like Bambino or whatever the guy's name is, big Italian dude, and the caveman guy, who I actually think both of them like have potential. They both have good looks and stuff, but they're so like green they shouldn't be on TV. Thoughts on Slapjack debuting a new gimmick? Oh, he's the Australian guy. So they changed. So he's no longer Slapjack. Now he's Crocodile Dundee. I guess that's a step up. I don't know.
Slapjack was the... Okay, Mason T-Bar was Donovan Dijak. And so Slapjack was the one who had just the whole mask.
Fuck if I know.
Yeah, that wasn't that...
I mean,
Shane Thorne or whatever the fuck his name was.
Now he's Crockett. Now he's an alligator hunter.
It's probably better than being fucking slapjack. I mean,
Yeah.
come on.
How can they have a Crocodile Dundee gimmick though in 2021? I mean, seriously, like not even joking around. Like, come on.
Good day, mate.
Like,
Well,
do they still think that's the only thing? Like, all Australians are Crocodile Dundee.
Mhm.
That's
Either that or
probably what
Steve
somebody
Irwin.
said to Vince whenever he came up with the idea. And they're like, come on, Vince, how can you have? And he's like, just watch me, pal.
Does he say like this? That's not a knife. This isn't. He should be like, that's not a clothesline. This is a clothesline.
Oh, geez. That would be bad. Bad.
When I was a kid, though, I've said this before. I used to use the GI Joes as my wrestling figures, and there was a Australian GI Joe, and he had his hat up like this. But anyway, for his finisher, I had him do the boomerang clothesline, and what's his name? Outback Jack did it, but I thought that was so lame. He'd get a clothesline, then he'd bounce off the rope and come back and hit another one. But mine, he would hit a clothesline like this, and then he'd hit him with another clothesline in the back of the head. You know, it was so you could take this move that I used to use my GI Joes slapjack. Thoughts on Riddick Moss making? So the point was he's coming up with ideas for current wrestlers like that I came up with when I was 7 in 1983.
He probably was watching you. He stole your stuff.
Could be.
Stole it.
That's a good idea, pal. Thoughts on Riddick Moss making a SmackDown return, joining up with Baron Corbin?
Who?
Mace.
Riddick Moss. Yeah, when he came out, I had no idea who he was.
He was Mace.
Was he Mace?
Yeah, so they're getting rid of all the Retribution guys.
Fine.
Slapjack is Crocodile Dundee. Mace is back to being Riddick Moss.
Why didn't he get like a cool gimmick? He's like a fireman or something.
I don't know. Maybe that's what he is.
Riddick Moss.
But then
I
again, oh, go ahead.
I saw Keith Lee's back as Bearcat, which,
Yeah, Bearcat.
according to Urban Dictionary, means chubby lesbian.
Oh,
They're maybe is that where they get all the gimmicks now?
Apparently.
Dewdrop and Bearcat
oh man.
and Fat Dyke and all that.
They don't have that.
Bearcat also means unshaved vagina. So I mean,
Well, Keith Lee does kind of look well. Okay.
okay.
Oh man, I wouldn't be surprised. I could actually see like Brother Love sitting on his laptop looking up the Urban Dictionary, like, ha, this one's going to be a good one to call this guy.
Mm-hmm.
Oh man, does Red Rooster mean anything on the Urban Dictionary?
I'm pretty sure it does.
I'm sure there's definition for it.
I don't know. Like supposedly, dewdrop means a fat person.
Yeah, it's fat lesbian too, I think.
The Red Rooster. Hold on. When you pour sriracha on a woman's asshole and see how long they can stand the burn while you're going to town.
Damn, Inch, I can't believe Intra's into this stuff.
I have never heard of the Urban Dictionary until he's brought it up on this show.
It is a fantastic website if you want to look.
These are not nice definitions, I have to say. All right. Who do WWE fans always mention? Who do? I guess
Voodoo?
I don't understand the question. I think it must be why do WWE fans always mention the Young Bucks when the Usos wrestle? They do.
I don't know. Do
Yeah,
they?
all the time. Yeah, because they both have like DUIs and I don't know.
What?
No one. I don't know.
I've never heard this in my life. I don't get it.
Maybe because they're brothers. I don't get it. Like
All I
family.
know is that you're looking for reasons to figure out why they always bring them up whenever the Usos are out there wrestling. It's probably because they're jealous they don't have a fork like this.
Boom!
All the good times that you could have with this fork if you owned it. Sign by 1-inch biceps himself. You could have this fork if you
I'm
super chat
disinfecting my hands because I
$45.
don't get any germs on such an
Do you
item.
have to talk about disinfecting your hands when I'm plugging my fork?
Yes, because it's so important. I didn't want to get germs on it. I was putting it over, bitch. I was putting it over, boy.
I'm trying to sell my fork.
And
here.
I put it over. This is a hard sell.
Has the fork ever come in contact with Abdullah the Butcher hepatitis blood?
No.
Has it ever been part of a red rooster?
Yeah.
No, I don't think so.
Has it been inside the red rooster?
$49.99, and
Nope.
I didn't want to touch it with my dirty hands. That's why I rubbed the disinfectant on it.
You said low price of $45.
Whoa!
45.
Yeah, what the hell's the
How many
shipping included at $49?
$45 super chat. It's yours.
How many super kicks have
$45.
has the fork thrown?
$45 super chat. It's yours. No more lyrics to the song.
Now that's a commercial jingle for you.
There you go.
Damn. There you go. It's better than that General. If you want to buy a car and save on your insurance,
Lick
go for the
ass.
General.
There you go. All right.
What's the General got to do with like selling a car? I mean, come on.
He'll kill you if you don't buy it.
Boom.
I don't get it. And like, I mean, I could totally believe a Tiger selling me Frosted Flakes, but a General trying to sell cars, no.
If you believe they put a man on the moon.
Do you believe in magic?
Yes.
young girls.
Isn't
Jerry the
that
King
Ronald
Waller
McDonald
does.
song for a while or something?
Jeez. Dark side of the ring.
Career killer.
The Canyon episode was like,
Yeah, it was good. Yeah, sad.
Mm-hmm. I watched it earlier.
Gave me flashbacks to Incher.
Me?
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
Is that what happened in the hotel room?
Yeah. Trying to choke me.
I never tried to choke you. Never.
Gay porn flew out of his bag.
Wait, so who pulled the gun on who?
Hey, he tried to choke me and pulled the gun on me. It's double whammy.
I'm just doing everything wrong, ain't I?
Nah, Incher's a good guy.
Thank you, Jack. Thank you.
Are you a fan of the famous British sitcom Only Fools and Horses? What the fuck?
what the hell?
It's a BBC classic, and not in that way.
I've never even heard of this.
Is it even on in the
Maybe.
United States?
I've never heard of it. And I've heard of like because Tyler, our webmaster's in England, and he's sent me like old shows back in the day. But this one I've never heard of.
Never heard of it.
Any favorite memories of the following? Just Incredible.
Oh,
I was
yeah.
an Incredible fan back in ECW. Had some
Whenever-
really good matches with Jerry Lynn, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Mikey Whipwreck had a really good one.
Whenever I went to a live ECW show in Huntington, the people started throwing stuff at Dangerously. What was the sign? He used to be sign guy.
Oh, not Paulie Dangerous, but
yeah, it was like Louis Dangerous.
Louis Dangerous, yeah.
Yeah. And
He was like working for WWE for a while.
was he?
Yeah. I don't know if he still does.
Well, they were throwing stuff at him while he was in the ring, and Just Incredible was there too. And he got up and he's like, "If you all don't start throwing that shit, this show's over." So, but they weren't going nowheres. We knew it.
The Natural Born Thrillers.
Natural Born Thrillers. I remember them WCW. I mean, I never really was
I'm a
much
big
into
fan
them.
of Sean O'Hare, but the group never really did too much. But I do have a natural. I don't know where that is. I should wear it on the show. I have a Natural Born Thrillers hoodie that Changed Man in your head. Remember him? He's a Scottish fan. He called in a
Mhm.
few times on Skype. He sent that to me for my birthday years ago. I don't know where it is. I have no idea even where he got it. A Natural Born Thrillers hoodie. Who wouldn't get such a thing? It's cool though. The
WCWshop.com.
Maybe. Mean Street Posse. I was legit a fan of the Mean Street Posse, and my favorite memory is not in the wrestling. Is we were at Mohegan Sun Casino. I was me and my brother were walking around. And I was like, Troy, look over there. It's Pete Gas, and Troy looked at me and was exactly like Goose. He's like, who? And I was like, Pete Gas from the Mean Street Posse. Should I go say hello? And he's just like, why? And I was like, it's fucking me. And so I did, though. I went up and said hello to Pete Gas. I was excited to see Pete Gas. I have the picture somewhere. Let me see if I can find it. Intra, do you have any favorite memories of Pete Gas or the Mean Street Posse?
I just loved the name, and whenever they would run out to save Shane was always a good time, and they'd always get beat up too. And the Mean Street Posse.
Yeah,
think
Pete
he
Gas
take
on
them?
the show a couple times, didn't you?
Yeah, he was a good guest. I never did read his book. He put out a book.
Mm-hmm. That would have been a good one.
Can't find the picture. It might have been pre Facebook, so I might not have it on Facebook. It is weird. Like if I want to find a picture, I'll go and like put in Facebook, like whatever you're looking for, and just look up your own name. And it's weird to think that like everything I've done in the last 15 years is like documented on Facebook. But,
Yeah.
all right. Where am I? Thoughts on being the elite, hitting 500,000 subscribers.
Good for them.
Hell yeah.
Oh my god! Oh,
That's pretty awesome. 500,000. Yeah.
Catch it up on me.
indeed.
Are you excited? By the way, subscribe right now. Fuck being the elite. Subscribe here. Hit the little bell icon, not the internet icon, the bell icon. You'll get all the notifications every time we go live, or every time a new video is up, or anytime Incher is selling a fork. Boom! I feel like I should sell something too. What should I sell? Be the only one here is Incher selling.
You gotta have like an old Boogeyman T-shirt sitting around that you can sell.
That does give me a good idea. And you know what? If you, this is going to be a novel idea, Incher. If you super chat $12 right now, let's make it 13. Lucky 13. I will send you an exclusive video of my never before talked about Boogeyman merchandise idea. This is like a cameo. I will make a video directly to you for $13, and I'll go in detail all about the new Boogeyman merchandise idea I have.
Oh, wow.
$13.
$13.
First come, first served. I'm only going to do one. So I'm going to keep an eye out here because I figure the super chats are going to be flying through here.
Just flying like crazy.
Mm-hmm. Are you excited for the Big Show's debut on Dark Elevation tonight? No. Fighting three dudes. It was like CJK and RSV and like PTW, I think. Three guys, and they just all three of them just have initial names. And then one guy was like, "Oh, congratulations, to PLB. Good for him." I'm like, how is this good for the guy? He's one of three guys in a match versus one guy on YouTube.
It's not like wrestling companies are going to look at that and be like, "God damn, we got to
sign PLV."
Maybe he's a BLT mark.
That's true. That would be that's a better nickname that's a better name, BLT.
Bacon, lettuce, tomato.
Tomato. You don't eat lettuce though, right? Or tomato?
I don't eat tomato.
You're
No
not
tomato.
Italian.
Nope.
You should just put potato on it. The BLP, bacon, lettuce, potato. You can make like an Irish. Well, Irish would probably be like, I guess, corned beef, cabbage, and potato.
Mm-hmm.
Who will be who will be drafted from NXT to Raw or SmackDown this week? Rumors are Hit Row, Pete Dunne, and Dakota Kai.
Everybody who's not Braun Breaker.
Sounds good to me.
Who the fuck's Hit Row?
No.
I like Pete Dunne. I want to see Walter. He's left his family, so now he can wrestle in the States. He's going to get drafted, and he's going to come in as a butler.
To Happy Corbin.
I could see it. That's my prediction. I'm not even kidding. I think I predict they bring him in as a butler. Who is the greatest James Bond ever? I did get check Kit Flack here, but I never liked James Bond movies until the Daniel Craig one. So for me, Daniel Craig. And I know I'm in the minority, although they're big hits, but I know most people not agree with me.
I like them all in their own way. Can't think of one that I don't like.
What about that guy just did one of them?
George Lazenby. I
Yeah.
actually thought his action scenes are really good.
Okay. I actually tried to get him on for an interview once, but he wanted the moolah.
Yeah. He had a documentary on Hulu that was really good too. The only I like them all, but I think if I had to pick the definitive best, the old go-to probably Sean Connery. So
Connery or Brosnan was pretty good.
Brosnan was good, yeah. I like Roger Moore. I like them all pretty well. I mean, I can't think of one that I thought was bad.
James Bond Mark over here.
Now, I'm not big on the Timothy Dalton movies. I don't think they're that good, but I think he was good as Bond. But I did like Timothy Dalton.
Big fan of Moonraker.
No, not necessarily. I like, if you're talking Roger Moore, I like Man with the Golden Gun the best, and Spy Love Me's all right. Live and Let Die is all right. I like it pretty well.
Live and Let Die.
Man with the Golden Gun's my favorite, though. Roger Moore.
It's a pretty rocking song.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Daniel Craig, most of his Bond movies are pretty good.
Yeah, I like all of them. There's some I like better, but I like all of them. I like them because for me, they're more movie I like. I like the more kind of realistic and dark movies.
Mm-hmm. It would have been generally curious to see how if society could have stopped being racist for 15 minutes. There was the rumors of Idris Elba being James Bond.
I think he'd be a great Bond.
Yeah, it would have been interesting.
He fits the role. He's British. He's well spoken. He looks cool.
Yeah.
I remember when I brought this was on Facebook. When I was on Facebook, well, I'm always on, but when this came up, and I was like, I don't know, honestly, he'd be great for the role. And one guy was like, well, the Bond character, he's from a boarding school, so it would change it wouldn't work as a black guy. And I was like, well, why can't a black guy go to a boarding school? And I was like, I don't understand. And I've seen all the Bond movies. I don't remember him going to a boarding school ever being like a big part of the character. I mean, I'm not saying
they don't mention it often, but I think it was brought up in some of them. So
I don't really know.
Maybe it was in the Fleming novel. I don't know.
But why would that? Because then he was like that. He wouldn't have a chip on his shoulder. Then for that, he'd have a chip on his shoulder for being black. And I was like, oh my god.
Yeah, man. Whenever the term traditionally comes up, it's like, oh yeah, it's bullshit.
And I've been to England, I've been to London, and there are a lot of black fellows there. Thoughts? It's not like they're making them Chinese or something.
You are. How do you put?
Thoughts on and even then, I don't know if you got a cool Chinese guy with them. Thoughts on the rumors WWE and AEW want to hold events next year. WWE in Cardiff, Wales, and AEW in London. Do it up.
Oh yeah.
I like London. London was fun.
I mean, if they can. I think London's still on lockdown.
Oh yeah, I think you're right. Yeah, I
Wow.
probably Wales might be too. I don't know because I think a lot of the European countries are.
I don't know. It's starting to get. They just had shows in.
Did they? Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
No, that's cool though. I don't think I've seen an AEW show like overseas, have we?
I
That'd be
don't think.
No, not yet. I don't think.
Wait till they start getting that Saudi money. Yeah.
Yeah. No, it's gonna
Well,
be Taliban money.
Oh.
Live from Kabul.
You think we'll ever see a return to North Korea for wrestling?
Probably not. No.
Maybe from Vince. I can see
I
that.
don't
Oh,
think
yeah, yeah.
If
If there's
they gave
anybody
him,
that
I
would do
think
it,
if they, I mean, if he's doing for the Prince of Saudi, if they gave him money, I don't think he'd turn down any country.
I'm thinking from the North Korea side. Like, would they be down with bringing the wrestlers over?
If they have Rodman on the show, maybe.
Rodman might get it done.
Mm-hmm. No, now that I think about it, since AEW has so many Japanese wrestlers, it's probably not gonna happen. Because they
Maybe
still don't.
I think AEW in Japan would be interesting.
Yeah,
They have a lot of the
I could
stars
see
that
that
they would
definitely
be
happen.
into too. You know.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Although I
they got
know,
Minoru Suzuki, that legend.
I guess they're working on a good relationship with each other. So
2 hours later.
you'd love him if you seen him earlier. You guys see him for a while.
I put that over that it's my only knowledge of them, but it's their job as a TV show to say, hey, buddy, that's not seen this man. Here he is. Here's a video package. Look at the cool stuff he did. And I'd be like, oh, all right. The fans love him, and this looks pretty cool. All right. Then I would probably look over some of it. I probably still wouldn't be like, damn, this is great. But I'd be like, all right, I get that he was a legend and it's cool. But they don't show me anything. I'm just going on word of mouth that he's supposedly a legend. I don't know. As far as I know, they got his first match he ever had, and they're just pretending he's a legend.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Why not do that? Why not just bring in some guys never had a match and be like, he's the legend of Swaziland, and you know, and like,
They
oh
used
my
to do that back in the day.
yeah.
Haven't done it in a while.
and like Kamala, or is Kamala still alive? No problem.
No, he passed away, unfortunately. I think just last year though.
Just this last year, I believe.
Daniel Dale Herring. Do you think WWE will ever again retain the top spot? To me, there's nothing enjoyable in WWE. I mean, technically, I guess they still are, but will they ever be the most entertaining wrestling company again? I mean, I guess that's opinion, but the thing is, like, a lot of people, like, you know, during the Nitro era, a lot of people probably thought that's, this is never going to be anything again. And then you had Steve Austin and stuff. So
if Vince croaks and like Triple H or somebody like that gets control of it, I think it has possibility. But I don't think it's ever going to happen with Vince alive or like not in a home or something, or just like it ain't going to happen with Vince alive. I don't think.
Man, no one listening get the idea of like, I want to make WWE great again.
Nick Khan.
Yeah, Nick Khan. Oh my God. Probably be worse. The guy don't even know what wrestling is. Which does make you wonder what does Vince like about actual wrestling? Does he like matches at all? Or
Well, he's always trying to make it into something else.
Yeah, I know. It's weird.
Like he's always tried to do they said like he wanted to be a rock promoter like whenever he first started. So
well, I've talked lots of times about the Cape Cod Coliseum, which is it's like not that far from me in Hyannis, and they used to run WWF shows there, but McMahon used to promote his hockey team there. That's where they would play. And so he was he was doing hockey before he really took over WWF. But yeah, he's always trying to do it. And he was promoting boxing pay-per-views before.
Yeah.
Or around the same time as WrestleMania. But yeah, he's always, and he tried to do the football. He tried to do bodybuilding, tried to do movies, tried to do the restaurant. I honestly do think if he could do something besides wrestling, he would do it.
Well, for sure. He tries all the time.
It's sports entertainment, pal.
Yeah, even that. I mean,
I will have to give him credit for selling that XFL to The Rock. Like, well, how did he do that? You know, like, how did he make The Rock think it was like a good promotion to buy? I
don't
mean,
know.
like,
Yeah.
geez.
Even if you think about like I'm going to start a new football league for whatever reason, I don't think like it would ever be successful probably in your lifetime, just because the NFL is so big. But maybe like off season, people watch it, and I don't know. But when you not call it XFL, I mean, you hear the
Yeah.
XFL, and the vast majority of the world just think it's like this huge joke and a giant failure.
But it's
Yeah,
X
pretty
for
much.
extreme.
Which is also really topical because X Games is huge still.
That's about it.
Yeah. I don't think that's even big anymore. I don't know.
X-rays are still a thing.
X-ray, that's true.
X-rays
Xbox.
are a thing, yeah.
Xbox.
Xbox, yeah.
Does X still mark the spot? Whoa.
Yeah, I think it does.
I honestly, the thing I with all this stuff with CT, like they don't even let kids play football in a lot of schools, and that's probably just going to continue that way. So I'm not saying in 10 years or anything, but probably in decades to come, like, are they even going to have like contact sports?
Well,
Yeah,
I mean,
it's hard to say.
E-gaming is gaining a lot of ground. I mean, they're talking about putting in gaming on the Olympics, so
Man, that's weird. That's what you should do. You should start extreme gaming.
There you go. I'm ready. Bring it on.
Boom.
So how do you add extreme parts to playing video games? Like maybe if you don't do it, your Xbox explodes.
You just you can yell. You can yell at each other.
That'd be a pretty good thing. Like if you don't beat this level in this amount of time, your Xbox just explodes. There's like explosive charge under it.
Or your controller shocks you or something. It's like
yeah, electrical shocks.
If you heard that like pinball is getting in the Olympics, would you start training?
You better believe it. I'm going to beat everybody's ass in pinball.
Wouldn't that be weird if you were there and you're like a triathlete and like you're sharing like space with like this guy is like this great like
there is pinball championships.
Yeah, but I'm saying they're not like on the same like event.
That, not as the Olympics, like, no. But yeah, they do have such a thing. But the Papa,
who would win? Who are Americans the best at games, or is the Asian?
I don't know if there's any like people who come across to compete in it. I'm not that familiar, but I know like
your life.
I know like Lyman Sheets is considered one of the best. He works for Williams, or he used to work for Williams, and I think he was working for Stern for
Eric Williams.
No, Lyman Sheets is his name, and he was considered one of the best.
Is his name Lime and initial Sheets, or is it like Lyman?
Lyman.
Oh,
like Lyman was his name. Sheets. So,
man, this guy's badass.
Well, I mean, he was pretty good at pinball, but
I'm sure he was.
And then the Sharp brothers are pretty good. The kids that was Roger Sharp.
Would there be an age limit? So could they have like the guy from King of Kong on there or something playing in the Olympics?
I don't think there is like an age limit. I think you could play as long as you're alive, I guess. I mean, you're just pushing two buttons, so I mean I mean, you just got to have the reflexes and everything, I guess. So
I just think it'd be cool if there was like this old like fat guy wins the Olympics.
I mean, anybody could play, I guess. I mean, they do say like you got to have like arms to kind of push the table and maneuver it a little bit. But I mean, that's about it. So
yeah, amputees will have an issue with that. They call it discrimination. Get the whole event canceled.
Let's see, where were we? Which WWE superstar leaving for AEW could be the final blow that ends WWE? I don't know about ending WWE, but I think all these people leaving have definitely heard it.
I don't think anybody leaving would end WWE.
Vince McMahon.
Yeah, that would be the only one. If Tony Khan purchased Vince McMahon somehow.
He shows up on AEW.
That's right, pal. Now I'm on AEW.
Wouldn't that be wild though? If like he did like get so senile, he just signed with another company.
That would be insane.
That would be cool.
They have him like a manager for somebody.
They have Vince McMahon strutting down to the ring, and
yeah, if people saw that they'd shit themselves. They're like, "Whoa, shit! What just happened?"
That would be insane.
Wrestling Tully.
Get in this ring, Tully. You want to pay me back for firing you all those years ago? Get in here and give me a shot.
What superstar will be the first to leave AEW to go back to WWE? That's an interesting question.
I thought the FTR probably.
It's possible.
I was thinking they were pretty upset and they might go back.
Maybe Jericho. I don't know.
I could see Jericho doing it, but I once he made those comments on the dark side of the ring about Chris Canyon, like saying like
he seemed pretty negative about
he does seem pretty negative about WWE, so that kind of makes me question whether he would go back.
Yeah,
but I was kind of shocked to see him say that. I think because he's always been pretty good with WWE, but he has been making comments recently.
Yeah. I'm trying to think anybody else. Like, I mean, maybe an older guy like Christian, like go back and go in the Hall of Fame or something.
Oh, Christian's got to know if he goes back to WWE, they're not doing a damn.
Oh yeah, I mean, they weren't. They retired him last time he was there.
Yeah, they like you're retired again, pal. Welcome back.
Just so Randy can whip his ass, maybe.
That's true. Humiliate him. Oh yeah, maybe Big Show or somebody. Mark Henry.
Yeah, they might go back. I could see Mark Henry because they've already like demoted him.
Yeah,
so, because like
now
he
he's
was
just like it's time for the main event.
That's all he does now. Yeah. Although, I mean, he's probably got a pretty sweet
paycheck. $3 million, Mark Henry.
Yeah, so who could blame him? I could see him going back though, like if they let him go or something. So
he's like a high-paid Walmart greeter or something. He's kind of there.
Yeah. I wonder, does he do anything else in the company? I mean, because that's the only thing he does on camera.
And he just goes to sleep. Just goes home. He shows up, does that, and he's like, "Oh, there you go. See you next week." I don't know. I don't know what else if he does anything. Seems like a good guy.
I like him. I think he seems like a great personality. Like
I'll be honest. He did win me over on the on that Treasure show when he was getting so emotional over all the rest. He did make me like it. Honestly, the Brian Cage won me over on the Dark Side of the Ring. I've never been a fan of his, but I was like, man, he does seem like a nice guy, and I liked what he said. He was like, Canyon told me he was gay, and at first he's like, oh, I can't believe my hero's gay. And then he talked about how like that kind of changed his view on. He's like, why does it matter? And I was like, I like that attitude. And also, I thought it was good for him to say because a lot of people probably would feel that way. Yeah. And he just seemed like a good guy. So it's kind of like, I never really liked him, but now I kind of want to root for him. So hopefully he improves. He needs some improvement, but
I kind of want to see steroids.
See, Dark Side of the Ring isn't bad for everybody.
No, I honestly thought he came off really well. And
Tommy Dreamer's career has been ruined, but Brian Cage has come up.
Yeah, so the moral is it's not the show. It's like, don't be a piece of shit.
Yeah.
Be a good guy and not a piece of shit.
Think about what you're saying before you open your mouth.
Yeah.
You'll be all right.
John Garabedian, would you want to see Alexa Bliss's Lily brought to life for a Halloween moment? Nope.
Pass. Sorry.
I'd like to see her butt.
Dude, the doll's butt? Really? Jeez, you're talking about the sexy cartoon characters earlier, and you're saying, why would they want to be a sexy cartoon
Put a
character?
fleshlight in there. And
Now
shit
you're
like
all
that.
about like the dolls, but
I meant Alexa Bliss.
we were talking about Lily. Oh, Lily. Are you excited for the new Monsters movie directed by Rob Zombie?
No.
Is he just going to make it into like a creepy movie, or is he going to make a comedy?
Yeah,
Like,
that's the thing they're saying. And then there were some fans who were all pumped. They're like, yeah, he's gonna make it into like a dark and edgy Monsters. So I'm like, so they're gonna make a Monsters for people who don't like the Monsters?
I don't want that. I want the
No,
Monsters.
it's like, why would I want that? Like, then it's just a horror movie. Isn't the whole point of the Monsters is it's the classic monsters in a comedy?
Yeah, I don't get it.
Not anymore.
Now it's just the Devil's Rejects, but with
Yeah,
still
they're
monsters.
they're
I
all a
guess.
bunch of hillbillies and saying a
I don't
bunch of
understand
F-bombs and stuff. I don't know. I mean, who knows? We'll find out. I assume his wife's in it.
She'll be like Marilyn.
Probably.
Yeah.
It's a little old to play Marilyn. Probably.
Or Lily. I guess she could be Lily.
Yeah. Kevin Nash wants to play Herman, but I think this is kind of wishful thinking. Jonathan Jackson, are we wild and young? That's a good question. It's like, are we wild and young? Are we wild? Are we young? Are we not
Yeah.
wild? You know, because you can be one or the other, you can be none of them, or you can be the epitome of In Your Head 2.0, and that is wild and young.
Although I don't know if we're young anymore.
Young at heart.
There we go. We are young at heart. Jack, you are words of wisdom. I always look to you, and you shine light on my day. We are young in heart.
Exactly. That's my wild and young.
Forever young. Forever young.
Another top, that'd be a good topical song for them to play in the show.
Yeah, I mean they had Sledgehammer. They should play Forever Young.
Sledgehammer. Ba-da-ba-bow. All righty now. Jonathan Jackson. Did Vince actually perish in the limo explosion? And all this time, we've been witnessing the bookings of a doppelganger using the real Vince's then written journal of wrestling, but he's long since run out of material. Is doing things off the cuff because he doesn't have a clue how to run a wrestling business, nor how to please Linda, and the family is getting suspicious of his actions. So to deflect, he rebranded NXT to throw off his scent and hypnotize everyone with the bright colors and wacky gimmicks.
Oh my goodness. This is kind of like the Marvel verse, like where they got several different Spider-Mans. There's several different Vinces.
I think this makes sense.
Oh my goodness.
I think it's also sort of like Greg Gagne when he invented the NWO, but he never, but then, you know, Bischoff fired him before he gave him the ending.
Exactly.
I think he's on to something here.
God bless that Greg Gagne. Where is he nowadays? We need more Greg Gagne.
Selling cars. Tyler Stevens.
I mean, isn't that a waste of his talents?
Yeah, I like Greg Gagne.
We need Greg Gagne in AEW.
All elite.
Mm-hmm.
Favorite Terry Funk matches. One of my favorite all-time matches of anyone is Terry Funk versus Ric Flair I Quit match. Fantastic.
Mm-hmm. I have to say, I mean, it's kind of disgusting, but like him and Sabu just getting all wrapped up into the barbed wire was
The
so
best barbed
freaking
wire
crazy.
match.
Yeah. That, and like they're having to cut him apart and all that. That was insane.
It's really wild to think of his career spanning all those decades. I mean, he was NWA champ before my day, and then he was like the kind of wild guy in the 80s, and then just like totally crazy guy in ECW.
Yeah.
I really like nuts. For the emotion of the match, the three-way when he wins the title on Barely Legal.
Most definitely. Good
I mean,
old Terry
I just
Funk.
love Terry Funk. King of the Death Match tournament finals, him and Cactus. But I really like his NWA for just straight up matches. Him and Flair is probably my favorite. Urias Tosh wants to know: does Malachi Black have the potential to become a supernatural heel, or is he just a spooky entrance? I think he's got it. He's pretty good. He's very good. I think.
Mhm.
I think he's already like a big star for the company.
Yeah, I think they may go the way of like maybe turning him face. I mean, with
Yeah.
everybody booing Cody. So
I would get away from some of the supernatural. I'm not a big fan of the supernatural stuff in wrestling. I like it to be. I'm fine with him being dark and stuff, but more reality. You know,
But
you
he-
can be a dark guy without being like having mystical.
so he
powers.
has the mist now. Do you
The
like the
Mist is
mist being
fine.
added?
Yeah, no, I like the Mist. I mean, and it's a little hokey, whatever, but like it's still like it's something that could,
Mhm.
someone could have some. I mean, whatever. I buy it in wrestling, but someone using like mental powers and stuff, I don't really like that stuff.
If I could change anything about Aleister Black, I think it would be his intro music because I cannot understand a word that guy is saying.
You're just not cool enough.
Yeah, you're supposed to be wild and young. I mean,
He's saying like,
That's a style. I mean, that's not my music either, but I think that's that's people.
I mean, I'm like,
like
this song's kind of cool. I like it. Let's see what the lyrics are about. He goes, I'm like, huh? I was like,
Just
oh,
wait.
I wanted some lyrics.
just wait until we start seeing Aleister Black's heartbeat.
Mhm.
You think he could come to the ring to piss in your face?
I want the catacombs are full of souls. Damn it!
The catacombs are full of souls. That was a good tune. What do you think about piss in your face, Incher? Would that be a good theme?
I don't think they need piss in the face for it.
What?
No, there's some very suggestive lyrics in that one.
Nah, I think it's a good song.
I don't think it's for today's times. I think that is one that needs to be buried and never brought up again.
Do you think there's much in our past that would, if it came out, people went and looked at the old shows? That would be
Yes, 100%. Yes.
Look at this, Jonathan Jackson. With
there is definitely things there. Yes.
I don't know. I think they're pretty good.
No, you are wrong. 100% wrong. Yes.
Well, this is a good follow up to the piss in your face question. What are some of your favorite R. Kelly songs from Dobbs?
Great.
More R.
We
Kelly?
were asked that earlier. I said the remix of Ignition.
In your heads, just filled with R. Kelly marks. Like, yeah, fucking R. Kelly.
So how many years is he getting? Is he ever going to be possible to get out?
I don't know. Well, your boy's out. The Puddin' Pop guy, he's out.
Yeah,
Bill
I'm surprised
Cosby's
he's out. That's just amazing. Honestly, I didn't think he'd ever get out.
Do you think Bill Cosby would come on the show?
Ask him, see if he will. He'd be like, just don't ask me.
That would be awesome if we had him on. We just talk about like wrestling or something.
Yeah.
There's never a mention of it.
He'd get so annoyed just to have to talk about wrestling. He's like, oh.
Well, if we found he's a big wrestling fan, we're just talking about like
I doubt he
1960s
is.
wrestling or something. It's like Bearcat right.
Oh fucking god! Yeah, he gets on. He's like, "Oh yeah, I used to do H bombs with the boys."
Him and Flair together.
Oh, Jesus.
Oh,
Christ.
jeez. I mean, it's a shame that all that happened. I mean, it's terrible. I mean, like my dad still quotes like his comedy show, like things that like about the kids getting beat. That whole bit that he had. Like,
what if we just brought him on and like, we agree not to talk about your crimes, before, and then we just like we're gonna do a running commentary on this show, Dark Side of the Ring, and we turn on that episode.
Which episode?
The plane ride from hell. Like, what do you think about this,
where they're
Cosby?
they're drugging everybody. Don't you think that's wrong? No, I see what you're doing here. I don't like it.
Can we get a liner before you go?
Y'all can kiss my ass. Some Jello pudding pops.
Don't be swearing no more, you boys. Says he could face decades in prison.
Oh, R. Kelly. So he ain't getting out then, unless there's like some, like they there's some legal loophole that he can get out on. But I never thought Cosby would ever.
Yeah. Well, the guy who shot Reagan got out on.
Oh, did he get out?
Yeah. And the guy who killed Bobby.
I mean,
Kennedy got
didn't
out.
he kill like one of the security guards? Like, or
I think
did he
got
just?
out. I think he got out. But I mean, the guy who killed Bobby Kennedy got out.
Yeah.
If you kill somebody, you should be in jail for life.
Especially, like an assassination.
Yeah, assassination attempt. No, you're done. It's over. I mean, because can he get up and walk? I mean, he could go and do it again. I mean, I mean, really. I mean, maybe people would know who he is, but he could go and do it again if he wanted to. So no, you're not getting out. Never. Sorry. I know you're old, but you just got to live out your days right here.
Robert Budzinski, would you feel safe in a hotel room with Dobbs Mia? Yeah, my boy.
Dobbs?
Just really thinking about it.
No.
You wouldn't feel safe with him?
He's had some weird things he said on the show. Man. Have you read some of his comments? You did because you've read them.
Do you know me? I'd be fine with.
Honestly, think about some of the stuff he said.
I met the man in
questions he has asked.
I met the man we've embraced. We had meals together.
Well, he's asked some really bizarre questions here on the show. I don't know if I'd feel safe.
I just accept everybody. I love it.
Oh, you're full of shit. You're just saying this right now. If it came down to it, you'd be like, yeah, I think I'm getting over him, man.
I love everybody.
He's full of it.
He made me a shirt commemorating. It's got a picture of me and him together when we first laid eyes and met and hugged.
We're getting canceled for not wanting to share rooms now. Why are we getting canceled? I don't understand.
I know Dabs, he wants to cancel wrestling. So
oh yeah, he does.
I'm with him. Cancel wrestling.
Cancel. John Garabedian, was the rope breaking taking out the demon's power in Extreme Rules worse than Papa Shango causing out the Ultimate Warrior's energy power?
I don't know. I have to see it. I'm really curious.
It was just so dumb and anticlimactic. He just falls. The ring he just falls down and he gets pinned.
Yeah.
I want to see more finishes like this. Guys just fall and get pinned. They're just kicking ass, and all of a sudden it's like, oh, they fall over, and the guy
like this is really just incomprehensible to me. Like I don't understand how this makes any sense.
What if that's Roman Reigns' new gimmick? Like God is on his side, and wrestlers just like they have like heart attacks or like lightning strikes down, or they just suddenly fall and get pinned. And then he just, every time he looks up and he thanks the Lord.
Or Eddie Guerrero.
That's actually pretty good. You know?
The Lord is on Reigns. He is their true head of the table.
Or Vic. I said Vince.
It would make me. I will be honest. It would make me. I wouldn't get enjoyment out of it. Probably not in like a good way, but I would enjoy it. That made it too when he just started looking up at like the Lord. I was like, come on, like, and he's the bad guy, so like the Lord's striking down the hero of the match to help the villain.
Oh, he's the demon.
That is true. That is weird too. That the demon's the good guy.
Maybe he just shoe pinned him. He's like, nah, you're not gonna get up.
Why does the demon wear like a Rastafarian wig?
I don't know.
I don't really understand it all, but
It's kind of like a Predator thing or something. Like, you know,
it
Predator
looks
the
like
movie.
a head, like you get like at a football game where it's like the color of your football team.
Mhm.
You get like go to the Packers game and it's like green gold. Will In Your Head have a video game and action figure soon? That would be sweet.
That'd be sweet. Let's get it done.
Yeah. Maybe with 3D printing, we could get figures.
Mm-hmm. Anybody got a free 3D printer we could use until it breaks down, and we need like a bunch of figures we can sell for the show.
Let's look into this. Anyone out there has like, and if anyone out there really has means of making figures, and they're not like insanely priced, email.
Would an aspect of the video
wrestling@gmail.com.
game be a Life in the Day of Tazo?
That would be sweet. I'm actually learning some of the video game stuff because I did a lot of the pixel art, and some people wanted to do a video game.
Yeah.
But I don't know if I'll ever do that. But I if someone knew how to do the video game like that,
there's like maker apps where you can like.
Oh yeah, there's lots of cool apps. Yeah.
Yeah, and then like maybe you could inject some of your
yeah, I'm getting pretty good at making the sprites.
Yeah.
I would like to do some in your head sprites, me and Incher and like wrestlers and stuff. I want to do an animated GIF of me body slamming Incher. And that I'm gonna sell it as an NFT.
NFT. What if I buy it and I'm the only one who can own it?
Then you own it. Well, you do whatever you want with it.
That's why I need to sell my fork so I can have money for the NFT.
Did anyone donate the $13? No one's getting it. Let this out there one more time here.
They're saving
$13. And then you can promote yours. Well, you promote yours, then I'll do my 13.
They're saving up for the fork first because they got to pay for the fork, and then they'll save to buy yours.
So if you're saying $45 to get this autographed fork,
45.
$13, you will get a personalized video, one of a kind. I'm only gonna do it for one person, of me telling you all about my idea for Boogeyman merchandise, never before heard, only in this mind. I'll tell it personally to you. What you do with the video is up to you. You can put it on YouTube, show people if you want, or you can just keep it in a vault, whatever you want to do with it. $13. I think I'm lowballing here.
Lowballing it. Jack's always lowballing.
Because they're big, heavy balls and they're hanging down.
We've had this discussion before. Who would want that?
I agree. Big balls are overrated. You'd be banging them on stuff. You'd be sitting on them.
Wasn't there that guy that was born with like he wasn't born like it, but he got like some disease and like he had to carry his testicles around in a milk crate?
I mean, even now, sometimes now mine like hit the water and it's not a good deal.
Oh, that would suck. How high is like the water?
All the junk, it hits like if you sit down and do number 2, it hits the water.
Jeez. I've never had that happen. I've had it splash up before, but I've never had
The first time this happened was we went to see a movie. After the movie, used the restroom. I told my brother, I was like, the toilet in there, they must really have high water. He's like, wow. I was like, well, in there. So you sit down and like it's a weird feeling. You're like, what's going on? But it's the cold water. And he's like, oh, that's because you lost all that weight. And I was like, what are you talking about? So he's like, oh, you lose like a bunch of weight, your penis gets big. And so I looked it up. And according to science, for every 30 pounds you lose, you gain an inch of penis length.
Oh my goodness.
So I've lost 170 pounds. You can do the math. So now it's just dripping in the water all the time.
Listen to Jack. He's like Bill Nye, the science guy tonight.
I'm not a science denier.
Is he a science denier? I thought he was like the.
No, he's a science man. I'm saying I'm back in science here. I'm not going to deny science.
Exactly.
All right. And all the ladies out there single, you can,
Just a little food for thought. I didn't know this until I watched this documentary recently, but I guess a lot. No, this goes along with the science theme that we're talking about. But a lot of flat earthers are actually anti-Semitic.
Really?
Yeah.
They're also really stupid.
like for some reason they really hate Jewish people. So a lot of them.
Really?
Yeah, there's
Man,
a
I can't believe
documentary.
AJ Styles is like that.
So if you want to claim that the Earth is flat,
Allegedly.
you gotta take it into that you're putting yourself in some pretty bad company because
That, I mean, all kidding aside, does make sense because it honestly, you got to be pretty stupid. And then if you're like stupid and gullible, you probably, are more prone to a lot of like bigotry and stuff.
yeah. So because there was a convention of flat earthers and like the guy was going around interviewing a bunch of them and just about all of them would start talking about Jewish people negatively.
Really?
And it was just like, this is really odd.
I've noticed a lot of the not all of them. I don't want to say all of them, but there is a lot of people that are into like the supernatural stuff, like that like the ghost hunter community, because like I have a lot of there's a crossover within the horror world, but a lot of them are very like homophobic and bigoted, like I don't want to just say right wing because I don't just mean like conservative, but like the negative side of that, you know what I mean?
Yeah, they're just intolerant to gay people, basically.
Yeah, and kind of bigoted, and it's weird. I don't know why either. It's not all of them. I don't want to say all of them. But there's a large portion of them.
Well, yeah, that's the same thing with the flat earth.
Right.
I'd say a lot of them seem to be, but not all of them. But I can't understand how anybody could have that.
I never thought, like, if someone would have told me, I don't know, even like 5 years ago or whenever, like the year before flat earth ever became a thing, that there's going to be a rise of people who think the earth is flat. I'd be like, come on.
Like, did they think like they just made up that we're on a round sphere and
what would be the purpose? Like, what's the benefit?
Why? Yeah.
Like, what would be the benefit out of it?
Of lying?
And the whole world is in on it, because it can't be just like one government. The whole entire world is in on it for some reason.
It's a young kitty there. Meow. It's a boy or a girl?
The girl.
Oh.
But if you look into it, like they think like it's like a pizza. So it's round, and then Antarctica's the crust, and it keeps the water from just flying off the sides. Like we just floating in space, and like the water would just fly off.
Like,
and we'd all like, ah.
How does that even work? I mean, like,
I don't know.
So ridiculous. That's mind-boggling to me.
Some of them don't even think outer space is real. They think that's like a big hoax too.
Man,
I don't know.
Come on, society. We can do better than this.
When I watch videos, like someone will say that NASA like started it, but it's like people have traveled and stuff way before NASA. NASA's what been around like.
I mean, Russia was going up in space before we were. I mean,
that was
they studied the stars like thousands of years ago.
I mean, even astrology. I mean, like you use it they used to use it to sail, the constellations and everything. I mean,
how did they sail either? Like, if it's all like a lie, how did they? I don't understand.
I mean, and they said they've seen no proof of it. They can't see it. I mean, there has been people who's gone to space, and now, a lot of.
If you even fly, anytime you fly and look out the window, I mean, you can, because you're so high up, you can see the curvature of the Earth.
It's all mirrors.
Yeah,
that's why I'm like shocked when people like Shaq and like people who fly around, like they think the Earth is flat, and it's like, come on, man. Like if it's somebody up like in the woods that's never been to school or something, it's one thing.
I mean, even in the woods, you can climb the tallest tree and see. Holy shit!
Yeah,
So I mean,
yeah, I mean, if you're up on a high mountain, I mean, you can kind of see it too. So.
Yeah.
Like, holy shit, I can see Antarctica.
They can see the crust of the earth that keeps the ocean sauce from falling off.
Mm-hmm.
Wouldn't
I
the
really
earthquakes
would.
just like all the oceans would just splash over the Antarctica and going to off into space? I don't know. And they said they think that Antarctica, like NASA's all there with guns, like patrolling it in case you get too
Mhm.
close to it or something.
It'll run off the edge. Like, yeah.
Well, why would you even want to get there anyway? Just
I-
jump off into nothingness and fall forever.
I doubt you could sail around Antarctica because it's so cold. I mean, I doubt. Could you go all the way around it to prove it to them? Like,
When you went out, dude, people have gone around the earth. How would you go around the earth?
yeah, I mean, there's no answer that would satisfy them,
Yeah, you'd have
honestly.
to like go. I don't know.
They
Like,
went
if
around.
God came down and just hit them with a truth hammer, they would still be like, no, this earth is flat.
And like, where's the cutoff? Because there has to be if it's flat, there has to be a cutoff point somewhere. You know, like how you can get to like Alaska to Russia, you know, because it's really close. So either there or like Australia and like, you know, Asia and Africa, like somewhere that wouldn't be as close as what we say they are.
Yeah.
You just hit like the ice wall.
Good God.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Like, I used to think it was just like
I do
people
think
just
the
being
moon is made
trolls.
of green cheese, though.
Mm-hmm.
We're going, sorry.
I did think it used to be people just being trolls, but I don't know now. It's
No,
like, oh my
it's
God.
not. There is really it
Yeah.
might have started that way because there are things that start that way. They make stuff up and then people just start buying into it and run with it. And actually, that's how like the free bleeding thing started. Someone posted it as like a joke saying
What's
that
free
like,
bleeding?
it's women not using tampons when they have their period. And they said it was like empowering to women and against the something that's floated out of the sky there against the patriarchy to you know just
I don't know about your studio if things are flying in your studio.
Yeah, I don't know.
Like you may get like a vampire bat latched
it
onto
was
you.
white, so I don't know. It was either a really big spider.
It was a sign to show you it was a flat earth.
Could be.
Oh my
It
goodness.
was pretty big though. I don't know. Oh well. But yeah, the free bleeding thing. Someone posted that on like I don't know if it was Reddit or one of those 4chan or something, and like they just made it up, saying, "Oh, look at these people. These college kids are doing this now." And then people read it and they like, "Oh, I should do that because you know I want to empower women." And then it became an actual thing based off someone just being a troll.
It's called working yourself into a shoot.
Exactly.
Oh man.
There would be something fun I could see because I used to be I don't know if you knew this, but I used to be kind of trollish back in the day. Like on the message board days, I used to kind of enjoy the trollish times. I don't know if you recall this or not.
Oh.
You were at Stream Falls? What?
No.
So I get the there is something fun about it, and it is kind of like you kind of feel like, even though it's kind of stupid to think this, but you feel like if you get to someone like you feel like, hey, I got a one up on this guy. So I get the idea, but I do think like if you did put out something so stupid like that, and like people actually started doing it, it would make you feel like, man, like I have like this power over these idiots.
Galgo 13 says have Bezos send them on a rocket ride. Urius Tosh, he says flat earthers believe it. There are plenty of lost minds ready for the next secret, totally new idea that they can own and rebel with. So I guess it's just one of those things. But
people will do anything. I mean, people took horse medication thinking it would cure COVID. So
Avocado toast is people.
What was that?
Avocado toast is people.
I never knew that.
Avocado toast is people?
No, avocado toast is people. It's like what was that?
Soylent Green.
Yeah.
Hot damn, that could be.
Now you know. It's
Maybe
actually people.
I'm curious to try it.
Is it good?
I don't think you like avocado, Incher.
But would the toast be good? It'd probably be a lot less calories, wouldn't it?
Oh, is the toast people or is it the avocado that's people?
I don't know, but I want to eat it. If it's
I guess
lower
something you can
calories.
eat.
No, I'll pass. Let's see. I gotta look it up now.
What, avocado toast? No, it's avocado toast is toast with avocado on it. It's not toast made out of avocados.
Oh, well, damn it.
It's not like cauliflower or something.
Damn it. Because I got like wraps that are made out of like tomato basil wraps.
Yeah, but they're not really.
What are they made out of?
It's really just flour with tomato and basil in it.
Really? Like, how's it less calories though? Is it just because they cut it with?
It's probably not. I mean, it's probably this. It's probably still the same amount of carbs. It might be lower calorie because it's smaller. It's probably
Yeah.
I mean, it might be healthier for you, but it's still going to have a lot of the carbs. Well,
yeah, I don't count
the
calories
carbs and stuff. So
I just go by calories. But
well, forget all that.
Those are flat.
My ass.
I believe those are flat. Your ass is flat. After I got done with it.
Massaging it with your tongue.
Oh, whatever. You know what was pounding down there.
Do flat earthers have flat asses?
Man, I do kind of I used to have kind of a bulbous butt, but since I walk a lot, it's not a shapely intro.
Happens to the best of us.
Robert Budzinski, is it okay to poop with the door open? No. And I was at the
I'm glad we can agree on this.
Public restroom in Boston. Now there's two of them. So at South Station, Boston, there's two parts of it. One is where the bus is, and it's actually pretty nice. Then there's one with the trains, and it connects to the subway, and it's a fucking mess. And so you go in there, and literally more than half, I think, of the stalls have no doors, and the rest of them, they took out the locks. I don't know why. I assume people are in there doing nefarious activities, so they took out all the locks.
Mm-hmm.
But there's no way I'm going into a stall with no door, and there's definitely I'm definitely not doing with no lock, and there's no way in hell I'm going to a stall with no door. So the other one though I was in, and I'm like the Undertaker. I'll go to the the one for people with special needs. The what do you call it? Bathroom.
The larger handicap bathroom.
Handicap stall. So it's because it's huge. It's like as big as my studio. So I can walk in there, and it's got its own sink. So it's like, God damn, I'm fucking king of the South Station here.
Got the power rails if you really got to blow one out.
So you go in there, and then afterwards you can wash up in your leisure. And there, someone's out there with the wheelchair. They can wait. So I'm going there. So I did my business. I went to leave. I went to unlock the door. And here I noticed I didn't even pull it all the way shut. I was like, oh shit, I'm glad no one tried to get in here. I just touched the door and it flew open. I was like, fuck.
I have a story. It's a cat story for the cat lovers out there. Sometimes I'll go upstairs to use the restroom and I can tell
use the litter box instead.
No. Stop trying to complete my stories. And I can tell my cat's in a mood where they want attention and they want to follow you into the bathroom. So I'll leave the door cracked a little bit so they can come up while I'm dropping a deuce. I'm doing my business. So instead of just like walking through the crack in the door, they always like jump up and just push the door all the way open. And so I'm just sitting there like, oh damn it. And then they're just down there looking at me going, meow, meow. While I'm sitting there with my junk displayed to the world. Well, anybody who's in my house. So it's very
stinking up the halls.
Stinking up the whole house. But that's the cat's fault because I can tell if I don't leave the door cracked for them to like walk in, they're going to sit there and scratch at the door.
I think you just secretly want people to come in and see you on the toilet.
You can think that if you want, but I know what's in my heart. I was just wanting to be kind to my kitty because I knew they want to come in here and smell
Is
my
there
filth and
anything that excite you?
have them pet me
You
on
get
the-
excited
on the
when
head.
you see eyes watching you on the toilet?
No. I don't think so, no.
That's
Like
nice.
if I was in a stall and like I looked over and I seen you like peeping in, like I don't think that would excite me. I would be like, get the fuck out of here, man. Get out of here.
Do you ever
Would you
sneak
leave
in?
if I did that?
Do you ever sneak in on your cat in the litter box and check him out in return?
Well, one of my cats refuses to use the litter box.
Really?
So
What do they use?
those little pee pads.
Oh, okay.
They go and poop on the
Like a
pee pads, and I always
sweater?
have to clean them up and just.
So what are you?
She's impossible. She will not go to the damn litter box.
My
She
my
used
old
to,
cat
but
that
she's
I
just
had for over
stopped.
20 years wouldn't either, but she just wouldn't use any. She'd just go outside, but she would not use litter box. But
I think she's just old and senile, and she's the one that has the diabetes. The one that was in here earlier, Lucy, but she will not go to litter box.
what were you asking me before that? I'm sorry. You asked me would I do something.
Something about peeping through the stall or something. If I asked you
Not
to
a
leave,
dirty
would
pervert.
you? Like if
Why do you think I'm such a pervert? I think highly of you, and you're saying I'm like this weird pervert peeping in on you.
Well, you're all the time
I
talking
really
about going to
appreciate
public bathrooms, wanting to see
You
like
gotta go to the
sex.
bathroom, not to do naughty deeds. Well, it
And
would
you're
be
like-
cool just to walk in and like there'd be like some kind of like gangbang going on. It'd be a cool story. You don't think that would be cool?
I had a thought, but I don't want to say it. I'm not going to say it.
If you walked into a public bathroom and there was just this wall to wall gangbang going on, wouldn't there be part of you like this is pretty awesome? I can talk about this on the next show.
Wouldn't you ask to join in?
No, it'd just be
No.
a cool story. I might like get out the cameras, film a little bit of it. Like, look at this intro in the Gasa. That'd be pretty awesome. Jackson knows. He knows that'd be fun. Good times.
Yeah.
Just make sure nobody was H bombed.
Exactly.
They'd be like, "What are you doing? Get out of here!" I'm like, "Oh shit!" And I hit the road.
Jack's voyeur cam.
You know, come on, give me a serious answer. You walk in, open the door. There's like 5 guys.
I think I would be like, I wish I hadn't seen that. Like, I don't think I would have been like wanting to see that. I would probably leave and think,
You could tell that story forever for the rest of your life. You'd be like, so I walked in. It'd be awesome.
I don't know if I'd even want to tell that story like
What?
to many people.
Come on.
Yeah,
You're
what
just
if it
telling
was-
us about your cat walking in on you taking a shit?
Well, just because it was because he asked the question, is it all right to go to take a dump with the door open?
Yeah, but what if someone's like, "Hey, have you ever seen a gay gangbang in a bathroom?" And you'd be like, "Well, actually, that reminds me."
Yeah, what if it was like a coworker or somebody you knew?
Yeah, that would be even cooler in a way. It'd be like, you wouldn't believe what I saw old man Nugent doing over.
Mm-hmm. Nugent.
What if you walked in?
The guy who works at the deli? You're like, hell yeah. He had a whole different salami going on here.
No, I mean, if he's not wanting to tell people, I don't know. I mean, no, I wouldn't want to see that.
What if you walked in was just like Lexar again?
Yeah, that'd be cool. Even if it wasn't just straight up, like there wasn't like, penetration or just 2 dudes,
Well, that would be like outing him and like going around telling his business, If I was like, guess what I saw Alexa
I'm trying to put a negative spin on this. I'm just saying,
no, I'm
just
I'm
laughing at
putting
their
a reality
sexual
spin on this bullshit. This is reality, Jack.
Well, Intro, to go back to your old point, you're like, working on the track, that's illegal, I'm gonna call the cops. They're banging in the bathroom, that's illegal too. So if I go and laugh about it, I'm totally in the right. Boom. Used your own logic against you.
Well, what's I mean, I'm not saying like I want to like report it. I mean, I don't know anybody.
I'm not reporting it to the police. I'm reporting it to the Headyverse. That's who needs to know.
You're reporting to the Headyverse.
Yes.
What?
If I saw a gangbang in a public restroom, the first thing I would think of, well, I'd probably post on Facebook, but I would go like, I can't wait till Tuesday night. My God, this is the story of all stories. Forget Boogie, man. This is look at this. I'd post pictures and then we could share them up here and maybe a video, maybe it could, in the background like Jonathan Jackson does. Man, this is like the height of comedy.
This is a little weird though, that you'd want to take your phone out and take pictures and everything.
The hell is this? You got to get with the times, man. They could put some music to it, put on TikTok. Speed it up, put like some funny music behind it, like good time.
Heck yeah.
I don't know if I even know you, man. If you wouldn't want to walk in on a gay gangbang in a public
No, I don't want to walk in on a gangbang in a bathroom. I'll pass on that. I don't think it's worth the storytelling that I would be kind of like I didn't need to see that.
I mean, we're just two different kinds of people, I guess.
But what if I walked in and it was like, I don't know, like Brian Knobs and the Hulkster? That would be
the fucking most amazing story of all time.
That's what I'm saying. That would be like the only time that it would be good, but
you wouldn't even be able to see him. You'd be like, "What's going on here?"
Oh, yeah.
The game when like kids would play, and you got like the octagon and the square, and they got to put the octagon into the right hole. Then you would finally know, does the thermos, fit the knobs?
Poor Brian, isn't he in bad health? We shouldn't be talking about.
Yeah, I mean he's a good guy. I hope he's doing all right.
Yeah,
you can donate to him on his GoFundMe. Help him out. Just saying.
Former guest here.
Let's put him over.
It's
a good story. So yeah, I think it'll be fun. All right. Robert Budzinski wants to know, is it okay to poop with the... Oh, we asked that one, sure. How come people turn gay after listening to In Your Head? That's from Dobbs. Because we're so sexy that we transcend your sexuality. So you could be like totally straight. You could be a woman. You probably don't listen to the show for one, but you could be. And then you just listen to the show and you're like, God damn, freaking totally gay now. That's probably more for the women who listen.
No. Stellar Steven here in the chat room. He says probably way less gangbangs now with public illness phobia.
Guys, always got to ruin the good times. We're just here talking about a gay gangbang in a public restroom, and he's got to bring up COVID. Got to ruin my good vibe here. Someday we'll be back to normal. And boom, public gangbangs back.
Oh,
boom, just like that. You can wear a mask and make it okay. They actually, this is a true story. The whatever he is of Canada, the mayor of Canada, whatever he is. There's someone in Canada. They suggested that you start using glory. They did this last year at the height of the pandemic. They suggested to start using glory holes as a safe form of sex so you didn't get COVID.
Yeah.
It's like there's no, it's not mouth to mouth, but you'd be blowing, anonymous men through a hole. I'm no expert. I'm no scientist, but that doesn't sound like safe sex to me. But what do I know?
No. And there's probably people who don't want to be like just getting in with a wall, basically like there's no visual. It's just the wall that you're seeing.
Yeah, but you're not going to have, you're not going to share germs
Yeah, make sure you sanitize the wall. Just spray it down.
What if the wall's at least like a plexiglass so you can
see through it?
what's going on over there? Yeah.
Maybe you could start selling that, the see-through glory hole, but I think
My
it might
idea.
ruin it for some
My
people.
idea. I
Yeah,
copyrighted it.
it'd ruin it. You don't want to know who's on the other side. You just don't want to know.
Just don't want to know.
Brian Matthew Kluter. Are you enraged that Chris Pratt is voicing Mario?
Who cares?
Nope, couldn't
I
care.
really
less.
don't care.
If they decide to follow the tradition of Captain Lou Albano voicing him in the old cartoon, what current wrestler should they have cast? Interesting. Who's that Bandito guy in the swingman there? I don't know. Little Guido.
Yeah.
Why doesn't WWE have a mafia character? Or do they have a mafia character? The new Sopranos movie's coming out.
Yeah, I don't think they do right now.
Just give
There
it
is no
some
mafia
time.
characters.
Do it up. Well, probably in 10 years they'll debut.
Yeah, like now's the time to strike
Yeah.
on that one.
And since Old Man Jones and Low T Incher won't understand this, we thoroughly understand it, bitch. He's saying that people are mad because he follows right-wing conservatives on Twitter and is a Christian conservative himself. That's I have seen people mad about that, but honestly, the original post I saw about it was mad, saying that it was a whitewash because he wasn't Italian.
Oh, Christopher Platt.
And as Brian replied, I have definitely seen that, but most complaints I've seen are just that they aren't using the high-pitched old man they've been using since Nintendo 64. Yeah, there's lots of people mad for different reasons.
I don't care what anybody's politics are, honestly. I mean,
if he was walking around like Heil Hitler or something, I'd be.
Oh yeah, I guess I can see that. But like, I really don't care what anybody's politics are. I mean, I'm fine, whatever.
I don't really care this much about a
up.
video game movie. I mean, I'll probably never see it. So,
I mean, I just don't care. I mean, like nobody like said anything about Sonic being voiced by anybody. You know, I mean, what does it matter? You know, I mean, it's a voice actor. You know,
Sonic is an Italian.
That's true. They should have had Ron Jeremy do it because he's also a hedgehog.
No, he's in jail now, isn't he?
Whatever.
He's kind of locked up.
Yeah. Laquan Vanderpool Higgins. Do you believe Kurt Angle and Jeff Jarrett are really cool with each other, as they say? I don't know.
I don't think they have any issues. I mean, it seems
Well,
like
you just stole a man's wife. That's all.
It was probably a thing like Kevin Sullivan and Nancy. He was probably leaving her anyhow. So
you think Jeff Jarrett's gonna kill her? And
no. Like I'm saying, like probably she was probably done with Kurt, and Kurt was probably done with her. So they were probably just in a bad relationship, and they were moving on.
Yeah,
and
I think even so, you probably are never gonna totally look over that. In my opinion. I don't think you might say we're good buddies, but I don't know. I think that would always be there. I think it would always be awkward.
You think?
But I mean, his daughter. I mean, Liv. I mean, they. You know, he picks his kids up and everything else. They have a few kids.
I'm not saying they hate each other,
and-
but I think I don't know. I think that would always be there. I don't think someone cheating on your wife and then marrying her is something you'd just be like, whatever.
But no. If he got a laser engraved guitar out of the deal, maybe.
True. What if he got all the guitars? What if she got all the guitar? Or no, because she left. I was this front. I see. So if Jarrett gave him some guitars,
and some of that Global Force Gold.
I mean, I don't know. I have no idea. What the hell do I know? Maybe he was cheating on her. I don't know. Who knows?
Yeah, maybe he was cheating on her.
Maybe Kurt's pissed. He's like, "Why'd you give me this bitch?"
Why you give me what?
This bitch.
What bitch?
Oh no, I mean Jeff.
Jeff. Oh, okay.
I forget who stole who.
Who stole who?
Deshaun Michaels and the Young Bucks really believe in God, or is it an act? I mean, I think they do.
I think they do. Yeah.
It is interesting though, because I remember Cornette for like the last year kept saying like not only because the Bucks are openly Christian, but he was like going on like they like basically like not hate women, but they think women shouldn't work and just like all this like really stereotype stuff of like anyone that's like a really like hardcore Christian. But then like you saw him on the Dark Side of the Ring and they're buddies with Canyon and knew he was gay and stuff. So I'm like, where does this stuff come from? Like you can't just say this stuff with we can because we're in your head, but other people who people listen to, like you can't just make stuff up about people.
And like not working's not a bad thing. Jobs fucking suck.
Maybe
Let's be honest here. They fucking suck. You're being a slave for money. It sucks.
Maybe you could transition and become a housewife.
If I could, I would. No, it's just I have a very poor work ethic, I guess. I hate working.
Well, I think most people probably do.
Yeah.
Unless you do something you love doing.
Yeah, and who's lucky enough to do that? I mean, honestly, who's like, I want to do this for a living, and that's what you do. Tony Schiavone, when he was working as a barista,
exactly.
He was like, "Please don't pull me away from my barista job."
And AEW ruined his life.
Yeah, they pulled him away.
If Bob Holly was your friend, would you like him to beat up who? Oh, who would you? I thought he was asking if he's your friend. Would you like him to beat you up? Who would you like him to beat up for you?
Brock Lesnar.
Yeah, it didn't work out so hot for him.
He was like, "Yeah, Brock's not on the list."
Some of these guys they say are tough guys like Bob Holly. Like the only people he beat up were people who thought they were in a wrestling match, and then he just would hit him with a chair, like for real. So I don't really think that is tough at all.
Yeah, and it's like that's like one of those unwritten rules that you're not supposed to do. You're supposed to take care of your opponent, not.
So I mean, that's like a bitch move, really.
Yeah.
So I mean, just about any like grown man. If the other guy thinks you're not going to really hit him with a weapon, you're pretending, and then you just really do it, like you're going to hurt him, unless you're just like the weakest man in the world or something.
Like if you're getting free shots,
Yeah. Not even more than, if like they're not even just free, like they're exposing themselves because like they think you're not going to actually make contact. So, Ric Flair is a scumbag, right? Go back and listen to the last show. We covered all this.
Yeah.
Tyler Stevens.
I think he's a very complex individual who has a lot of mental problems.
Yeah, I know. I mean, I don't think he's like a great man. I mean, he's a great performer, and I love the Ric Flair character, but do I think he's a great guy? I mean,
no, not really.
Tyler Stevens, would Intra like to see a live-action Karnov movie starring Jackie Jones? Who's Karnov?
Jackie Jones is Karnov?
I don't know who that is.
You wouldn't really fit the character nowadays.
Who's Karnov?
Karnov was a bald Chinese guy who had a big belly.
I would have fit him before.
He had a big
when
belly.
I used to be Chinese.
No, I mean no, not even that. But like, and he blew fire. Like he blows fire out his mouth.
Oh, I thought like his boyfriend named Fire.
No, he doesn't have a boyfriend named Fire. No. Would you have liked to walk
Tyler Stevens? Fuck this guy.
Would you have liked to walk in on Karnov and Fire?
Fire. Burn it. Fire. If Jack could own one fictional sword, what would it be?
One fictional sword, Jack.
Excalibur, I guess.
That is a good one.
The announcer?
Whoa.
Nah, he's not a sword.
Cool if he's my pet.
I don't know. He'd probably get annoying after a while.
Yeah, but then I can say, "Shut up, bitch," and smack them. That's what you can do to your pets. Your pet humans.
Sounds like the Chris Canyon, Jim Mitchell relationship. He's just
I
like, I'm
can't
getting
even
sick of him. I'm
imagine,
just
like-
going to choke him out.
I remember, and you don't get as mad as you used to. But I think back in the day, you could have probably been like that.
What, smack you?
Yeah, like try to choke me and stuff.
Honestly, though, you probably deserve it. I mean,
See, look at that attitude there. No, I would say no man or woman, no human deserves to have be physically hit.
yeah, you do. Yeah.
Just
Just not like, gonna hurt you permanently, but yeah, just
just
a
'cause you're weak.
little rough you up a little bit.
Please.
A little smacking,
It's all talk here when we're on the internet.
You were wanting to fight about railroad tracks earlier.
When we were together, he's like, "Yes, sir." Yes, sir.
No, whatever. Yeah.
Al Ulb now enters on the record saying he doesn't trust the mentally handicapped to make his fast food. What?
What?
I don't remember any of this.
Well, I had a conversation where I didn't believe, I know a lot of them, they do not wash their hands.
Yeah, after they're wiping their booty and stuff.
Exactly. Yes.
Yeah.
And I know that from work experience. I know that is a thing they do not like doing. So would you want people like that to prepare your food for you?
No.
Honest answers. Vic, you're up.
I think the point is you wouldn't want anyone who's not
Vic doesn't want to.
who isn't a clean person, who doesn't practice,
Exactly.
it doesn't necessarily mean
I know I'm stereotyping, but what other information do I have to go off of that? I mean, in my line of work, just about all do not like washing.
Whoa, go
13.
Go 13 adds what about the physically handicapped?
Well, as long as they're clean, I don't have no problem with it.
It's not just handicapped people that do that. Though.
Exactly.
There's
Yeah.
like I knew a guy who worked at a KFC, and they said that they had a coworker who just on a lark, he gave a different meaning to the term creamed potatoes.
Oh, Jesus.
So
I don't know if I want to know.
and that's and he I mean, it's just slimy people.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, in general, a fast food place,
some of them cream potatoes.
You really don't know what you're getting when you go to a fast food restaurant. I mean, you hope you're getting clean food, but you really just don't know. But that was what I was saying, and I stand by it. I don't care.
Here goes Incher.
Well, I mean, I just feel more comfortable knowing that somebody who has gloves on, even the people who take the money, I don't want to see them touching my food because I know money's dirty and I don't want them to see it handling my actual food. So I hate using paper bills whenever I'm buying food. Could you turn off the canceled thing already? Nobody's canceling
It makes me laugh. I like it. Tyler Stevens, can you do a reenactment of a part of a wrestling entrance live on air for the loyal fans of the Hittyverse?
Golgo 13 says, no wonder KFC has the best coleslaw.
It's true. They do have good. That used to be the only coleslaw I would eat, but since I changed my eating habits, I actually really like coleslaw now.
The pilots changed, I guess. The other.
So can you
foods
reenact an entrance from a wrestler?
Reenact an entrance from a wrestler. Let's see. There's the Big Show.
Where it's the Big Show.
You want to see me do
How about like what's the Batista when he's like firing the machine gun?
Yeah, when he's
Do the Nikki Bella butt wiggle.
the Nikki Bella butt wiggle. I was thinking about doing like the Naomi one where she comes out and does the amazing thing.
You'd probably like rip your hamstrings or something.
That'd probably be the end of me. I'd be like Vince blowing out both quads. Ah!
Can you do the Marlena split?
Oh God, no, I can't do that.
Bring it to the floor.
All right. Let's see. Let's see if you all can guess who this is. Let's see.
Rob Van Dam.
There you go. That was one of his entrances. Then he kind of like jump and twist a little bit sometimes when he would do it. Or
Can you do the Demon Finn Balor crawl?
let's see. We can
RKO.
RKO one. What's another one?
Hulk Hogan.
Yeah, like that.
Racist.
Dog the Bounty Hunter. He's out looking for that
Hogan?
dude. No, that Brian Laundrie dude. The guy who killed. Well, it's not determined whether he killed her or not, but it's looking highly likely
It's
like that.
borderline.
Yeah, it's looking like almost
Yeah.
100%. But he's on the run and they're looking for him, and Dog the Bounty Hunter thinks he found like one of his campsites. So, but he was a guy that was been labeled as a racist, much like Hogan.
Some have labeled you.
Some have labeled me.
Yeah,
Everybody gets labeled nowadays because they want them to be Jonathan Jackson canceled.
Boom.
Mm-hmm. There it is.
You think you would do? Do you think Ric Flair cries about everything, but he just seemed pissed off when people are saying this stuff?
Yeah, I'm surprised he's not crying yet. He just seems angry. Yeah, maybe he has cried. I don't know.
That's true.
Like maybe he doesn't want to see anybody see him crying.
Never let him see you cry. All right, where are we? Who has the best war cry in wrestling history? Tatanka.
They removed the Ric Flair woo from the intro on WWE.
Oh, they did?
Yeah, from what I heard.
Oh man.
Yeah, I don't think I've seen it too. The last two shows I've seen. So.
People asked if we were going to remove the Ric Flair from the In Your Head intro.
Do we even play it anymore?
No, maybe someday if I start putting. I have been updating some old Without Your Head, so I'm going to try to update the In Your Head ones in the coming week or so. And then once they're updated, I'll stick to getting them up there in a timely manner. Tyler Stevens, have Steven Butler and Vince McMahon been H-bombing themselves live on the air all this time?
No, maybe.
Would you be mad if we H-bombed you at like a fan fest and then did a bunch of funny stuff and recorded it and then we put it on YouTube?
Yeah.
Like I don't mean like anything that. Like real like no like butt raping or something. But
no. You don't do that. No.
Shave your eyebrows.
No.
Put our wieners on your head and stuff. And we just like, was this a joke? Stupid asshole! You get offended by everything.
So how much would it be? How much would you settle up with me for? Like, how much would it take to make the intro go away? The intro problem.
Probably just one thing: a brand new in the box Tecmo Bowl.
Oh man, Techno Ball. All right. We're good now, buddy.
When are they making the Tecmo Bowl movie?
I don't know. I don't know when that one's going to come out.
Who's going to play the quarterback?
There was like real people in that.
Tyler Stevens, what live or dead lead singer of a band would you like to see as a wrestler? That's a weird question.
Probably
guy from Smash Mouth.
what was his name?
Mick
Thor.
Jagger.
Thor. There's a
Thor.
guy- Thor
Yeah,
from,
I interviewed him on a podcast.
he was pretty huge back in the
Yeah,
day.
he's not anymore, but yeah,
Yeah,
that'd be pretty sweet.
that'd be awesome.
Is Incher going to open an OnlyFans to make some easy money? Easy money.
Easy money.
Because Tamara Sitch, also known as Sunny, she tweeted out a message from my fellow former WWE divas. Make an OnlyFans page. You'll never have to take bookings. You'll thank me afterwards. In fact, message me and I'll send you a referral link. Hashtag easy monray.
Easy Monterey.
Do you think anybody took her up on that?
You know, I know it's like some people don't get this, but some people don't want to like finger their butthole and blow people on, you know, the internet for money.
What?
I mean, why not?
You don't have to get naked on OnlyFans, but
It is true,
that's
but
that's what everyone's going to see.
Yeah. If you want to
it's
make,
like,
unless
you want
you're
to make
like,
money on there.
yeah,
that's
if you
what
want to
gotta
make
do.
money, and I do think some of them can make money, but they have to be like actively on the WWE television, you know, and just play video games or something. But I think if you're like Sunny level, like if you were there 10, like 30 years ago or 20 years ago, you probably gotta.
Wasn't
Finger the butthole.
Paige coming back and like she was going to wrestle or something? And
I don't think so. But
I thought I heard
I would
some
like.
rumblings.
I remember her
about that.
talking. Yeah, I would like that. I like her. I was always a
But
fan.
she
Although-
also says like she makes a ton of cash on the
Is she
Twitch.
allowed to still do it? I don't think she did anymore.
I think somehow she's still doing it. Somehow, I think I could be wrong.
I know Adam Page said that was one big thing with him was he wanted to keep the Twitch. I can't even imagine them in the first place just be like, you can't do this on your own time.
Yeah, it's like why not?
Adam Cole, you said Paige.
Oh, sorry. There's still a lot of
Page
Adam.
just wants to drink on his own time
True.
and take care of his kid, I guess.
Yeah. I do notice a lot of wrestling fans are really anti people having kids.
Why is that?
I don't know. They just seem to get mad when people have
They
kids.
just want them on camera at all times in their underwear, wrestling around.
John Barker. Jack and Incher, dance like Angelico. The Headyverse demands it.
How's it go? Like,
Just kind of like,
Look like zombies.
yeah, I do.
Looks like you're having a seizure.
Something like that.
Yeah, something like that.
I don't have enough room to really get into it. But
I can't really. I don't know. I can't do it. I mean, like, how's it go?
it's kind of like,
Let's see. Let's knock my chair back a little bit so I can.
I think that's good.
Okay. Yeah. Now let's see those super chats. We're dancing for you.
Yeah, show us the money, bitches.
You're gonna make us dance.
If a white man and a black man were hitchhiking in the rain and Incher only had room in his car to give one a ride, who would he rape?
That was an owl question.
Yeah. I
Owl,
didn't notice it till the end.
$45 for
Do
this
that.
magnificent fork.
So when I was in Boston Friday, I went to the Holocaust Memorial. And so Al Wolb is asking the question, would you go? And this is how, I looked like them. Would you go with this man to the Holocaust Memorial? I don't know what he's insinuating, but.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that look fine. It's a good look.
What's he saying? That you look
I think
like
he's
a,
insinuating you look like a skinhead.
Yeah, that's what I was.
I will say my mom has said the same thing. She's like you shouldn't wear those glasses when you're not wearing a hat. It's not a good look.
Well, I always wear my hat when I go out, but I do have Doc Martens that I wear, and I know that used to be like a signature for skinhead, but I mean, I don't have any tattoos or anything, so I hope nobody really thinks that. So, but like I got these are a pair of my shoes. Those are Doc's. But that's just like that.
Yeah, but I think it's
Those
not.
aren't
I don't
exactly-
think those like you'd have to wear like combat boots. I think.
Like these may be
With like I think it's yellow laces or something.
the yellow laces. Well, I
think
got
so.
black laces on these.
Yeah, that would be more than. I think it's
More
either
like it.
white or yellow laces. I'm not positive.
Well, there's yellow seams.
Yeah, but no, it's like a certain color lace.
The Paige wears these actually when she used to.
Oh no, I
wrestle.
mean a lot of people do. A lot of people I know wear them. It's not just like skinheads who wear them. Most like the punk scene wear 'em.
I got these.
Wear those two together, or do you have the mates for them?
I have the mates for them, yes. But I know that's kind of like, but I always have a hat on, so like nobody really
Hard
sees
on?
me being
No,
a hat.
See,
a hat.
where I am, we don't pronounce the R's, so that was the big joke. Like, you got a hat on? Yeah, I got a hat on.
That's the thing for the football, the Thundering Herd. Like we were at this restaurant that was like full of like drunk people from the game, and this one guy got up and he yelled, "Who's got a hat on?" And then my mom was just looking around like, "This is not the place for us."
The fuck is wrong with that guy?
he just yelled in the middle of the restaurant, "Who's got a herd on?" Like a herd on the Thundering Herd. So.
He's licking his lips.
Mhm. My mom was horrified though. But as far as the skinhead thing, there's a lot of more distinguishing aspects about the skinhead that I think you don't have that where you wouldn't be considered a skinhead because I mean we're just bald dudes, I mean, so we got to shave our head or like tattoos and like
Yeah, well, I do have a big swastika. No.
Oh well, you're fucked.
I think I mentioned on the show, but because I wear since the surgery, I wear on the legs, I wear compression socks. I don't know if I can really get my leg up in here. I don't have a lot of them. But so like I have these on today. I got jeans on, but these are a little hard to see. But
yeah.
So anyway, they're like knee-high ones. And some of them, the ones I got are Argyle because I thought they look funny. So it amuses me. So anyway, I was wearing the Argyle knee-high socks with shorts in the grocery store, and the little kid said to his dad, he's like, "Well, what's with those socks?" And the dad said, I guess assumed it was his dad. He's like, "I think that's a Proud Boy thing."
Finally joined your boy Mitten.
So yeah, the shaved head and Argyle socks. I don't know.
I think that's a Proud Boy thing. So there you go.
I've never looked it up. I doubt.
Like, what would you look for somebody being a Proud Boy anyhow? Because I mean, it seems like pretty normal outfits. I don't know.
No, I think they wear a certain polo shirt. I forget the name of it. I think it's
really?
like a black and yellow.
Black and yellow.
But I don't know.
Crazy times that we live in, that's for sure.
I did think it was funny though. Maybe I should. Maybe they like to run me out of town or something.
Yeah, the kid would have kicked your ass.
It's funny until people are beating you up over it. And then you're like, oh shit.
Yeah, I'm not seeing any connection to the Proud Boys with Argyle socks.
That MTV hat, though, you don't even want to know what that means.
Can you believe this sweet hat was on clearance in Boston for $4?
Yeah.
Pretty fucking sweet. I was like, this is perfect for In Your Head 2.0. My pal Jonathan Jackson is going to be all excited when I'm wearing this on the show.
I was gonna say I found the same shirt for about $3.
Dude, boom!
MTV. I want my
brother.
MTV.
Yeah, I'm not seeing anything about.
Oh, I forgot. I can't sing that song. It's
yellow
candy.
kilts. So yellow kilt is apparently a sign of a Proud Boy. Like you really see a lot of people walking around yellow kilts.
Yikes. The yellow kilt boys.
I'll have to ask Mitten. He'll probably know. I've been talking to my boy Mitten. He's coming around. He had some hard things going on in life, but he's a good guy.
Yeah.
So I won't say anything bad about my boy Mitten, my man Mitten. Hopefully he's back around here at some point in time.
Definitely.
He wants to hit the road, go to some conventions or festivals. Let's see. Go pick up Incher, drag him along. Like, come with us.
We'll get both bearded Incher and the normal Incher.
That'd be amazing. I don't know. I have a feeling Incher will never hang out with me again.
Never? Never's a long time, Jack.
It's been years.
Yeah, we also got the COVID going on and all that crap.
Yeah.
You're not going to conventions. I'm not going to conventions. Hardly.
That's very true. All right. I guess you got a point there.
Mm-hmm.
More just an excuse. But next year, hopefully my movies will be playing at 2 movies at the festivals. And so I plan on making the rounds to the festivals. If they get accepted, maybe they'll be like, fuck this shit. So fuck, this is bullshit. But we'll see.
Is it more like a shoulder thing? Like he kind of like rocks his shoulders back? Is that more of a thing? Like I'm going back to the Angelica thing. Like I'm trying to figure out.
No, I think that's a Proud Boy dance.
Oh shit. I'm canceled, ain't I?
I believe so.
I think original skinheads though weren't racist. They were just like into punk music.
Yeah. But it always gets turned into something bad, I guess.
Everything changes.
Mm-hmm.
People were yelling at me. I took a picture with masks on that I thought found funny. They're like, well, I hope you bought them after you put your face in it. I was like, oh fuck.
The hell?
I didn't buy them.
So somebody's got some Neil Jones funk in the mask that they purchased.
If you put on a mask at a store, you have to assume someone's probably put it on their head. I know we live in different times, but that's why you bring this with you. You just pour it all over the inside the mask, rub it all around.
See, I got a spray bottle. See, I take it out and go.
Really? That's like fancy lad times.
I'm a fancy lad.
I know. I think this is pretty cool looking. I didn't want to buy it. I just want to take a silly picture of it.
Hope you bought that after you put it on.
It is pretty nice, don't you think?
Mm-hmm.
That's good.
I like it.
I got another one here too. You're seeing my messages here with Lexar, but
Oh wow.
Wow, he's a T-Rex.
boom. $5 at the 5 and below.
Yeah, I like the 5 and below. I just got one close to me
I
recently.
like them too. I go all the time.
They got that's where I got my Jurassic Park shirt.
Yeah, you get nice shirts there and you can't get like t-shirts anywhere for $5 anymore.
No, I mean really, you probably have to pay more for like a package of T-shirts and like.
Yeah, you can't. Yeah, you couldn't even just get like a plain undershirt.
Yeah.
Never mind a shirt with graphics on it.
Yeah, and I seen that Jurassic Park shirt. I was like, what the hell? I like that. I'll buy
They had
that.
Braun Strowman monster truck at $5 below today. I almost bought it because it was funny. He was like a monster. He was like a toy monster truck of Braun Strowman.
Oh,
Heck yeah.
Meow.
Meow. Brucey. Brucey.
Yeah,
Brucey
that's it.
over here. Is it not Brucey?
No, it's Brucey.
Brucey.
He's calling
Brucey.
it.
Brucey.
It's like
Here, Brucey.
give a fuck.
Brucey. Brucey. Hey,
Like,
Brucey.
who's this clown called?
Brucey. Yeah, he doesn't know who that is.
He was sleeping on my bed. I think he's still trying to wake up. So.
Oh, okay. It's like, I'm just coming to here. Yeah.
But doesn't he have a great coat?
Oh
He
yeah.
does, yeah.
I mean, if Cruella DeVille was for real, she'd be
Uh-oh.
skinning Brucey. She wouldn't be messing with dogs. You know?
Careful. Goodness.
All right. Is there anything else you wanted to talk about, my friend, my pal, my compadre, my amigo, my kin?
No, I'm just looking forward to the new Dark Side of the Ring. Looking forward to tomorrow. Miro versus
Looking forward to the dark side.
Miro versus Jack Evans. Not Jack Evans. Miro versus Sammy Guevara. How did I make that mistake?
Cooler.
Why did I think Jack? Maybe because we're doing the
You're
He's
Angelico
thrilled.
dance.
doing like a tear match, and if he loses, he gets his head shaved.
Yeah.
Who, Jack Evans?
Yeah, I think if look at that. Boom, boom. So if all the guys, if they all lose their hair, then it comes to the Matt Hardy.
Oh,
Is that going to be the deal?
Dark Side.
That's a
Did he call you?
good question.
Is that going to be the deal? He's going to shave all the heads of the Hardy family, and then he'll shave Matt's head.
That'd be good. Did you
can
see that picture Matt Hardy was posting of him and Reedy all naked together?
Yeah, did that get you all? Did that give you a stiffy? Honestly, I thought it was just kind of creepy.
What is the point?
It's kind of creepy, yeah.
It's like, look at this. I fucked my wife.
Just in case you didn't know.
I mean, Miro does that a little bit on the show.
Yeah, but
like
it's
that
like
was like
it's like a much more. It's much funnier and like this was just like just bragging.
And I mean that picture is an older picture. I mean it's been making the rounds. I mean he just revamped it, made it current day.
Just to remind you.
Just to remind you.
This was really shitty by Hannibal. He posted this thing after watching Dark Side of the Ring on Canyon this week. Did anyone get the impression James Mitchell and Canyon may have been more than just friends? Like,
no,
you can be
fucking
friends with
asshole.
somebody and not, be into them sexually. That's just ridiculous.
He mentioned his wife during the shoot.
Fuck the Hannibal. He's a fucking idiot.
I agree. He does a lot of shitty stuff.
He's an idiot.
I will say that I do question his IQ at times.
Yeah. He always sounds like he's like medicated or something.
More than likely he is.
But yeah, that's just a really even shit thing to even say. I think it's like, this guy killed himself. It's like, oh, he was friends with the guy, so they had to, be. It's like, come on, dude.
What a goddamn snitch.
That's as bad as like the stuff really like Dreamer's getting like shit about. That's basically like shaming someone for being friends with somebody.
He's just not on the same level.
Yeah, right. He's not, it wasn't like national, it wasn't on television or something. All right. It would have been awesome if Jeff was holding Matt's hand in that picture, a la Ron Simmons and Mick Foley. Oh, here we go. Here's the dance intro.
There we go.
You got to do that one. You do the Jack Evans there. Hybrid 2.
So he kind of like sways his arms and kind of
it's got to look like a total friend of the week, basically.
Oh, and then okay, Jack Evans. Let's see.
There you go. That's how you do it.
Did you see me?
Yeah, we saw
you see
it.
me.
That was perfect. Nailed it.
Great.
It was great.
I don't know. Fuck it. All right, intro. What do you think?
I
Good
think
to go?
we delivered a show.
Holy shit! It's 2:30 in the morning.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
it's
almost
like
3.
I
6
didn't drink
hours.
any coffee, so maybe I don't know.
Maybe you don't need it.
No, I thought I'd be passing out. Boom. Man, look at Jackson there. Listen in your head. People say make you gay. Maybe so, but it'll make you fucking pumped. Look at this guy. He's the beast.
Drawn Draker.
He'll beat your ass, Incher. I know you think you're all badass, but look at this guy. He's just gonna beat your ass, man. Plus, he's like 6'9" or something.
Yeah. I'm the Black Shanky.
I forgot. We were gonna give everyone new 2.0 gimmicks.
Oh, well, it's 3 in the morning.
All right, we'll think about it next week. When we come back next week, Intra and I, we're gonna sit down with the creative, and we're gonna come up with 2.0 gimmicks for all the Headyverse next week, right here on In Your Head Live, Tuesday night, 20 p.m. by the time both of us get here. But it'll happen. Be there, and in the meantime, subscribe to this bullshit. Hit the bell icon so you get all the notifications.
Hey, Brucey.
I don't think people have been unsubscribed. Used to be we started doing these video shows, and then the subscribers just plummeted.
You want something to eat? Brucey, you want something to eat?
Incher's like having a stroke, and he's just having a conversation.
I'm trying to get the cat's attention. He's not paying attention to me. Brucey! Look at Brucey. Is it Brucey a good boy? Look at Brucey. Is it Brucey a good boy?
You're just barking.
Well, I take that back. We do still lose subscribers.
Are we still losing them?
Yeah.
It's because no one wants to see this new content. They want to see old shit, and they want us to watch the Effie Monday show. Or whatever.
I mean, there's days we gain viewers, but then there's days we actually lose. It's very strange. Like this one day, 2 people unsubscribed, and the next day,
Come on, internet. Love us, internet.
Yeah, stop being bitches.
There you go. Stop being bitches. Subscribe. Share the video.
Tell all your friends.
Notification. Yep.
Yeah, I'm gonna get Luke Hawks. I'm gonna get Luke Hawks on here.
Oh,
I think that'll be fun. Talk about Dark Side of the Ring.
Goosey said, "I'm going to bed."
All right. Boom. Oh, he's also in Heels. Luke Hawks.
Oh, is he?
Yeah, Jackson's favorite show.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't miss an episode.
Oh yeah, he's one of the guys.
One of the wrestlers of grappling. He was also in the first Venom. He's doing pretty good himself in movies, though. He's doing a lot of stunt work and small roles. Doing good. All right. Get out of here.
Peace.
Good night, everybody.
Good night.
Shank is the future. Fuck Brian Alvarez. He was on Wrestling Observer Live. He said that Veer is the superstar of the team. Fuck Brian Alvarez. Shank.